we are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. The Great Genetic Era. Part 1. Chapter 1, The Genetic Exam. Jincheng, 9th High School, Classes 3, 7. Even though the college admission exams were over and all of the students had already received the results, they were still looking expectantly at their homeroom teacher, Yu Zepping, at this moment. They even felt a little uneasy. That was because what Yu Zepping was going to announce next would greatly affect their future. The sunlight beaming through the window highlighted the students' nervous, youthful faces. However, it also cast a dark shadow. A joint announcement from the Blue Star Alliance Greater Area Genetic Committee, Huaksha Genetic Committee, and the Huaksha Ministry of Education. Yu Zepping had only announced the names of the 3 official organizations, yet all 46 students of Class 3, 7 could not help but sit up straight and listen intently. Several students interlaced their fingers. Some even held their breaths. The content that was going to be announced next was deemed more important than the college admission exams, which had been said to be the exam that determined a person's life 100 years ago. This exam determined a person's future. The genetic double excellence score for the year 2137 is 597, the genetic single excellence score is 483, and the genetic admission score is 395. Yu Zepping recited the 3 admission scores as he always did, quickly and clearly. However, it felt as though those were 3 bolts of lightning. The words made the faces of several students turn pale and instantly devoid of color. The words also made some students heave a sigh of relief. Their expressions became more relaxed. 7 to 8 students looked as though they were struck by lightning as they sat numbly in their seats. This, 395 points. Why did the genetic admission score's cut-off point suddenly increase by 22 points from the previous year? I was just 1 point off. A male student tried his best to purse his lips together but ultimately could not control his emotions. He slumped onto the table and started to bawl. This caused the other students who failed to meet the genetic admission score to start weeping. This genetic admission score had determined their future. Sutui felt extremely bad when he heard the woes of his classmates. He wanted to console the student who was weeping behind him, but he did not know where to start. He also felt a little scared when he recounted the exam. An admission score was only made up of 3 digits, yet, at this moment, it had determined the future of 9 of his classmates. According to Yu Zepping, if an individual failed to meet the genetic admission score, they could only remain in the bottom rungs of society for the rest of their lives. There was no more hope for them. However, in this brief moment, Sutui suddenly felt that what their homeroom teacher told them before was far less cruel than what was happening now. On the platform, Yu Zepping looked silently at the students who were bawling because they failed to meet the genetic admission score. His lips were tightly pursed. His throat was dry. This was not the first time he had taken a graduating class of 3rd years. He had gone through this 6 times. However, he could never find the words to express the heaviness in his heart. The consequences of failing to meet the genetic admission score were too much to bear for these children who had just turned 18. Instinctively, Yu Zepping looked out the window. His gaze pierced through the empty space. Those darned invaders. If not for the galactic invaders, the genetic admission score would not be as cruel as it was now. Time could heal all wounds. The crying and weeping in the classroom gradually stopped after some time. Yu Zepping took a deep breath, then said, "Those who failed to meet the genetic admission score, don't be too dejected. All roads lead to Rome. If you work hard in the future, it is still possible that you can get your hands on a level E or level D genetic liberation elixir. Everything is possible on the path of genetic evolution. There are precedents to all of this, but I won't go into details." These were the only things he could say to console the students. All right, after this, those who failed to meet the genetic admission score are to report to the Office of Academic Affairs and determine a direction of study as soon as possible. the rest of the students are to gather at court number 4 in 15 minutes. Yu Zepping's gaze suddenly turned incredibly sharp. Your genetic exams are just about to start. At court number 4. After their temporary goodbyes, the rest of the 37 students of class 3-7 had gathered at the court, including Sutui. They huddled together and discussed their grades. They had grand plans for the future but were also slightly worried. I got 471 points. I didn't even reach the single excellence score. I got 534, just past the single excellence score. I wonder how many genetic base points I would be able to activate. I scored 603. How about you, little Tui? Cheng Mo suddenly asked. Old Chen, you should call me Big Tui, Sutui corrected. Why? Because I scored 1 point higher than you. Just 1 point? I should be Big Tui even if it's just 1 point higher. Boom. A sudden loud slap hit the back of Sutui's head. Sutui glared and was about to erupt with fury. Oh, fuck. Who? Oh, it's HT. A mischievous smile instantly formed on Sutui's lips. Yu Zepping completely disregarded Sutui's mischievous smile. He walked past the crowd and immediately got up to the stage. Some of you scored high marks and feel proud of your achievement. I can understand that. But what I want to tell you is that scoring well in the college admission exams is merely receiving an entrance ticket to the genetic exams. Yu Zepping paused, scanning the students' reactions. He then continued, whether or not you can enter a good genetic college, whether or not you can strengthen and evolve your genes to become a genetic warrior or a powerful fighter in this universe would still depend on how hard you work. Yu Zepping had aimed these words towards Sutui. Sutui revealed his row of white teeth as he smiled, embarrassed. On the stage, Yu Zepping started to roar at the students of class 3-7 as his gaze moved away from Sutui's body. Now, training will continue, 3 times the normal amount of training. The students started to murmur upon hearing this, but Yu Zepping went on, according to the agreement, the limits to corporal punishment and its intensity will be completely released. Yu Zepping flailed the thin whip in his hand which contrasted his pudgy body, causing the air to crackle. The students, who normally feared nothing, all had an expression of immense fear, Sutui included. Yu Zepping normally only lifted 50% of the limits to corporal punishment and the strength he could use during a normal day. That was enough to make them wail as they trained. How bad would it get now that the limits to corporal punishment and the intensity were fully lifted? No one wanted to try it out. As if on cue, Sutui scurried outward like a bunny. The first exercise was a 5.000 meter run. No. 5,000 meters was what they did on an average day. They were doing 3 times their normal training today, which meant that they had to run 15.000 meters. That was 15 kilometers. No one grumbled. Even more so, no one was confused. First, all of the students understood why they had to do this. Second, they had long since adapted to the training after being hardened by Yu Zepping, a physical education teacher, for 3 years. Yes, Yu Zepping was a physical education teacher. In this day and age, all of the homeroom teachers in the school were physical education teachers. They were also called physical punishment masters. During training. That was the training that they had to go through every day. That included the whip. The long slender whip landed on Sutui's buttocks with incredible stability, accuracy, and ferocity. Score 1 point higher for physical punishment if you can. The whip caused Sutui's buttocks to rapidly swell. Sutui howled in pain. The goal of today's training is to draw out your limits so that it boosts the effects of the genetic elixirs you will soon consume by the largest amount. The long slender whip crackled while it was in Yu Zepping's hand. The sounds of the whip were like lightning as it entered the ears of Sutui and the rest of the students. They involuntarily picked up sleep. Several students lengthened their stride and easily overtook Sutui and the rest of the students to become the leaders of the pack. Sutui also drastically increased his speed. However, he tried his best to maintain a constant average speed and adjust his breathing. This was a long 15-kilometer run. It was not a 5.000-meter run that would pass in a flash. After the run, he still had to do 80 push-ups, 50 burpees, 80 frog jumps, 10 sets of springs, 50 pull-ups, 300 meters of obstacle runs, 10 minutes of limb agility training, 10 minutes of reflexes training. Yes, 3 times the normal amount. In this day and age, the students who had physical education teachers as homeroom teachers had long adjusted to such a high intensity of training. Despite that, after triple the amount of normal training and the threat of the homeroom teacher's whip, the students soon became exhausted. The students lay down on the ground like dogs immediately after the homeroom teacher said that they could rest and hydrate themselves. They gulped down the weird-tasting energy drink that the school had prepared for them as they gasped for air while lying on the ground. Peeing? Who's going? Sutui staggered as he stood up. The pain in his upper thighs caused him to limp. Chengmo stood up in a hurry when he saw Sutui. He quickly limped and hopped toward him and hugged Sutui's neck. He grinned as he placed half of his body weight on Sutui's body, who was already grimacing in pain. However, Chengmo had not finished laughing when he suddenly let out a pathetic cry. Tangting, who weighed nearly 100 kilograms, followed his lead and placed his body weight onto Chengmo's body. The students did this to each other, one after the other. There was a string of laughter and pitiful cries. Under the sunlight, the bunch of grimacing youths squirmed into the toilet by supporting themselves with the shoulders in front of them. Yu Zepping squinted when he saw the back of a certain student. After peeing, the students were about to leave when the heavyweight, Tangting, suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Brothers, come. Let's get rid of the fatigue and energize ourselves." Tangting distributed cigarettes and tossed one at Sutui. He then took out something from a slit in the washroom as if he was performing magic. 8 guys huddled together inside the washroom. Suddenly, a rotund figure stepped in. The bunch of boys fled, feeling guilty. They almost immediately tossed the item in their hand into the toilet bowl at the first warning sign. Chengmo instantly stepped on the flushing mechanism. Sutui, who had just taken a puff, was too late. Left without a choice, he clenched his teeth and kept all of the smoke in his mouth. He shut his mouth tight. What a heavy scent. What were you guys doing? Yu Zepping asked sternly. Peeing. Teacher, we were all peeing. Yes, we also let out some farts. Chengmo quickly added. Yu Zepping glared at Chengmo before his gaze finally landed on Sutui, who had his mouth tightly shut. What about you, Sutui? Sutui kept his mouth closed and did not say anything. The homeroom teacher raised the whip in his hand. Sparks flew. Answer me. Sutui had no choice when faced with the threat of the whip. I am angry. 3 bales of white smoke shot out of Sutui's open mouth and nostrils. That was the smoke that he had puffed previously. The group of boys burst out into laughter when they saw the scene. Yu Zepping slapped the back of Sutui's head fiercely. Angry? Look at you. Yu Zepping was furious. You can even spew out smoke when you are angry? Why don't you go and become a deity? Go, you're doing half a day's worth of training more. Sutui immediately revealed a torturous expression. Tangting, Chengmo, and the rest of the boys started to laugh. The same goes for all of you. Yu Zepping added. That immediately caused the laughs of Tangting, Chengmo, and the rest of the boys to turn into pitiful wails. HT, you sure are wise. Sutui, who was already running out of the washroom, laughed. He gave Yu Zepping a thumbs up. Under the waning glory of the setting sun, a bunch of sweat-covered youths stuck to each other as they left the training court and ran home. They could still hear the shouts of the physical punishment master, Yu Zepping, ringing in their ears. Be more obedient during these few days. I'll definitely whip you so hard that you will cry for your mother if you dare to touch those kinds of trash that would affect the effects of their genetic medication again. Yu Zepping threatened. Replenish your protein when you get home and do your muscle recovery well. The boys acknowledged, and Y.U. Zepping added, "Bring along your electronic documents, liability form signed by your parents, an insurance form when you come tomorrow." Chapter 2, Outside the Earth. The year 2137 was an era of rapid technological advancement. There were two important areas of transformation that happened during the 21st century. First, the genetic research that humans had been conducting since the 19th century, finally, had consecutive breakthroughs during the 21st century. Every breakthrough gave humans massive benefits. Genetic disorders were basically eradicated. There was a massive decline in terminal illness. The number of terminal illnesses that threatened humans dropped drastically from over 400 during the 21st century to 26 in the 22nd century. That was if an individual had money. Take for example a person's fundamental qualities. The fundamental qualities that were passed down simply through reproduction, such as speed, strength, and lifespan, exceeded 10% even in ordinary humans. The growth that resulted after a person consumed various genetic medications was even more alarming. The second area was the results obtained from the fervent galactic explorations of various countries. Nearly 100 years ago, countries like America, the Eurozone, Russia, and China announced that they found intelligent life outside of Earth. They had also established a connection with extraterrestrial life and tried to communicate with them to some extent. The result of the communication was the rapid breakthrough in the technology that humans always had major problems with. However, the invasion of intelligent extraterrestrial life also descended upon Earth. It was an invasion. Fortunately, humans did not lack caution and foresight. The invasion of intelligent extraterrestrial life was blocked outside Earth. However, the invasion did not end. The Blue Star Alliance was thus set up, and humans entered the Great Genetic Age during the year 2037. The genetic exams were also developed under such a premise. Humans who were enhanced through the use of genetic medication would have massive improvements in all of their qualities. Those were qualitative transformations. The resulting genetic warriors performed exceptionally on the extraterrestrial battlefield. Many times, a powerful genetic warrior was enough to change the flow and decide the outcome of a battle. Humans who were enhanced by genetic medication became more adept in research and much faster when it came to producing specialized items. Even pilots, be it of fighter jets or spaceships, became much more skilled and faster at helming the vehicle. Their bodies could also sustain more drag. The Great Genetic Era was upon humans. Through the 100 years of research and constant adjustment, humans obtained a deeper understanding of their bodies and how they fused with their genetic medication. That culminated in the genetic exam that Sutui was about to face. Just as Y.U. Zepping had said, the score he obtained from the college admission exams was just an entrance ticket. It was merely an encouragement to the students to push them to do better. Hard work and great effort would make a person's genes more exceptional. After the college admission exams, the students who met the genetic admission score would receive a Level D or Level C genetic compound chain alloy elixir based on their grades. That was the scientific name of the elixir. It was more commonly known as the genetic liberation elixir. According to the explanation Sutui got from the genetic liberation elixir, a human's genes were made up of naturally stable chains. These chains were very stable. Any enhancement, mutation, or evolution of these chains required an exorbitant amount of time. The genetic compound chain alloy elixir could remove this stability while ensuring the safety of the individual, then cause the genes to strengthen, mutate, or even evolve within a short time through a variety of methods. Humans who consumed the genetic compound chain alloy elixir would later be called genetic liberators. It was worth mentioning that the genetic compound chain alloy elixir differed greatly in their effectiveness as they ranged from Level E to Level A. Level E was the weakest level, while Level A was the best. However, Level A and Level B genetic compound chain alloy elixir were extremely rare. It was rumored that only the military and the Genetic Research Institute have the means to obtain them. They were also very strictly controlled. What was more common on the market were Level E genetic liberation elixirs. Level D and Level C genetic liberation elixirs could also be found on the market. However, they commanded a much fancier price. Level E, Level D, and level C genetic liberation elixirs differed in two ways. The first was their genetic breakdown probability, and the second was their genetic liberation base points. There was a 0.5% chance that a person's genetic sequence would break down after they consumed a level E genetic liberation elixir. The consequence of a genetic breakdown was death. There was no saving someone whose genes had broken down. The genetic breakdown probability of a level D genetic liberation elixir was 0.2%, while the probability of a level C elixir was 0.1%. Of all levels of the genetic liberation elixir, the probability of death was the lowest with the level C genetic liberation elixir. This felt a little like gambling with a person's life. The probability was not high, and a person would be able to become a genetic liberator as long as they were not too unlucky. However, the difference in the second area was not something that luck could make up for. It might even be a difference that could not be reconciled during a person's lifetime. Under the setting sun, Sutui looked back at the Jinchen 9th high school that most students called a training hell. He then squeezed into a maglev public transport. With the advancement in technology, the maglev technology that had been extremely expensive and highly restricted 100 years ago had become a useful tool to eliminate congestion in cities today. Half an hour later, Sutui heard voices at the door to his apartment the moment he stepped out of the elevator. They were the voices of Auntie Ma, who lived downstairs, and his father, Sujianguo. "Old Su, how much did your child score for the college admission exams?" "My child didn't do too well. He just met the genetic admission score." Sujianguo was a rather humble man. Sutui heard him say this when he reached the door of his house. "Let's not mention it. My child didn't do that great either." "He didn't do that great? How many points did he score?" Auntie Ma continued to ask. "It's just not great." Sutui's father shook his head and was about to close the door. Auntie Ma became anxious. She grabbed on the door and asked, "He should have a score even if he did not do great. Just how many points did he get?" "Improvement is back." Sutui's father saw Sutui and greeted him. Improvement was Sutui's nickname. "Oh? Improvement is back?" Auntie Ma quickly reached out towards Sutui. "Your father said that you did not do that well. Just how many points did you get? Did you not even reach the genetic admission score?" "My child didn't do great either, but, fortunately, he managed to meet the genetic admission score." Sutui avoided Auntie Ma and did not speak for the time being. He threw a knowing glance at his father. According to what his father told him, neighborly relations were extremely important. A hand suddenly reached out from the slit of the door and directly grabbed onto Sutui's ear. The hand then pulled him into the house, scolding as it pulled. "You rotten lad. You only scored 604. You almost didn't meet the double excellent score. How do I teach you normally? Mum, it's painful. Stop pulling so hard." As she saw Sutui being pulled into the house by his mother, Auntie Ma's expression suddenly froze. She immediately became confused. "Goodbye, Sister Ma. I have to prepare dinner now." Sutui's father let out an awkward smile and shut the door. Outside the door, Auntie Ma came to her senses and muttered softly, "It's just the double excellent score. Why did he have to show off?" In the house, Sutui's mother glared at his father with her hands on her hips. "You always try to consider another person's pride in anything that you do." Improvement achieved his score through upright means. It's not like he cheated to get his grades. Why don't you dare to talk about his score? "It's because I'm afraid that it would not look good on her." "It won't look good on her, but will it look good on you?" "Mum, I'm going to take a shower." Seeing that the daily nagging was about to begin, Sutui quickly used showering as a shield to avoid being caught in between his parents. "Something is cooking in the wok. I'm going to keep an eye on it." Sutui's experienced father immediately saw an opportunity to dodge his mother's tirades. Dinner was a plate of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried lettuce, and a large bowl of fragrant oil-seared noodles. There were 3 boiled eggs in Sutui's bowl. They were dipped in the chili oil in the noodles. They whetted Sutui's appetite just looking at them. Those eggs were for Sutui to replenish his energy. Let's eat. Sutui wiped his oily mouth when he finished his meal. He rubbed his stomach, satisfied. Dad, this is the liability form that is needed tomorrow when I consume the genetic liberation elixir, as well as an insurance form. I need you to sign them and ink your fingerprint. I have to submit these tomorrow. Sutui took out a piece of paper. His father did not look at the contents. Instead, he looked towards Sutui's mother, Zhangzi Uli, who had a similarly grave expression. He then turned his gaze towards Sutui. Improvement, you pass the double excellent score, but the genetic liberation elixir tomorrow still has a death rate of 0.1%. In reality, the death rate is a little higher than that. Are you afraid? Sutui first nodded, then shook his head shortly after. There were 23,000 students who passed and consumed the genetic liberation elixir in the Jincheng prefecture last year. During the process, more than 400 people suffered a genetic breakdown and died while they were consuming the elixir, Sutui's father said worriedly. Everyone feels that misfortune would never befall them, but it will all be too late when they get struck by misfortune. Nobody said a word. Sutui's father went on, improvement, tell us directly if you are scared, or if you don't want to, or if you are fearful. We can refuse to sign this liability form. Even though your development in the future would be limited, our family should not have any problems with food and shelter. While he was speaking, Sutui's father pushed the liability form that Sutui had handed him back towards Sutui. He did not care about the insurance form. Improvement, it's your future. Decide for yourself. Even though his father's status was always fluctuating within the family, his mother, Zhangzi Uli, would always be silent when they were discussing serious matters. She would not interrupt Su Jiangguo. Sutui looked at the liability form in front of him and suddenly looked out the window. Dad, I saw on television that intelligent extraterrestrial life had been invading us for nearly 100 years. I want to go and see for myself just what do they look like. After letting out a small sigh, Sutui, who had come to a decision, pushed the liability form back towards Su Jiangguo. Dad, if I have the chance, I want to go and see what it is like outside of Earth. Zhang Zili pouted. Her eyes were filled with worry. A death rate of 0.1% might not seem like much, but it was a guaranteed death if it landed on Sutui. Any parent would be worried. Su Jiangguo glanced toward his wife, then turned his gaze towards Sutui. He picked up the pen and signed the liability form. He then pulled over his wife's finger and put their fingerprints on the form together. Sutui's father suddenly stood up and handed the liability form over to Sutui seriously with both hands. Sutui, from today on, you will decide on your future. But you have to always remember one thing. In our eyes, it's best as long as you are safe and healthy. Sutui nodded. Zhang Zili wept without saying anything. Mum, you don't have to be too worried. I passed the double excellent score. Not only would I be using a level C genetic liberation elixir that has the lowest death rate, but I would also receive a genetic activation stabilizing elixir that can half the death rate. The chance that I die might only be 0.05%. Is there anyone who consoles people like you do? Su Jiangguo glared when he saw his wife cry even harder. With how brutally direct you are, you wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend in the future, Su Jiangguo declared. Can you at least let us have a grandson? His father was very experienced with such a situation. He tossed out every means at his disposal to change the topic. Zhang Ziuli immediately stopped crying and started to plan out Sutui's future. Having a child is encouraged in this day and age. Improvement, you have to give us a grandson before you graduate. Sutui fled. Mum, we have 3 times the normal training today. I'm very tired. I'm going to rest early. This child. Zhang Ziuli felt a little indignant. Don't forget your night lessons, Su Jiangguo reminded. I've gotten used to it, Dad. As soon as he returned to his small room, Sutui brushed his teeth and scrolled through his friends' social media activities on his communication device. They were all related to his classmates' feelings. Once 5 minutes was up, Sutui turned off his communication device. As a high schooler, it was very important that he managed his time well. Then, Sutui removed his socks and got onto his bed. He lay cross-legged and closed his eyes slightly. He started to breathe in through his nose and exhale through his mouth. He relaxed his entire body and entered a meditative state within a few minutes. This was the meditation night lesson that Sujianguo had taught Sutui when he was young and insisted he did it every night. The reason Sutui persisted with the lesson was that meditation allowed him to quickly relax and sleep, especially when he was young and became too excited to sleep after watching action cartoons or when he could not sleep after watching a horror film. He did manage to fall asleep when the sun rose. But the time for school had arrived. The pain was simply. This meditation night lesson allowed Sutui to release his energy within a short time and enter a state of deep sleep. Furthermore, he would feel extremely refreshed the next day no matter how tired he had been the previous night. Half an hour later, Sutui, who was still meditating, trembled slightly. He fell sideways onto his bed, his legs still crossed. Some time later, the door to his room was gently opened. Zhang Ziuli walked to Sutui's bed and covered him with a blanket. She looked gravely at Sutui for some time before quietly leaving the room. Chapter 3, The Genetic Research Institute. Dawn, 6:30 a.m. The dull, golden sunlight beamed through the curtains and landed on Sutui's long eyelashes. Sutui opened his eyes right on time. The high intensity of studying and training of a third-year student had made Sutui's biological clock extremely accurate. He stretched slowly. He felt refreshed. The aching limbs he had yesterday had become very loose. He had fully recovered. Sutui's lazy expression was mixed with a thick, suave and youthful aura. However, that lazy aura rapidly disappeared after Sutui got off the bed. It was replaced with Sutui's efficient actions. He brushed his teeth. Then drank the large glass of warm water on the table. That was his mother's order. Sutui had long made it a habit. He then washed his face and changed his clothes. Sutui devoured the breakfast that had been prepared for him as fast as possible. The selection included 3 boiled eggs, a large glass of milk, a corn cob, a plate of glossy-looking buns filled with pork and eggplants, and a small dish of chili oil, which was the dipping sauce for his buns. His mother had made it herself. Perhaps it was his father who made it. It was fragrant. It was delicious. In this great genetic era, every student had to go through cultural studies and a certain extent of physical training since elementary school. These kinds of physical training reached their peak at high school. That was obvious from how physical education teachers were also homeroom teachers for third-year students. For most ordinary households, eggs were the best and cheapest way to replenish protein. Sutui's family was extremely ordinary. They lived in a small area that was full of life. His parents were also average wage earners. They only managed to have such an ordinary life because Sutui's parents had passed the genetic admission score during their time. "Mum, I've eaten breakfast. I'm heading to school now." Sutui brought along the liability form and insurance form after telling his mother that he was leaving the house and was about to head out the door. Zhang Zili looked at Sutui and opened her mouth. However, she did not say anything. Sujianguo waved at Sutui. "Go. Remember to call us after you come out of the genetic examination hall." Sujianguo did not tell Sutui to notify them of his safety. However, Sutui could still see his mother's body shake. "I got it." He had been immature when he was young and was always repulsed by his parents nagging at him. However, today, Sutui felt the weight behind his parents' nags. After Sutui left the house, Sujianguo slowly sat down in front of the dining table and pulled out a tissue for his wife. "In this day and age, every child has to go through this," Sujianguo said gently, trying to comfort his wife. Not taking the genetic liberation elixir is equivalent to being crippled in this great genetic age. Furthermore, didn't the both of us also make it through this? What's there to be worried about? Also, 20 years ago, didn't you feel more anxious than improvement when you were consuming the genetic liberation elixir? But I didn't see you cry then, right? With Argonexu Jiangguo's words made his wife feel better. She picked up the tissue and wiped off the tears at the corner of her eyes. I'm just worried about improvement. Probabilities are probabilities. But if the probability lands on someone, the probability would not land on improvement, Su Jiangguo was quick to interject. The teacher said that as long as a person has meditated for more than 10 years, the probability of the genetic liberation elixir causing a genetic breakdown would be infinitely close to zero. Zhang Ziuli's expression became clearly calmer when Su Jiangguo mentioned the teacher. It was obvious that she had a deep trust in the teacher that Su Jiangguo was talking about. But the side effects? There are no buts. Su Jiangguo was very determined. Furthermore, the targets that the teacher is tracking are very little. There's nothing much for us to refer to from the consolidated results. Su Tui did not know that his parents were worrying about his future after he left the house. He reached the school on time. The school was filled with students, their faces filled with anticipation. Many of them would become genetic superhumans after they consumed the genetic liberation elixir today. Every student, Su Tui included, hoped that they could become a genetic superhuman. Speed as fast as the wind. Or an Iron Man with super strength. Or vision as good as an eagle. Or even the legendary supernatural abilities. Of course, almost all of the students were walking with a rigid gait or limping. Cheng Mo was even more exaggerated. He leaped into the school like a frog. They reported directly to court number 4 today. Yu Zeping was already waiting for the students at the court. He collected and scanned through their liability form and insurance forms. The probability of death that was going to happen during their genetic exams a few hours later was no joke. When it was Su Tui's turn, there were no problems with his liability form and insurance form. However, Yu Zeping's eyebrows furrowed when he saw how normally Su Tui was walking. It looks like the triple training yesterday was far less than enough for you. He didn't wait for Su Tui to respond. Go. Start with double the training before the rest of the students start. Su Tui's suave expression instantly became irritated. Teacher, I did reach my limits yesterday. Su Tui tried his best to walk with a limp. Pat? The thin leather whip in the homeroom teacher's hand pointed towards Su Tui. Do you think I will believe you? Su Tui opened his mouth, then walked toward the court, frustrated. Cheng Mo, Tang Ting, and the rest of the students stole glances at Su Tui. All of them were extremely amused. They were familiar with Su Tui's situation. Su Tui would always be energetic the next day, no matter how hard the training was the previous day. However, he was going to suffer today. Su Tui got into the court, extremely frustrated. Before he left, he shouted, Teacher, Cheng Mo and the rest might be faking it, too. The expressions of Cheng Mo, Tang Ting, and the rest of the students changed drastically. Yu Zeping instantly went where they are with his whip at hand. The thin whip was swaying with the wind. We'll know if they are faking it or not if we drag them out and make them train. Yu Zeping's so-called potential extracting training was not all name and no substance. The tripled amount of training yesterday had made most of the students reach their limits. They had just trained for a short time today before several students broke down and cried. However, they were only allowed to leave when the school doctor, who was present at the court with a life examination device in hand, ascertained that they were at their biological limits. Su Tui was the last person to leave court number 4. The rest of the students only needed 1 to 2 rounds of regular training before the life examination device showed that their muscle strength and heart load had reached their limits. They could then move on to the next event. However, Su Tui required 4.5 rounds. The homeroom teacher was extremely shocked. He did not realize that Su Tui was this talented during their normal training. Deep inside, Su Tui was exasperated. He knew that the culprit was the recovery speed he got from his nightly meditation lessons. All of the students washed up in school after the extreme training. They then checked through the information of their electronic identity and got onto a vehicle toward the location of their genetic exams. The genetic exams were taking place in 2 locations. The first was an examination hall in the Jincheng Genetic Evolution College. This location provided the Level D genetic compound chain allo elixir. The students who met the genetic admission score but fell short of the single excellence score would attend the genetic exams here. The second location was the Jincheng examination branch of the Jincheng Genetic Research Institute. This location provided the Level C genetic compound chain allo elixir, as well as the genetic activation stabilization elixir. The students who scored higher than the single excellence score would attend the genetic exams here. Both the Level D and Level C genetic liberation elixirs, as well as the genetic activation stabilization elixirs, were extremely valuable. The cost was even more startling, given how many of them there were during their genetic exams. The military had taken over both locations 3 days ago. The troop of vehicles was examined and guarded by unmanned technology when they arrived at an area 10 kilometers away from the 2 locations. In front of the Jincheng branch of the Genetic Research Institute, Su Tui, Cheng Mo, Tang Ting, and the rest of the students alighted the vehicle in succession and underwent a thorough investigation. In Class 3-7 led by Yu Zeping, aside from Cheng Mo and Su Tui who had passed the double excellent score, 6 other students passed the single excellent score, 4 males and 4 females. Fingerprint retina digital identification document facial recognition after these 4 stations and the signature of the teacher leading the group, Su Tui and the rest were finally allowed to enter the security tunnel of the Genetic Institute. This was the most high-profile security tunnel that Su Tui had ever seen. There were 11 different security equipment. He could faintly see a variety of unmanned devices constantly prowling around outside the tunnel. There was also fierce armed military personnel. All of these attested to how important the genetic exams were. There was a vast hall at the end of the tunnel. It could easily hold several hundred people. One side of the room was made up of 40 tightly shut rooms. There was a display for student numbers in front of every room. Students whose numbers were called up were to enter that room. On the other side of the hall was another hall that was clearly labeled with abilities. There was a constant stream of students who entered those function halls after they were administered with their elixirs. There were 2 main kinds of function halls, the Extreme Branch Testing Hall and the Mystery Branch Testing Hall. Extremes bred superhumans. This was fundamental knowledge. Su Tui and the rest of the students had learned about this. What attracted the attention of Su Tui and the rest of the students was the row of rooms in the north that had a variety of colors. That was the Mystery Branch Testing Hall. Only the Mystery Branch could test for supernatural abilities. There were not many students, almost none, entering and leaving those rooms. Su Tui had not seen a single person walk toward the Mystery Branch Testing Hall since he arrived at the main hall. At this moment, a door of the supernatural type testing hall at the Mystery Branch Testing Hall suddenly opened. A short man with a silly grin on his face walked out from the hall. He could not stop smiling. When the teacher in charge of the short man walked forward, the short man waved his arms in excitement. Superhuman. Teacher, I am a fire element superhuman. He had not finished his sentence when the sound of something catching fire rang out. The short man's body suddenly started to billow with smoke and fire. Amidst the smoke and fire, the short man's hair and eyebrows were the first to ignite, then his clothes and shoes. Side effects? The teacher in charge reacted quickly. He immediately turned around and dived toward the fire extinguisher. However, the reactions of the security personnel were even faster. They sprayed the short man with foam almost instantly after the smoke rose. The foam immediately engulfed the short man. However, the short man fainted before the smoke and fire on his body were extinguished. Bring him to cold storage room number 9. Set the temperature to 5 degrees. Then inject him with a level D recovery elixir. A researcher wearing a white coat appeared at the door of the supernatural type testing hall and relayed a string of actions to be taken without any emotion. It was clear that he had experienced this many times. He looked like a doctor. Yu Zepping's eyes suddenly lit up. Level D recovery elixir? That lad sure is lucky. Not only did he activate supernatural type genes, but he also managed to use a level D recovery elixir. That means that the number of genetic base points that he liberated is around 8 to 10, Yu Zepping told his students. The side effects also seem negligible at first glance. It's merely a leakage of power, or that he cannot fully control his powers yet. Not bad. Very good. Sutui, Chengmo, Tangting, and the rest of the students didn't respond to their teacher's blabbing. It would be good if you guys have that boy's luck. I'll be happy if just one of you becomes like that. Teacher, that lad burned off his hair and eyebrows just now. Do you think that he burned off down there too? Chengmo elbowed Tangting. Down there? Which means roasted bird? Barbecued balls? The pudgy Tangting instinctively cleared his throat and then elbowed Sutui. Sutui was shocked, having seen a superhuman for the first time. His thoughts then wandered, barbecue? Isn't that HT's favorite food? Yu Zepping, who had been smiling, immediately turned red. He was about to flare up and teach these three bastards a lesson. Sutui and Chengmo's student numbers were called at the same time. Chapter 4, It's Not X-Ray Vision. Student number J61,221,912,140,711, Chengmo. Please head to room 4. Student number J61,222,007,210,017, Sutui. Please head to room 5. Sutui, Chengmo, and Yu Zepping immediately stood up. What surprised Sutui was that Yu Zepping looked more nervous than them at this moment. Yu Zepping spewed out a few reminders: listen to the teacher once you are inside. You'll be out in a few minutes. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Don't be nervous. Relax. The death rate would not land on your heads. Sutui and Chengmo were touched when they heard the first few sentences. However, they cursed at the same time when they heard the last one. Teacher, did you know how to give a pep talk? They had not been nervous before. However, both Sutui and Chengmo became a little more nervous when they heard the words death rate. Rushed by the electronic announcement, Sutui and Chengmo stepped into their respective rooms. Before he entered the room, Chengmo even found the time to turn back and wave his fist toward Sutui. Good luck. Good luck. Sutui stepped into room 5. The door behind him closed and locked automatically. 2 attendants entered his field of vision. One of them was a security personnel wearing military gear. He was standing at the corner of the room. The other was a female researcher who was wearing a large white coat and a face mask. She had a slender figure, and her hair was tied in a ponytail. There were also security cameras on the ceiling and the floor which could ensure that the testing process was recorded in its entirety without any blind spots. Beginning identity verification. An electronic device rang out roughly 3 seconds later. Fingerprint similarity 99.7%, retina similarity 99.5%. Identity verification passed. I'll ask, you'll answer, the female researcher said. Sutui nodded. Name? Sutui. Gender? Sutui thought it was a joke. However, he answered the question honestly after he remembered Yu Zepping's instructions. Male. Do you have a history of being administered with the genetic compound chain alloy elixir? No. Do you have a history of being administered with the genetic activation stabilization elixir? No. This information had been filled out in a form before. However, they had to go through the questions again. This was the protocol. Get onto the bed and remove your pants. Sutui was shocked. Sutui had heard from his seniors that he needed to get onto a bed. There were many ways he could go about doing that. But why did he have to remove his pants? He had never heard his seniors tell him about this. The time it takes for the genetic activation stabilization elixir to take effect is the fastest if administered through the artery at your butt. It will also have the best effect, the female researcher added. Cyrillic letter yes. Sutui understood. He removed his sweatpants and crawled onto the medical bed. Several slightly cold fingers pressed onto the base of Sutui's butt. Sutui did not have the time to react. Creak. Sutui grimaced a little in pain. Every muscle in his body instantly became tense. He had been pierced in an artery. It came directly. Relax. You'll have to have surgery to remove the needle if it breaks while it is still inside you. HNG. Sutui slowly exhaled and relaxed his body. The genetic activation stabilization elixir slowly entered into Sutui's system. Another needle stabbed directly into a vein in Sutui's arm, collecting a 30 milliliter blood sample before administering the elixir. The female researcher's voice was machine-like. However, these reminders were still heartwarming. It made Sutui understand the process. He was not as nervous now. Administration of the genetic activation stabilization elixir complete. I will administer the level C genetic compound chain allo elixir in 2 minutes. Take a deep breath. Relax. Administration of the level C genetic compound chain allo elixir complete. We have entered the observation phase. The timer starts now. Sutui, immediately tell me if you notice anything abnormal. All right, teacher. There are no abnormalities for the time being. No abnormalities at all? The female researcher raised a brow. Not having any abnormalities after being administered with the genetic liberation elixir was not a good sign. Abnormalities meant that there was a certain number of genetic base points being released. The greater the intensity of the abnormalities, the more genetic base points an individual was releasing and the more potential that individual would have in the future. Of course, if the abnormal reactions reached an extreme, it would result in the genetic sequence breaking down on the spot. The outcome was death. However, under most circumstances, the probability of a student's genetic sequence breaking down after being administered with the genetic activation stabilization elixir was extremely low. That was also why students who passed the double excellent score in the genetic exams would receive a bottle of genetic activation stabilization elixir. In some sense, this was a privilege given to students who worked hard to obtain excellent results. Sutui, does your body have any abnormal reactions? The female researcher asked again. No. Sutui knew about the body's basic reactions after being administered with the genetic liberation elixir. Having an abnormal reaction meant that he was releasing or activating genetic base points. No. Sutui suddenly became nervous. Wouldn't he become useless? He still wanted to head outside of Earth to have a look. In that instant, Sutui desperately wanted his body to experience an abnormal reaction. Sutui, does your body have any abnormal reactions? The female researcher asked again after 5 minutes. No. 10 minutes later. Sutui, does your body have any abnormal reactions? No. Sutui was really nervous now. His voice even trembled slightly. Don't be nervous. Relax. It's still early, the female researcher consoled him gently. 20 minutes later. Sutui, does your body have any abnormal reactions? No. Sutui was a little flustered. He was very flustered. He had read countless papers about his senior's bodily reactions after being administered with the genetic liberation elixir. Some of them had cramps. Some had itchy hands. Some felt pain in their ears. Some had swollen eyes. Some felt pain in their mouths. Some even had hallucinations. There were even some who suddenly wanted a girlfriend. Sutui had envisioned the abnormal reactions that he might have before he entered the room. However, this was defying all of his expectations. To think that he would not experience any abnormal reactions at all. Not having a reaction meant that the genetic liberation elixir had been ineffective. In other words, Sutui might have a super-stable genetic constitution that was rarely seen among humans. It was also called the worthless constitution. Sutui was so flustered that he slipped into a daze. The female researcher questioned Sutui again 30 minutes later. The answer was still no. This time, The military personnel standing by the corner had a look of pity on his face. A student who could score above the double excellent score during the college admission exams would not be too bad in terms of self-regulation and their study ability. Unfortunately, he had a worthless constitution. What a pity. The female researcher also let out a soft sigh. The probability of the student in front of her having a super-stable genetic constitution was above 90%. The maximum time allocated for the observation phase has been reached. We have not observed any abnormal reactions from the student, Sutui, for the time being. The direction of the released genetic base points is unknown. We'll take another blood sample and compare it with the blood sample we took before the administration of the genetic liberation elixir. The female researcher reported each of her actions. It should be for the purpose of creating an electronic record through the surveillance equipment. They could use it if they needed to. All right, you can get off the bed now, the female researcher said. Sutui, who was lying on the medical bed, tried to get off the bed. However, his entire body felt limp. He could not muster any strength. The female researcher's cold fingers reached out toward him and gently pulled him up from the bed. It was very easy for the female researcher to pull Sutui up, even though he was 1.8 meters tall and weighed over 70 kilograms. It seemed as though she did not have to use any strength. Sutui, who was still in a daze, was abruptly pulled up to a sitting position. Without waiting for the feelings of disappointment in his heart to spread, Sutui, who was now sitting, suddenly saw his vision turn black. A strange pain assaulted him. It was an intense pain that felt as though his brain was exploding. Ah! Sutui grabbed his head with both hands and screamed in pain. Amidst the pain, Sutui felt both his hands sweating. The female researcher had a shocked expression. She immediately laid Sutui down on the bed and pushed over a large life examination device. Red and green light started flickering on Sutui's body. An electronic voice rang out. Life vitals are stable. Brain waves are normal. The electronic voice caused the female researcher's brows to furrow. Even though she had seen many people with worthless constitutions, she did not want to believe the suave boy in front of her had a worthless constitution. Sutui's abnormal reaction just now might be because he had released several genetic base points. However, the highly accurate life examination device reported that there were no abnormalities. Of course, the life examination device could only examine life vitals. Sutui, if you can, report your body's reaction. Reporting. Teacher, my head hurts. It felt as though my head was about to explode just now. Does it still hurt? It doesn't really hurt anymore. It was just that instant. Report any other abnormal reactions. My eyes are a little swollen. My ears feel a little painful. These abnormal reactions made Sutui heave a sigh of relief. At least there was a reaction, right? Swollen eyes and painful ears might mean that he released genetic base points related to his hearing and vision. The hopeful Sutui started thinking about his possible abilities. Long-range vision? Or dynamic vision? Or perhaps ultrasonic abilities? If it was X-ray vision, that would be too wonderful. Sutui, whose pain had been alleviated greatly, instinctively glanced toward the tall and slender female researcher in front of him. What a pity. The large white coat was still a large white coat. He didn't see through it. Sutui was a little dejected. What are you thinking about at such a young age? The female researcher seemed to have read Sutui's thoughts and gave Sutui a harsh scolding. She immediately gave Sutui a pigeon egg-sized bump on his forehead. That force. It almost made Sutui's teeth hurt from the shaking of his head. Was she still a woman? Even if you release vision-related genetic base points, your innate ability would not immediately appear. It would require some time. That means to say, there's still a possibility that Sutui instinctively looked toward the female researcher's large white coat again. The female researcher raised her slender eyebrows. Sutui immediately touched his head with both his hands. The force was too great. He should lay low for the time being. All right, get off the bed. The washroom is on the other side. You have 1 minute to clean up the blood on your face. The female researcher stopped bothering about Sutui after she said her piece. She became engrossed in her supplementary report and records. Sutui, he experienced a piercing headache within 1 minute after the maximum of 30 minutes allocated for the observation phase. The headache lasted less than a second. His mental state is normal. His life vitals are normal. His eyes are slightly flushed with blood. His ears are visibly bleeding. The bleeding is less than 1 milliliter. He might have released vision and sound-related genetic base points. Priority recommendation for tests in the vision type and sound type testing halls. Moreover, reflex type and intelligence type testing halls are recommended. If there are no findings, we can try the mystery branch testing hall when the comparison results of the blood samples before and after the administration of the genetic compound chain allele elixir is released. The female researcher quickly gave a conclusion to Sutui's genetic exam. She signed the report and uploaded it online, then gave Sutui a handwritten form. After walking into the washroom, Sutui realized that the amount of blood he lost might be much more than what the female researcher said. There was a little bit of blood in his ears. There was also a strong metallic stench in his nasal cavity. The insides of his mouth were covered in blood. After washing up as fast as he could, Sutui stared fiercely at the bump that had risen on his forehead. He had a dejected expression. The limp handwritten form was like a solid card in the hands of the female researcher. It accurately flew into the hands of Sutui, who had just stepped out of the washroom. Quickly head to the testing halls to test your genetic base points. Find out which direction your genetic base points are heading toward. The female researcher moved her hand and pressed on a pager. The door immediately opened. Chapter 5, Teacher, I'm hungry. Sutui had just walked out of the room when Chengmo, Tangting, and Yu Zeping immediately gathered around him. Yu Zeping was the fastest to approach him. How is it? You took so long that I thought that your genetic sequence had broken down. Chengmo grinned. Sutui glanced silently at Chengmo. I can last longer than you, can't I? Chengmo was speechless. My God, little Tui, you might really become big Tui now. You have an extra bulge on your head. Did you activate the third eye that had long vanished amongst humans? Or are you going to evolve backward and grow a horn like those found in insects? The plum Tangting looked at Sutui's forehead and spoke louder than usual. It immediately attracted the attention of the entire hall. Sutui did not know what to say. He was too embarrassed to tell them the truth about the bulge on his head. Instantly, countless gazes landed on Sutui's body. The greater the abnormal reaction, the greater the potential of that person was. That was the absolute rule of the genetic exam. That absolute rule was proven by how many people's attention the bulge on Sutui's forehead managed to attract. Yu Zeping was extremely shocked. Chengmo looked at the bulge on Sutui's forehead and directly touched it with his hand. Why does this look a little like a swell? I think I've also had this when I was young. Chengmo was very confused. Yu Zeping hit Chengmo violently on his head. Chengmo had a very indignant expression. He was speaking the truth. Can you get a bulge like that after I hit you? Yu Zeping said angrily. There were no changes to Chengmo's head. Chengmo was speechless. Teacher, maybe you didn't use enough force. Why not try and hit him again? Sutui, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke. Chengmo immediately guarded his head and took 3 steps back. He retreated to a safe distance. If he was to allow Yu Zeping to hit him with full strength, he did not know if he would develop any abnormal reactions. But he would definitely have a concussion. Chengmo wasn't a fool. Let me see your hand sign the exam slip. The anxious teacher immediately swiped over the exam slip from Sutui's hand. Chengmo and Tangting also gathered over, extremely impatient. Your ears bled? Priority recommendation to vision type and sound type testing halls? Yu Zeping's eyes instantly lit up. He quickly pushed Sutui toward the vision-related and sound type testing halls. You should get tested as soon as possible. Su Tui did not have the time to exchange information with Cheng Mo, Tang Ting, and the rest of his classmates before he was pushed to the vision type testing hall by Yu Zeping. Cheng Mo had been called into the room with Su Tui just now. Tang Ting's student number was directly after Su Tui's, which meant that he should also have been administered with the genetic liberation elixir already. After all, the time Su Tui took for the observation phase was too long. Most people only took 5 minutes. The two of them had most likely already completed the tests that determined the direction of their genetic base points. Who knew what kinds of genetic base points Cheng Mo and Tang Ting had released? Before they vanished from his sight, Tang Ting's rotund figure suddenly flashed within Su Tui's eyes. A thought occurred in his mind: could Tang Ting have activated the genetic base points at his stomach? That the vision type testing hall was clean and simple. It was made up of windows with a variety of equipment that administered vision-related tests. From Windows 1 to 6, Su Tui followed the instructions and operated the machines for 30 seconds to a minute. The machines automatically printed a test report. Su Tui had gone through these tests before the exam and was familiar with them. About 4 minutes later, the last machine finally printed the report for Su Tui. The report consisted of data before the genetic exam and the data after he was administered with the genetic liberation elixir. The difference was clearly labeled. His standard vision score before the exam was 4.7, while his score now was 5.4. No dynamic vision before the exam, no dynamic vision now. No tracking-related vision abilities before the exam, no tracking-related vision abilities now. No X-ray vision before the exam, no X-ray vision now. The results were stated clearly in the test report. Su Tui could roughly guess that he did not activate any vision-related genetic base points even without getting a teacher to look at the report. Through the overall testing, it is found that the student's vision-related changes are part of the normal overall quality improvement after being administered with the genetic compound chain alum elixir. There are temporarily no findings of any characteristics related to the activation of vision-related genetic base points. It is recommended that the student be tested for other areas. Signed. Stamped. Su Tui walked out of the vision type testing hall, a little dejected. His heart felt strangely empty. To think that he did not have an X-ray vision. Seeing how Su Tui was, Yu Zeping could guess what the result was even without looking at the test report. He immediately pushed Su Tui toward the sound type testing hall. Your ear canals bled after being administered with the elixir. There's a large probability that you activated sound-related genes. Don't worry. He quickly added, you would be a superhuman if you managed to roar infrasonic waves in the future. Yu Zeping was very meticulous. He even consoled Su Tui. Not far away, Cheng Mo, Tang Ting, and the rest of the students glanced at Su Tui, who was getting pushed into another testing hall, and gathered to discuss. The plump Tang Ting had an excited look on his face. He flailed his fists and flexed his muscles from time to time. On the contrary, Cheng Mo's expression was a little dull and dejected. The sound type testing hall was a little more complicated than the vision type testing hall, and it tested for more aspects of gene activation. However, every test was relatively quick. The hall was split into two major areas, hearing and speaking. More accurately, it was hearing and roaring. Many students would experience transformation relating to their voices after being administered with their genetic liberation elixir and activated sound-related genetic base points. Other than the basic enhancements to their hearing, some could even directly hear wireless sound waves of different frequencies and even special ultrasonic waves. Some might even be able to produce unique sounds, such as infrasonic waves or ultrasonic waves. The entire testing process was conducted with machines. Su Tui got a test report 5 minutes later. The comments of the teacher in charge of the tests were largely similar to that of the vision type testing hall. Through the overall testing, it is found that the student's sound-related changes are part of the normal overall quality improvement after being administered with the genetic compound chain alum elixir. There are temporarily no findings of any characteristics related to the activation of sound-related genetic base points. It is recommended that the student be tested for other areas. After Sutui got out of the testing hall, Yu Zepping snatched over his test report and had a look, then became a little anxious. He immediately pushed Sutui toward the reflex-type testing hall. In all of the classes that Yu Zepping had brought in the past, he had produced 3 students who passed the double excellent score. Currently, 2 of them have become useless. Actually, they were not useless. It was just... Unfortunately, Yu Zepping's heart felt more and more worried after every test. Sutui's heart sank lower and lower after every test. The reflex-type testing hall that mainly tested him on his reflexes and reaction speed produced the same results as the rest of the halls. The intelligence-type testing hall that tested him on memory and studying abilities also produced the same results. Sutui's face turned a little pale. Yu Zepping's expression also became a little ugly. Don't worry. There's still the mystery branch testing hall. Even though he said that, Yu Zepping did not bring Sutui toward the mystery branch testing hall. That was because the mystery branch testing hall could not be entered at will. A candidate had to be recommended by an invigilator. Actually, Sutui had already received the recommendation. That was the handwritten test slip given to him by the female researcher. If there are no findings, we can try the mystery branch testing hall when the comparison results of the blood samples before and after the administration of the genetic compound chain allo elixir is released. Sutui could get tested at the mystery branch testing hall just with this handwritten test slip. However, the premise was that he had to obtain the results of the comparison of his blood samples before and after the administration of the genetic compound chain allo elixir first. Only then could he enter the mystery branch testing hall. They were now waiting for the results of the comparison. However, under such a situation, both Yu Zepping and Sutui felt a little pessimistic. According to the examination strategies provided by his seniors, most of the time, any individual who had activated mystery-type genetic base points would have very obvious signs. For example, the short student who had been confirmed as a superb type just now would experience abnormal reactions around him even if he did not enter the testing hall. For example, the self-ignition of his hair or setting the things that he touched on fire, etc. The students who had completed their tests gathered around Sutui the moment he walked out. They knew the results without even asking just by seeing the expressions of Sutui and Yu Zepping. There was no way to console them under such a circumstance. There was no next time. This was the only opportunity that would determine the future. Of course, it was fine to not activate any genetic base points. Any individual who was administered with the genetic liberation elixir would receive a 5 to 20% enhancement in their overall basic qualities based on the level of the elixirs they were administered with. They would have an advantage, be it in study or work. Furthermore, Sutui had been administered with a level C genetic liberation elixir. However, the possibility of strengthening his genes in the future would be very low. It's alright. I've only activated 3 genetic base points. That's next to nothing. I've also been administered with a level D genetic liberation elixir, which is not as good as yours, a classmate consoled. Suddenly, Cheng Mo let out a long sigh. You should be content. Anything is better than what I got. Sutui glanced over and saw that Cheng Mo really had a grim look on his face. He could not help but be curious. I activated 11 genetic base points. Not bad, right? Cheng Mo pointed to himself and said emotionally. 11 genetic base points. That was more than decent. That was very good. The fundamental requirement for entering the Jinchen Genetic Evolution College was activating only 5 genetic base points. The requirement for entering the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College, a college ranked within the top 3 in the country, was 10 genetic base points. But darn it. Cheng Mo pointed toward his chest and looked like he was about to cry. Of the 11 genetic base points I activated, 7 of them are at the stomach, gathered at the digestive system. Would I become the man who would become the king of gluttons? Cheng Mo looked up into the air and grieved. I don't even eat that much on an average day. I don't even eat a third of what Tang Ting eats. Why must the fat Tang Ting be the one to activate speed and power-related genes? He looks more like the man who will become the king of gluttons no matter how I look at it. Why did it become me in the end? The corner of Cheng Mo's eyes became red as he spoke. His 1.8-meter frame knelt onto the ground. Su Tui was silent. Tang Ting was even more silent. He had been mocked just because he was a little plumper. That was why Yu Zeping said that Cheng Mo had basically become useless. The benefits of activating digestion-type genetic base points, especially those around his stomach, were that he could eat more, grow a little fatter, and recover a little faster. It was frequently termed as rice bucket. Yu Zeping felt immense pain in his heart when he thought about how Cheng Mo, a handsome 1.8-meter man, might become a 300-kilogram meat mountain in the future. He felt a strange pain in his heart. Cheng Mo, stand up if you are a man. After all, you've also activated other types of genetic base points. There are still possibilities, Yu Zeping said, hopeful. I'll try my best to help you. I'll ask people I've worked with in the past and research an enhancement direction for you. I'll definitely help you with any troubles you face. Cheng Mo, who had an upset expression just now, stood up abruptly. Teacher, I am facing some trouble now. At this very moment. At this very place. Yu Zeping spoke with a tone that seemed to imply that no trouble was too great. Tell me. I'll definitely help you if I can. Teacher, I'm hungry. As if to complement the situation, Cheng Mo's stomach let out a deafening rumble. Chapter 6, Mystery Branch Genetic Base Points. The comparison of the blood sample before and after the administration of the genetic liberation elixir required 20 minutes for the result to be produced. The reports of Cheng Mo, Tang Ting, and the rest of the students had come out. Su Tui still had to wait for a while. The time he took for the observation phase was too long. The students took advantage of this time and started chatting with each other. Su Tui also gained a general understanding of the students' results. How could he put it? The outcome of activating more genetic base points might not be good. Cheng Mo was the perfect example of that. He had 11 genetic base points, and he had activated the most number of genetic base points in Jinchen 9th High School's Class 3-7. However, most of the base points he activated were gathered at his stomach. That made it a little useless. There was a student who only activated 6 genetic base points, but all 6 were smell-related. There was great potential for those genetic base points to be developed into a professional skill in the future. He had a bright future ahead. Another example was the plump Tang Ting. He only activated 8 genetic base points, but it was a better combination of power and speed. This combination was a strong competition even amongst genetic warriors. Oh, yes, dating, Tang Ting, what specifically are the power and speed-related genetic base points that you activated? Su Tui asked. Power and speed were major categories. They were split into several other smaller aspects. It would have been fine if Su Tui had not asked. Su Tui's question caused Tang Ting's chubby cheeks to blush. He looked a little emotional. Lower body strength? Not bad. What about speed? Su Tui continued to ask. Tang Ting turned silent. What was the problem? Su Tui's gaze moved toward Cheng Mo. It's hand speed. Tang Ting looked emotionally at his right hand and answered Su Tui, reluctant to let Cheng Mo announce the news for him. Hand speed? Su Tui was confused. Didn't the teacher say that the more of an aspect you use, the more probable it is that you would activate genetic base points relating to that aspect? Old Tang, your hand speed, how did you train that? Hand speed. How it's used. Its direction. This image. That's right. It's his hand speed. Furthermore, it's the right hand that he likes to use. What else could he be doing? He's already fast. He'll be faster in the future. Cheng Mo, who was searching for all possible kinds of food by the side, added insult to injury, you're the fast one. Tang Ting's face instantly became red. He stepped forward and tussled with Cheng Mo. The security personnel further away glanced at them but did not pay them any heed. There were many scenes of great grief and happiness during every genetic exam. The security personnel would not interfere as long as those incidents did not affect the order of the venue. Just as the two of them were tussling, two other students who had completed their exam suddenly walked over when they saw the action on this side. Huh? Aren't you guys the big, medium, small 3 elites of class 3-7 who are hailed as the most morally upright people in the school? What's going on? Are you guys having an internal quarrel because you failed to activate any genetic base points? The tall and muscular He Mingjuan and Sun Kai, who was built like a bull, stood with their arms crossed in front of their chest. They looked as though they were witnessing a spectacle. Of course, this attitude had not appeared out of thin air. Those two people were also from Jinchen 9th High School. They were in class 3-6. They were neighbors in school. Even though high school students' energy was mostly expended by their studies and training, those things could not suppress youth. The two classes had been through several conflicts with each other. They had faced off against each other in the small forest multiple times. They both had victories under their belt. However, the insults of these two people felt exceptionally piercing this time, especially since all three elites were feeling a little dejected. Tang Ting's nickname was Tang Dating. He was the big elite because he was large. Cheng Mo's moniker was Cheng Mozi. Why was he the medium elite? Because he had average height. Su Tui's nickname was Zhao Tui, little elite. The arrival of He Mingjuan and Sun Kai made Cheng Mo and Tang Ting stop their tussle immediately. They then stood beside Su Tui. They were united against an external enemy. Scram over to the side. Who are you to comment on our brotherly affairs? Tang Ting looked the most charismatic at this moment. I have a combination of speed and power. Be careful, or I'll beat you guys up next time. Who will be on the receiving end of the beating is not decided yet. He Mingsun displayed his test report. Coincidentally, I also activated genetic base points that are a combination of speed and power. Yes, I activated 10 genetic base points. Tang Ting's expression changed. He instantly turned a little cowardly. After all, his speed-related genetic base point had a weak specialization that was hand speed. He Mingsun had an extremely valuable overall speed specialization. Unsatisfied that they were losing in terms of spirit, Cheng Mo spoke with a fierce expression. It's just 10 genetic base points. What's so good about that? I activated 11 genetic base points. Cheng Mo also displayed his test report. Even though he only flashed it for an instant, He Mingsun and Sun Kai, whose vision had been enhanced after being administered with their genetic liberation elixir, still saw it clearly. Sun Kai grabbed his stomach and laughed in an exaggerated manner. 7 of your genetic base points are at your stomach. Wouldn't you become the legendary rice bucket? Sun Kai laughed loudly. I'm going to die of laughter. A future rice bucket dares to compare himself with us future genetic warriors? Cheng Mo's face instantly became stern. Su Tui was feeling very upset. However, they were brothers. They had to fight back against the outsiders together, even if they had to kneel in the process. They had to kneel together after they fended off the enemy. They could not back down. Without waiting for Su Tui to speak, He Mingsun and Sun Kai's insults fell onto Su Tui's head. And you, Su Xiaochu? Do you think that you would be able to activate the mystery branch just because of the bump on your head? Continue dreaming. The overall teacher in charge over there already said that it's highly likely that you have a worthless constitution. You didn't even activate a single genetic base point. As for why they got you to go through the tests, that's because the female researcher took pity on you. Is Su Tui here? An attendant in a white coat shouted as he waved the report in his hand while He Mingsun and Sun Kai were spewing their insults. However, his shouts were drowned by the arrogant He Mingsun and Sun Kai, who continued to make fun of Su Tui. Shut up. Not far away, the security personnel who had not moved during the entire incident took action. He seemed to only have taken one step, but he quickly appeared behind He Mingsun and Sun Kai. In the next instant, the 1.8-meter tall He Mingsun and Sun Kai, who was built like a bull, got lifted by their collars by the security personnel as if they were little chicks. The two of them immediately lost their voices. There was a wave of shocked exclamations in the hall. A bunch of boys became envious and agitated when they witnessed the suave security personnel lift He Mingsun and Sun Kai as if they were weightless. A group of girls jumped in excitement. They lamented the fact that their communication devices were confiscated before they entered the exam venue. Otherwise, they would definitely be manically taking pictures of the scene. They would then charge forward to grab a photo with the security personnel. Then, they would post it on social media with the caption, "Personally witnessed my idol picking up little chicks." Quiet. The powerful aura of the security personnel erupted across the hall. It instantly silenced the venue of the genetic exams. The researcher wearing a white robe also arrived in front of Su Tui and his friends. He confirmed the electronic information on the top of the report. "You are student number J61,222,007,210,017, Su Tui?" "I am." Su Tui nodded. "Yes, the comparison report of your blood samples before and after you were administered with the genetic compound chain aloe elixir has come out. The blood comparison shows that you activated a total of 14 genetic base points. Take this and get tested at the Mystery Branch Testing Hall," the white-robed researcher said. "I activated 14 genetic base points?" Su Tui was a little dumbfounded. The white-robed researcher glanced to the test report again, a little uncertain. He then said, "That's right, 14. Head over to the Mystery Branch Testing Hall quickly." 14? Yu Zeping, who had returned empty-handed after searching for food for Cheng Mo, snatched over the test report. He was extremely excited. 14 genetic base points. It's guaranteed to be the Mystery Branch. Go. Go quickly. Yu Zeping disregarded everything else after he finished speaking. He grabbed Su Tui and pushed him toward the Mystery Branch Testing Hall. He Mingsun and Sun Kai, who had been released, rubbed the back of their necks. They had a pained expression. The security personnel had used too much force. They could still feel the pain. However, what made them even more frustrated was that Su Tui had activated 14 genetic base points. 14 genetic base points. He Mingsun was a little startled. The record number of genetic base points a student from Jinchen 9th High School managed to activate during the genetic exam was 14. It wasn't even announced at the venue itself. However, no one cared about the two of them anymore. The halo of Su Tui having activated 14 genetic base points had attracted everyone's attention. Su Tui did not display any genetic base points at the extreme branch. That meant that his 14 genetic base points must belong to the Mystery Branch. Furthermore, in the current system of genetic enhancement and evolution, there might be more than 100 people in the extreme branch before a person in the Mystery Branch would appear. Under most circumstances, the potential and future development of the Mystery Branch was not something that the extreme branch could compare. Furthermore, a person from the Mystery Branch could easily defeat most people from the extreme branch once their abilities developed to a certain extent. Cheng Mo, Tang Ting, and the rest of the students looked at Su Tui, who was being pushed into the Mystery Branch Testing Hall by Yu Zeping. Su Tui, did he really activate Mystery Branch genetic base points? If he really did, what type from a Mystery Branch would it be? Chapter 7, Su Tui's Mystery Branch Ability. The comparison of Su Tui's blood sample taken before and after the administration of the genetic liberation elixir showed that he had activated 14 genetic base points. Su Tui, who had been a little dejected just now, immediately felt more energetic. He vigorously stepped into the Mystery Branch Testing Hall. The results of the blood sample comparison were clear as day. The 14 genetic base points were objectively there. He had already been tested negative for all of the tests in the extreme branch. That meant that Su Tui was guaranteed to be in the Mystery Branch. Compared to the testing halls in the extreme branch that was equipped with a large number of testing equipment for the various extreme branch abilities, the Mystery Branch Testing Hall seemed much simpler. Sutui had just stepped into the first room of the tunnel in the mystery branch testing hall, which was a radiation-influenced type testing room, when an unknown gas enveloped him. Sutui became groggy. It might have been a few seconds or perhaps a few minutes. Sutui had a test report in his hands when he came to his senses. After the testing, it is determined that Sutui has not activated any radiation-influenced type genetic base points. The option was very thoroughly and quickly dismissed. The most famous radiation-influenced type ability of the mystery branch was mental disruption. It was more commonly called hypnotism. Sutui shook his head and walked toward the sensory type testing room. He entered the room quickly and left the room even faster. It was still a negative test report. Then, Sutui entered the superb type testing room of the mystery branch. The superb type testing room was a straight tunnel with several weird items placed on both sides. Sutui walked through the tunnel as requested, but nothing happened. Then, Sutui received another negative test report. Sutui became flustered once again. There are not many subsections of the mystery branch. According to the testing order, there should still be an enlightened mind testing room in front of him. However, Sutui did not manage to find where the enlightened mind testing room was even after he walked once around the mystery branch testing hall. Sutui was a little confused. "Can I ask where the enlightened mind testing room is?" Sutui proactively asked the security personnel. "The enlightened mind testing room is in room 5. Room 5? Sutui's gaze scanned past the row of testing rooms in the mystery branch testing hall. He was still confused. There was no room 5. "Outside," the security personnel added. "Outside? It is room 5 from rooms 1 to 40 where you were administered with the genetic liberation elixir." Sutui froze. That was quite unexpected. It was a little startling. The mystery branch had a strong reputation. Why would the enlightened mind type testing room not have its own room, but was instead merged with the rooms used to administer the genetic liberation elixir? Oh, that was not logical. Sutui obediently walked out of the mystery branch testing hall and toward the enlightened mind type testing room. Coincidentally, it was the room where Sutui had been administered with the genetic liberation elixir. "How is it? Which type of the mystery branch are you exactly? Are you a superb individual?" Why Yu Zepping and a bunch of students gathered around Sutui when they saw him come out of the testing hall. Sutui shook his head and pointed toward room 5. He told them that he still had to go through one test. Why Yu Zepping and the rest of the students had a confused expression. Why did he have to return to the room where he took his exam previously? Did Sutui have to be administered with another elixir? Sutui was also very frustrated. If he was not an enlightened mind type, Sutui would have to consider the possibility that there was a mistake with his blood comparison report. He had activated 14 genetic base points but did not fit anywhere within the extreme branch or the mystery branch. Sutui suddenly thought about an extremely terrifying possibility. I would be dissected and examined by the Genetic Research Institute. After all, they might be able to find a new research direction if they dissected Sutui, wouldn't they? Sutui was very nervous. He pressed on the doorbell and expressed his intentions. The people inside got Sutui to wait for a while. A few minutes later, a student walked out of room 5. The female researcher in room 5 immediately shouted for Sutui to enter. It was the same female researcher. However, Sutui, who had failed every test so far, was already feeling a little scared. "Hello. I'm here to test if I have activated any enlightened mind type genetic base points," Sutui said. "Your previous test report and your blood sample comparison report," the female researcher said. "Your blood sample comparison shows that you have activated 14 genetic base points." She looked at Sutui and continued, "It looks like you did not activate any genetic base points relating to X-ray vision." The female researcher mentioned it again. Sutui, who was worried about the future, no longer had the mood to blush. All he wanted to know was if he had activated any enlightened mind type genetic base points or not, as well as whether or not he would be dissected and studied on. "Teacher, When would we begin the test? Sutui asked. You're so anxious? The female researcher, who was wearing a face mask, looked at Sutui's handsome, tightly scrunched face. She arched her slender brows. She must have smiled. She then took out a card and wrote a few words on it. She then signed her name and placed a stamp on the card. With a flick, the card landed accurately in Sutui's hands. Yes, you activated 14 genetic base points, and they are all enlightened mind type. This is the final test report. It will be entered into the system immediately, the female researcher explained. They are all enlightened mind type. Sutui was still a little confused when he saw the test report. He wasn't tested at all, was he? He at least felt a little faint during the radiation influence type test. He did not feel anything during this enlightened mind type test before it was completed. It was done just like that? Do you have any other questions? The female researcher turned her head and looked toward Sutui. Sutui looked at the female researcher, then glanced toward the final test report in his hand. He felt a little faint. It's done just like that? I think. I didn't go through any tests, right? What kind of tests do you want? Would it still be called the mystery branch if you can see through the tests? The female researcher said. Sutui froze. That made sense. Why would it be called the mystery branch otherwise? Then, goodbye, teacher. Sutui greeted politely and was about to leave. Wait. The female researcher suddenly stopped Sutui before he went out of the room. This is my name card. You can ask me any questions about the enlightened mind if you intend to enroll in the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College, she offered. Don't bother me if there's no need to. I'll blacklist you otherwise. The name card flew accurately into Sutui's hand. Sutui did not understand this special treatment. He didn't seem to have any friends and family of that kind. Could this be because of the small interlude just now? He felt that it was impossible after he thought about it. The female researcher once again displayed her incredible skill of reading Sutui's thoughts. Don't overthink it. I gave you my name card mainly because the members of the School of Enlightened Mind, there are not many of them. The female researcher shrugged her shoulders. Furthermore, as long as there are no holes in your brain, you'll probably enroll in the School of Enlightened Mind of the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College. There are no holes in your brain, right? Sutui shook his head in a daze. He glanced at the name card, and Xiaoxu, Mystery Branch Institute of the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College, Professor. Professors. They were either old or middle-aged. Even though he could not see her face, the female researcher's voice and the youthful aura that she was exuding all suggested that she was not that old. She was such a young professor. Furthermore, she was a professor from the best college in Huaksha, the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College. It was rather startling. Sutui was not a fool. Everything was possible in this great genetic era where genes could be strengthened, mutated, or evolved. He kept the name card and expressed his thanks, then left the room. Sutui had just walked out of room 5 when a bunch of students and Yu Zepping surrounded him. They all stared at Sutui with an expecting gaze. How is it? Are you in the mystery branch? Yes, it's the mystery branch, 14 genetic base points. Sutui waved the final test report in his hand. Chengmo, Tangting, and the rest of the students stepped forward and gathered around Sutui as they cheered. They were elated. It was as if they were in the mystery branch themselves. All of the stress Sutui felt disappeared amidst the students' smiles and laughter. Sutui also smiled. Yu Zepping also smiled when he witnessed the scene. However, there was an imperceptible bitterness behind his smile. It might be the last time in their lives that these students would be smiling this happily, this innocently. Yu Zepping stole a glance at Sutui's final test report while the students were playing and tossing it around. The corner of his lips suddenly twitched. To think that it is the enlightened mind type. As a man in the academe, Yu Zepping had some understanding of the mysterious enlightened mind type. The enlightened mind type seemed to be more focused on research. Oh, yes, little Tui. Just what exactly is the ability of your mystery branch? Tang Ting suddenly asked. In reality, Su Tui was also considering that question. You should go register your final test report quickly now that you have gotten it. Collect the instructional guide of your respective ability. After that, Yu Zeping instructed Su Tui. Then he turned to the others and said, the same goes for the rest of you. You have to know that the 3 months after being administered with the genetic liberation elixir is the time when you will experience constant enhancement. You must not be tardy during these 3 months. From this point on, Yu Zeping got into a nagging mode. You have to adhere to the instructional guide strictly from tomorrow until the time you report to your college a few days later. You must start training based on the direction of your genetic base points. It'll all depend on you. Yu Zeping's tone suddenly became a little choked. It caused 2 female students to tear up after they heard him. You can cry, but we'll still have to see each other when you fill up your college preferences tomorrow. Go quickly. Don't waste time. You must not miss a day of training from now on. Following Yu Zeping's instructions, the students ran toward their respective reporting points for their genetic base points to get their instructional guides. The rest of the students had to join a queue. The mystery branch that Su Tui headed to had no line. The instructional guide of the enlightened mind type was thin, extremely thin. Other than a general summary of the enlightened mind, the guide did not provide him with any way to train his ability. Of course, Su Tui still did not know what his mystery branch ability really was, other than the faint metallic stench of blood in his mouth. Su Tui still had many doubts in his heart even after he got out of the Genetic Research Institute. He also felt indescribable pressure. He did not wait for Cheng Mo, Tang Ting, and the rest of the students who were still queuing and went home alone. Su Tui mulled over a question along the way. Just what was the ability of the 14 mystery branch genetic base points he activated? Su Tui did not have an answer even after he reached home. He looked at the name card of the female professor, and Xiaoxu. Su Tui fought back the urge to call her. Of course, it wouldn't have helped if he called her. She was still presiding over the examination in the Genetic Research Institute. Her communication device must still be turned off. Su Tui returned home safely. Su Jianguo and Zhang Ziuli were extremely happy. A parent had received news of their child experiencing a genetic breakdown in the afternoon. The parents' group chat had exploded. Su Tui activating 14 genetic base points that were all from the mystery branch was not as important. Of course, Su Jianguo was surprised when he heard that the genetic base points that Su Tui activated were from the mystery branch enlightened mind type. Su Tui returned to his room not long after he finished his meal. He tapped gently on his communication device, and a virtual keyboard projection appeared on his study table. Su Tui preferred using the keyboard projection to the voice input function. Su Tui quickly searched the web for information using a variety of search engines. Unfortunately, the current internet had reached an indescribable level of power and convenience. However, the censorship of information had also reached an unprecedented level. It was especially so for sensitive information. To put it simply, the information regarding the mystery branch on the internet was all things that Su Tui had already known. Su Tui could not find anything he wanted to learn about the mystery branch, much less the uncommon enlightened mind type. Su Tui scoured the net until 1 in the morning before having no choice but to give up. It looks like I have to contact Professor N tomorrow. A professor from the Mystery Branch Institute of a Genetic Evolution College should be able to give Su Tui a little advice, right? Su Tui washed up, took off his shirt, and got onto the bed. Su Tui sat cross-legged out of habit and began his evening meditation. He inhaled through his nose and exhaled with his mouth. He relaxed his entire body and soon entered an ethereal, completely relaxed meditative state just like he always had. However, Su Tui suddenly felt a glimmer in his eyes immediately after he entered the meditative state. Something was wrong. Su Tui knew that his eyes were still tightly shut. However, the area in front of his eyes had become bright. He gradually saw a human figure. It was a human figure that was sitting with his legs crossed. The area around the figure was pulsing. It was as if countless rays of light were coursing around the figure, making the entire scene look blurry. There were only 14 weak spots of light on the head of the human figure. Where did he come from? Sutui was shocked. He opened his eyes to search for the figure. It was gone. The figure appeared again when he closed his eyes and entered the meditative state. Sutui tried searching for the figure for some time before he had a sudden realization. The person he saw might have been himself. It felt unreal. Chapter 8, Sutui's second bleeding. Sutui got off the bed and walked toward the washroom, moving a chair that was blocking his way. He first eliminated the possibility of a hallucination. Then, Sutui found himself a piece of paper and wrote his name down. He also wrote the names of the students that he had a crush on in the junior year. They were all girls. There were no guys. He looked through the list. It was accurate. Sutui eliminated the possibility that he was undergoing a period of insanity. Basically, I can confirm that the hazy figure I saw when I closed my eyes in the meditative state is myself. There were two reasons for his judgment. First, there were 14 weak spots of light concentrated on the head of the figure. It was highly likely that those spots of light corresponded to the 14 mystery branch genetic base points Sutui activated in the afternoon. Second, Sutui tried to move when he was in his meditative state. For example, he changed his position from sitting cross-legged to lying down. He also stretched his arms and shook his head. The figure also reflected the changes in his position as long as the magnitude of the actions was large enough. Could this be the mystery branch ability I obtained after I activated the 14 genetic base points? Sutui got off the bed and once again turned on the projection function of his communication device. He scoured the net with ferocious activity. There was an overload of information regarding mystery branch abilities on the internet. However, most of them were not worth taking into consideration. It was even more so for Sutui's case of seeing a strange figure when he was in a meditative state. The comment section always had the best pieces of information. Sutui did not find anything that he could directly use. However, he did find some useful information in the comment sections of web novels and movie streaming sites. Currently, the distinction of the degree of human genetic evolution was as follows: genetic liberator, genetic mutant, genetic evolver, and genetic transmuter. A very small percentage of genetic evolvers could develop the ability of introspection. There was also a small number of genetic transmuters who received the ability of introspection through genetic fusion modification. The most important function of these kinds of introspection was that it allowed the user to understand the changes to their body to a large extent even without the use of any technological devices. Under most circumstances, their introspection was even more accurate than technological devices. This was a genetic ability that skewed toward supportive capabilities. However, this ability was something that was loved by maniacs who liked experimenting on their own bodies. On the contrary, extreme branch genetic warriors and mystery branch superbs who participated in intergalactic battles would never choose this as an evolutionary path. The decision to evolve and strengthen their genes toward a certain direction was extremely valuable and precious. The supportive type introspection ability was very similar to the figure that Sutui could see right now. Sutui was very satisfied even though it was a relatively weaker supportive ability. At least he had a mystery branch ability. Otherwise, he could only keep silent when someone asked him what his ability was. Furthermore, this supportive ability was something that could only be developed and obtained by a high-level genetic evolver or genetic transmuter. What level was Sutui at now? Sutui had never had any interaction with genetic mutants or genetic evolvers. Sutui was not even a genetic liberator, which ranked the lowest amongst all the other levels. Sutui was satisfied. He was very satisfied. Understanding how his body was built was also a great ability. Finally, Sutui began meditating once again and entered the introspective state. He started to learn about how his body was built. He changed his position. This time, he lay down on his bed to meditate. An hour later, Sutui realized that he had learned much more about the human body than what he learned during the entire 6th year of middle school. Nerves, muscles, bone structure, joints, blood vessels, etc. Observing those 1,000 times using models was not as effective as looking at them once through the use of introspection. Soon, Sutui had a discovery. His introspection ability came in 2 forms. Sutui called the first form realistic introspection. In such a state, Sutui could clearly see everything that was happening within his body. Observing his muscles, joints, and inguinal lymph nodes was a trivial task. That included his capillaries and the movement of his blood, as well as the reflexive change of every man's most precious organ. Sutui called the other state illusory introspection. In this meditative state, Sutui could see the human figure that was surrounded by countless hazy flashes of light. The 14 dull spots of light at the figure's head were a characteristic marker. Sutui also realized that the more he concentrated during illusory introspection, the more realistic the projection of the human figure would become. Other than the 14 dull spots of light gathered at its head, Sutui could also see bundles of grey spots all over the human figure. There were more grey spots in areas that involved a human's major body functions. A thought then occurred to Sutui. Soon, Sutui had another discovery in his illusory introspective state. When he was in a state of high concentration during his illusory introspection, the hazy flashes of light that made up the human figure gradually became clearer. Most of the flashes of light were a standard grey. However, the lights in the 2 areas were different. One was the 14 spots of light that represented the genetic base points he activated. They were a dull white. The second area was the midsection of the human figure. It would flicker with pale white light at an unstable frequency. The direction of this white light was unpredictable. However, more than a third of it would flow toward the head. The rest of the light would be split into a dozen groups and flow toward his chest and abdomen, then toward his limbs. However, there was the least amount of light flowing toward his limbs at this moment. Sutui was a little shocked. Just what was he looking at? His introspection seemed to be different from the introspection used by genetic evolvers and genetic transmuters described on the internet. Sutui suddenly reacted after he observed the human figure for a short while. The human figure conjured during the illusory introspective state followed Sutui's exact proportions. He noticed something when he compared the position of the human figure with his own body. Wasn't the position that was sending out white light his stomach? Wasn't the chest and abdomen areas that most of the white light was flowing toward, second only to his head, where his heart and other organs were? The stomach digests food to obtain energy, then provides the energy to the other parts of the body to be used. Sutui made a bold guess. The flickering white light that was being released by the stomach flowed into his head, then split into 3. The largest bundle of white light flowed throughout every inch of his head before disappearing. A smaller portion of energy glowed into the 14 genetic base points that he activated. The white light that emanated from the 14 genetic base points seemed to become ever so slightly brighter. The smallest portion of energy flowed into the grey spots around the activated genetic base points, then vanished without a trace. The grey spots trembled slightly before becoming still again. It was not a hallucination. There might be the possibility of a hallucination if he was observing this with his eyes. However, everything was laid bare in front of him during illusory introspection. There was no way it could be a hallucination. Sutui felt that he might have just discovered a remarkable change. To err on the side of caution, Sutui observed the situation closely for some time before he confirmed his discovery. During this observation process, Sutui made another discovery. Sutui's consciousness, or perhaps his concentration, could influence the direction of the white light supply pulsing out of his stomach traveled toward to a certain extent. If that is the case, Sutui suddenly had an extremely bold thought. A teen's hubris was lust and recklessness. A person who could control their lust and their recklessness would no longer be called a teen. Sutui developed an impulsive thought. He decided to go all out, supported by his consciousness. Under the influence of Sutui's main consciousness, most of the white light supply flowing out of his stomach coursed toward his head. It coursed toward a grey spot that was directly beside a flickering genetic base point. Under Sutui's illusory introspection, the grey light was like a light bulb that had just been plugged in. It instantly started to shimmer. An indescribable pain assaulted Sutui. Sutui felt as though his head had just been whipped by wire zapping. His tightly shut eyes abruptly sprang open. Just as he felt the blood oozing out of his eyes, mouth, and nose, Sutui's vision turned black. He lost consciousness. This was the second time Sutui had bled today. Sutui woke up from his mother's fearful screams. After Sutui opened his eyes with difficulty, he saw his parents standing beside his bed. Zhang Ziuli's expression was that of immense fright. Her face was covered in tears. She was at a loss of what to do. Even though Su Jianguo also had an anxious expression, he seemed much calmer. Improvement? Improvement? Can you move your arms? Can you open your mouth to speak? If you can, tell me how your body is feeling. The scene before his eyes made Sutui very confused. He was extremely groggy. He felt as though he was still asleep. This was the first time in recent years that Sutui felt so fatigued even after he had a night of sleep. It was as if the sleep he had was fake. His limbs ached and were a little limp. He particularly did not feel like moving. All he wanted to do was remain lying down. However, his parents' cries caused Sutui's consciousness to gradually become clearer. He also remembered what happened yesterday. Did the grey spot light up in the end? Why did I faint? Also, what are my parents so frightened about, Dad? You guys. What happened to me? Sutui spoke slowly. Su Jianguo's worries eased considerably when he heard Sutui speak. You didn't wake up this morning. Your mother came to wake you up and saw that your face was covered in blood. My face is covered in blood. Sutui raised his aching arm and touched his face. He scraped off a piece of dried blood. Oh, fuck. That's the second time I bled. Sutui could speak, was alert, and could move his limbs. That meant that the problem was not too serious. According to what Su Jianguo said, this might be an extended side effect from when Sutui activated his genetic base points yesterday. Zhang Zili still strongly requested for Sutui to be checked out at the hospital. Knowing that this might have been an accident from when he recklessly rushed the grey spot, Sutui was extremely unwilling to visit the hospital. Finally, supported by Su Jianguo, they temporarily managed to suppress the caring boss of the family, Sutui's mother, with a 2-to-1 vote. Sutui got off the bed and washed up. He suddenly realized how hungry he was. He was so hungry that he could eat a horse. After demolishing 2.5 portions of the 3 portions of breakfast his mother had prepared, Sutui rubbed his stomach with a satisfied look. He felt much more energized. Aside from feeling more energized, Sutui also suddenly felt a different sensation. Chapter 9, The Generator Theory. Today was the day that the students would fill out their college preference forms. Several things had drastically transformed in the Great Genetic Age. Students in kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school had winter and summer breaks. Only third-year students who had finished their genetic exams did not. The students who were administered with their genetic liberation elixir would enter a continuous enhancement phase for the next 3 months. According to the differences in an individual's talent and genes, their training intensity, and training program, they would activate a certain number of genetic base points over the next months. Individual geniuses who had advantages in terms of resources could even activate a systematic group of genetic base points during these 3 months and become a genetic liberator. These 3 months were extremely important to the students who had just completed the genetic exams. Even if they did not have many resources to use, the residual effects of being administered with their genetic liberation elixir would also enhance their abilities to a certain extent. The various genetic evolution colleges would naturally not waste these precious 3 months. The country did not allow them to. After the genetic exams, based on the requests of the Huaksha Genetic Committee and the Huaksha Ministry of Education, students had to fill up their college preference forms within 12 hours. The various genetic evolution colleges had to complete the admission-related tasks and publish the final reports within 36 hours. The relevant departments of the various minutes had 1 day to produce admission letters and release them to the students. From the 4th day onward, students could start to set off and report to their genetic evolution colleges. Usually, new students would report to their respective colleges in 3 days. It wouldn't take more than 5 days even for students in the most faraway regions. The schedule was very tight. Thus, even though Sutui was not feeling the most energetic, he still headed towards school after breakfast. This made it such that Sutui had no opportunity to enter the illusory introspective state through meditation to see if what he did to the grey spot was a success. However, he perceived a different sensation toward his surroundings ever since he woke up this morning. Objectively, it felt as though his surroundings had become more vibrant and lifelike. Even the mosquitoes that had survived a few waves of attempting genetic extermination looked extremely realistic and lifelike. Sutui was clear that this was not an outcome of his enhanced vision from being administered with the genetic liberation elixir. Sutui suddenly realized the source of this strange sensation when he reached school and arrived at the door of Yu Zeping's office. Sutui had arrived quite late in the morning. However, not many students were filling up their college preference forms with the homeroom teacher. The deadline for filling up their college preferences was 8 in the evening. Many students were still researching which genetic evolution colleges they should enroll in at home. There were not people who were like Sutui, who had not many choices. It was just as Professor Nzioxu had asked. There was a bump on Sutui's head. But there were no holes. The door to Yu Zeping's rather small office was tightly shut. Sutui suddenly froze when he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. His arm was suspended in the air. The door was still closed. However, the scene in the room appeared clearly within Sutui's mind. Chengmo was filling up the college preference form in front of Yu Zeping. He was filling out the form very smoothly. There was no hesitation. After filling out the form, he handed it over to Yu Zeping for inspection. Strangely, Sutui saw the college choices Chengmo indicated before Yu Zeping. Huaxia Genetic Evolution College, Huaxia Genetic Evolution College, Huaxia Genetic Evolution College. The 3 choices were identical. Sutui was shocked. He was not shocked because Chengmo had written the same college for every choice. He was shocked as he managed to see Chengmo's choices even though he was still outside. The form was blocked by the door and walls, as well as Chengmo's body. In the office, Yu Zeping's brows furrowed. His slightly stained teeth and the aroma of cigarettes wafting from between his fingers appeared in Sutui's mind. That was a cigarette. However, the radius he could see was limited to just after the chair the homeroom teacher was sitting on. He suddenly could not see anything past the chair. Is this the ability I obtained after I activated the 14 mystery branch genetic base points? Or is this a new ability I got from yesterday night's reckless actions? Sutui wondered. People could accept the existence of any kind of abilities in the Great Genetic Age. What was more important was where the ability came from. The sounds of the interaction between the 2 people in the room rang out. Are you sure that you want to put Huaxia Genetic Evolution College for all your choices? You'll be at an extreme disadvantage if you can't get in, Yu Zeping counseled Chengmo. Teacher, my family researched it the entire night. We feel that only by enrolling into the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College, which is the college at the forefront of genetic research, could we transform the glutton genes that I activated from something useless into a treasure. It'll solve my current problem. It was rare for Chengmo to be this serious. Since it was an outcome of the deep thought put in by Chengmo and his family, Yu Zeping had nothing more to say. He only added, then tick on the option to accept the automatic dosage allocation. You at least have an option if you fail to get in. Thank you, teacher. Chengmo saw Sutui when he got out of the office. He smiled and greeted Sutui. Sutui was shocked. Mosey, how much did you eat when you got back yesterday? Why do I feel like you've grown considerably fatter in the one night I have not seen you? Chengmo laughed. I had 9 meals from the time I reached home until now. My mother said that I consumed half a month's worth of the rations we had at home. There was an indescribable bitterness within his laugh. I don't want to, but I'm so hungry. Sutui did not know how to console Cheng Mo. Wait for me to come out. Sutui patted Cheng Mo's shoulder. Cheng Mo nodded after a moment's hesitation. Sutui observed the office the moment he entered Yu Zeping's office. Are you hungry? Yu Zeping looked outside the door with a melancholic expression. There were students like Cheng Mo every year. The genetic liberation elixir provided students with extraordinary abilities and potential for development. However, some of the side effects would torture the students for life. 3 meters, Sutui ignored Yu Zeping and reached a conclusion. The radius of his ability to sense things happening inside the office through the wall while he was standing outside seemed to be roughly 3 meters. This was rather similar to the X-ray vision that Sutui wanted to have. However, this was not X-ray vision. That was because Sutui could still see what he saw when he was closing his eyes. It had nothing to do with vision. Sutui had tested it out before he entered the office. Yu Zeping looked at Sutui as if he had developed a mental disorder. Under that gaze, Sutui sat in front of Yu Zeping and fetched a college preference form. He filled it out quickly. He signed it, put on his fingerprint, and handed it over to Yu Zeping. Huaxia Genetic Evolution College. It's this option for the 3 choices again. Did you discuss this with Cheng Mo? Teacher, I checked it out. The mystery branch is rare, but the enlightened mind type of the mystery branch is even rarer. Furthermore, the ability is quite useless and seems to be only decent for research. The school of enlightened mind for most of the genetic evolution colleges in the country are either half dead or not progressing. Some don't even have an associate professor, much less a professor. That's the case for the Jincheng Prefecture Genetic Evolution College. On the other hand, the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College walks at the forefront of the mystery branch research. They are not only leading in Huaxia but also in the Huaia sector and the entire Blue Star Alliance. If an enlightened mind type like me wishes to have any development, the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College has to be the best choice. There's no contest. Sutui thought about Anzia Oxu's words when he reached this point. As long as he had no holes in his brain. Yu Zeping let out a slight sigh after he accepted the college preference form. All of you are good, opinionated children. It's a good thing if you really got accepted into Huaxia Genetic Evolution College with Cheng Mo. You'll be able to take care of each other. He scanned the form and added, are you going to tick on the automatic dosage allocation? Sutui nodded gently. All right. That'll do. I'll wish you a bright future in advance. The atmosphere suddenly became rigid. Sutui and Yu Zeping did not say another word. They were afraid that tears would fall if they said anything more. The knocks outside the door broke the heavy atmosphere. Sutui stood up and gave Yu Zeping a deep bow. He then left the office. Outside the door, Sutui quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeves to avoid being teased by Cheng Mo. Inside the door, Yu Zeping rubbed his eyes with his yellow-stained fingers. The campus was empty. Cheng Mo found a corner and sat down with Sutui. Where did you apply to? The same as you. Huaxia Genetic Evolution College? It's said that the enlightened mind type of the mystery branch is very useless. The Huaxia Genetic Evolution College, which runs at the forefront of the mystery branch, might be able to give me some developmental chances, Sutui explained. I also hope to solve my problem. Cheng Mo's stomach suddenly rumbled as if to fit the scene. They made Cheng Mo's expression turn bitter. There was even a little bit of fear in his eyes. You're hungry again? Cheng Mo let out a bitter smile. Little Tui, do you know? I don't mind becoming the king of gluttons. However, I don't want to be 300 pounds, then 500 pounds, and then the size of the mountain. I want to find a girlfriend and get into a serious relationship. Didn't you tell us that you've been in a romantic relationship in the past? That was a crush. I wrote her 3 love letters. She ignored me. It's all right. I heard that college is a paradise for relationships. But have you ever seen a girl who likes a 500-pound fatso who has to eat 9 meals a day? Cheng Mo, who was leaning against Su Tui's body, suddenly cried. Little Tui, I haven't realized the terror of activating the genetic base points in my stomach yesterday. Su Tui didn't interrupt Cheng Mo. He just let him speak. However, I realized that after I returned home yesterday, I can't just be described as a rice bucket after I activated the genetic base points in my stomach. I am a food-consuming monster. I've eaten so much that I scared myself. Su Tui patted Cheng Mo's back. Do you know? My mum still made delicious meals for me at the start, but she got tired after that. Their faces as they looked at me while I was manically eating were filled with fear. Cheng Mo shook his head. I grew 5 pounds heavier last night. My dad said that if there's no other way, I could go remove parts of my stomach. We could remove 95% of my stomach. Little Tui, I'm afraid. A handsome 1.8-meter tall man started crying while leaning on Su Tui's shoulder. Su Tui hugged Cheng Mo's head. He did not know what to say. Su Tui was very far away from the skill tree of consoling people. Mosey, don't be afraid. The Huaksha Genetic Evolution College might be able to solve our problems. There might be unexpected benefits to your situation. Cheng Mo sniffed. Who knows, a king of gluttons like you might become extremely powerful in the future. Stop lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Look at it this way. From the anatomy of the human body, the stomach is like a generator, Su Tui began to explain. Currently, you activating the genetic base points in your stomach is like you being equipped with a generator with immense horsepower. It does require more fuel, but it has stronger horsepower. It is just that you have not found a way to use this stronger horsepower. You immediately become extremely powerful when you find it. Cheng Mo looked up at Su Tui. He froze. Su Tui's theory seemed to make sense. Why haven't I read about these theories even though I've also read about modern human anatomy? I read a few advanced research papers when I was free. Su Tui was not flustered at all while he was lying. This theory was something he developed himself when he was going through the illusory introspection last night. It does make sense. Su Tui and Cheng Mo wanted to wait for Tang Ting to see which genetic evolution college he would enroll in. However, they didn't manage to catch him after waiting an hour. Cheng Mo and Su Tui decided to part ways. It was harder for Tang Ting to make a choice based on the direction of his current genetic base points. Also, Cheng Mo was hungry. He could no longer stand his hunger. And that was after he ate a dozen bags of snacks. After treating Cheng Mo to a luxurious fast food meal, Su Tui prepared to get onto a maglev public transport and return home. Su Tui wanted to head home quickly to meditate and enter the illusory introspective state. He wanted to see if the grey spot had lit up or not. However, Su Tui suddenly noticed something while he was waiting for the bus at the bus stop. Someone might be tailing him. Also, there might be more than one person following him. Chapter 10, The 3 Stalkers. It might be because he activated 14 mystery branch genetic base points or a result of the reckless action he took yesterday. Currently, Su Tui was very sensitive to his surroundings. Many different people were bustling around the maglev bus station. Most of the people were looking at their communication devices. The younger crowd even had earphones stuffed in their ears. No one had the time to observe someone else. They would occasionally glance at another person, then rapidly shift their gazes. However, while he was waiting for the maglev bus, Su Tui noticed that people were observing him at regular intervals. Su Tui had thought that they were young ladies who could not stop admiring him because he put on his white shoes and looked incredibly handsome. However, Su Tui became frustrated when he found the source of the gazes. They were 2 men. They were as masculine as they could be. Perhaps it was because they were at a maglev bus station. One of the men quickly turned his head around when he saw Su Tui turn to look toward him. Su Tui ignored him. The people made up the scenery of the bus station, especially handsome people. Could you forbid a person from looking at you? The maglev bus arrived. Sutui walked forward but did not get on the bus. He had to allow the elderly and the children to hop on first. Sutui was one of the last few people to get on the bus. However, he had just stepped onto the bus when he noticed that the two men who were observing him also hurried onto the bus. After that, Sutui realized that their gazes would land on him whenever they reached a bus stop, especially just before the maglev bus came to a halt. It was as though they were watching him to see if he would get off. 5 bus stops later, the men's stalking became clearer. Sutui also noticed that at least 3 people were looking at him. As a teenager from the 22nd century who had watched many television dramas, Sutui knew of many tactics to deal with this situation. He knew what to do from watching these situations happen to other people, even if this was the first time it had happened to him. Sutui immediately had an idea. First, he had to confirm whether these 3 people were really tailing him. He also had to guarantee his safety while not alerting these 3 people. Sutui knew that those people might act recklessly as a result of their anxiety after being alerted. Sutui thought he could accomplish not alerting the other party with the tactics he learned from television dramas, even though he had only really used these techniques on Yu Zeping, his parents, and his classmates in the past. As for guaranteeing his safety, Sutui only thought of one idea: to head to someplace crowded. The arrival of the Great Genetic Age had resulted in the enhancement of physical abilities in a small number of people. There had been more incidents of conflict in this day and age, but the security of Huaxia had always been rather decent. Sutui got off at Little West Lake, in a calm manner. There was a famous bubble tea store here. This was a place that many teenagers would visit to take pictures for their social media accounts. Sutui adopted various poses as he took selfies, all the while seizing the opportunity to observe the situation. His heart sank. The 3 men indeed continued to follow him off the bus. 2 of them huddled together and smoked, while the last man just bought a bag of fried chicken and had a mouthful. Crunch. It was fragrant. He was sure that these 3 men were tailing him. Sutui, who was in the queue to purchase the bubble tea, felt his mind turn blank. Why would he have attracted 3 experts in tracking? He should not be that valuable, right? Did the other party have to do this even though he had activated 14 genetic base points? The legendary Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization wouldn't target him just based on that, would they? This generation of third-year students from the Jincheng Prefecture was exceptional. There was even a person from Jincheng Third High School who activated 16 genetic base points. There were even 2 other people who activated 15 genetic base points. It was rumored that one of them was also from the Mystery Branch. Even if the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization wanted to attack them, shouldn't they target those people first? The Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization was made up of traitors who had betrayed the human race. According to the official reports, the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization had worked with the extraterrestrial invaders and had exchanges of benefits with them since a long time ago. It was also said that the multiple setbacks and the stalemate that the humans were facing in the intergalactic battlefield during the recent 100 years had something to do with the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. This was especially so for recent years. The Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization successively obtained a large number of advanced technology from the extraterrestrial invaders and rapidly developed their strength. Their influence was expanding. They still engaged in brazen activities despite the suppression they faced from the Blue Star Alliance. The reason Sutui thought about the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization was the series of brazen activities conducted by the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization all over the Blue Star planet after the genetic exams every year. There were genius students who were assassinated. Many students were abducted and went missing. According to the rumors, the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization was using these students who had just activated their genetic base points as experimental subjects. At this point, the possibility of his stalkers being from the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization was large. Even though he was nervous, Sutui was also a little excited. Was this life after he activated his genetic base points? Would he no longer have a dull day? However, almost immediately, his nervousness became the most prominent feeling. If his stalkers were truly from the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization, he might end up in a pathetic state if he became abducted and had drugs tested on him, if he was not dissected in the first place. The first thought Sutui had was to call the police. He could get the police to deal with the problem. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. It was not because he did not trust the police. It was just that, at this time, the police department would not have much of a reaction no matter how exaggerated Sutui described the situation to be. They would send a rookie cop over to take care of the situation at best. Would a third-year student like him be able to discover a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization? Is that possible? A third-year student like him could dream. The people sent by the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization were all experts who had been through professional training. Under such a circumstance, Sutui would be killed if he made a mistake. Currently, Sutui only had one life. It would be over if he was killed. Should he head home and look for his parents? He definitely could not do that. That meant bringing the danger back home. Should he call Yu Zepping for help? Sutui also dismissed that idea after he thought about it for a moment. Yu Zepping was a physical education teacher who only had the physique of a man but the heart of a mother. All he could do was probably call for the cops and head over to the scene personally. Sutui might accidentally harm Yu Zepping if he called him. Do I take a taxi to the police station even though the fare is a little expensive? That idea was impractical. The three stalkers would not foolishly follow Sutui to the police station. It would alert the other party instead. Even if Sutui managed to enter the police station, the police would not be able to offer him much protection after Sutui told them about what happened, and the investigation would result in nothing. 2/3 of the students from the Jincheng prefecture who had just finished the genetic exams were concentrated in Jincheng City. That was more than 10,000 students. How could the police tend to all of them? Furthermore, even if the police force was not stretched thin, the police department would not send men to protect Sutui just because of his words. Suddenly, Sutui felt a little despair. He managed to spot danger using his abilities but had no way to deal with the crisis. No, I have to save myself. Suddenly, Sutui remembered the name card of the female researcher. I'll ask her to see if she has any good ideas. I'll go stay at the police station for a few days if I'm really out of ideas. Sutui turned on his communication device and called the female researcher, Professor Nzaioksu. The user you are calling is not available at the moment. Please try again later. Oh, God. Sutui was speechless. His only choice was to stay in the police station for a few days? Suddenly, the watch-like communication device on his wrist vibrated. Sutui received a message. It was Professor Nzaioksu's reply. I'm in a meeting. Do you need something? Sutui was elated. Professor N, I noticed 3 people tailing me. I can't seem to solve the crisis by calling the police or any other way. Do you have any suggestions? Sutui could not afford to be indirect. In the Great Genetic Era, only people whose genes were strengthened and evolved to a certain extent could become associate professors and professors. Of course, researchers who had arrived at breakthroughs in certain areas could be promoted to become a professor as an exception even if the evolution of their genes were average. However, Nzaioksu was definitely not one of those exceptions, given how young she was. Are you sure that you are being tailed? How did you notice them? Indeed, even Nzaioksu, who knew that Sutui had activated 14 genetic base points, was doubting him. It would be worse if it was someone else. Professor N, after I returned home yesterday, I noticed that my senses had become incredibly sensitive. That was how I noticed my stalkers. I confirmed that they were stalking me when I changed locations and saw that they were still tailing me. Sutui did not attempt to conceal anything. Send me your location. Remain in a crowded area and wait for my message. All right. Sutui was no longer anxious. He estimated that he had to spend at least half an hour more in the queue for the famous bubble tea. It would be even longer if he politely allowed a beautiful lady to cut the queue in front of him. Sutui noticed that the men who had been smoking earlier, as well as the guy who was eating his fried chicken just now, were now also in a queue. They were not far behind him. They were queuing for the bubble tea together. Inside a meeting room on the top floor of the Jincheng Executive Building, a full-bearded colonel wearing an ironed military uniform was addressing the room. It means what it says. If someone was to drop the ball or not listen to instructions for the reporting period of college students this year, I, Liu Xianhu, will be the first to settle the score with him. The meeting was between all of the higher-ups involved in the students reporting to their respective colleges after the genetic exams. There was the deputy of the Jincheng Prefecture, the heads of the Jincheng Education Division, the Jincheng Public Safety Division, and the Jincheng Special Intelligence Division, as well as a few military officers. Aside from them, Anzaya Oxu and another man from the Huaxia Genetic Military College were also in attendance. As a professor from the mystery branch of the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College, Anzaya Oxu's social status was rather high. Furthermore, Anzaya Oxu had come to the Jincheng Prefecture this time as the person in charge of student admissions for the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College. Colonel Liu, can I interrupt you for a moment? Anzaya Oxu suddenly spoke. Colonel Liu Xianhu was very unhappy that he was interrupted in the middle of his speech. However, Liu Xianhu had to give the professor of the nation-leading Huaxia Genetic Evolution College a certain level of respect. Professor An, what's the matter? Oh, I just wanted to ask Division Captain Zhou a question. Anzaya Oxu's gaze landed on the Division Captain of the Jincheng Special Intelligence Division, Zhou Sheng. Division Captain Zhou, a student is asking me for help saying that he is being tailed by someone. Are you going to send people to deal with it, or should I deal with it personally? Anzaya Oxu asked a direct question. We'll deal with it, of course. What a joke. Getting a professor from the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College to save a student from the Jincheng Prefecture within their jurisdiction would completely destroy the reputation of the Jincheng Special Intelligence Division. Professor An, the name of this student, the general situation, and his location, Zhou Sheng asked. Sutui, 18, male. He just activated 14 genetic base points and is at the Zile Bubble Tea Shop, located at the entrance of Fengxiao Plaza in Little West Lake, Anzaya Oxu reported. Alright. Let me pull up the information first. I'll arrange for my men to deal with the situation immediately. Zhou Sheng turned on his communication device and accessed the system used exclusively by the Special Intelligence Division. He typed the name into the system. Not many people had the same name. He immediately found the student in question. However, Zhou Sheng froze a moment after he found Sutui's information. He first looked toward Colonel Liu Xianhu before smiling toward Anzaya Oxu. Don't worry, Professor An. The stalkers that the student noticed are the men sent over by the Special Intelligence Division, the division captain of the Special Intelligence Division, Zhou Sheng, said. They must have been sent over this morning, and Anzaya Oxu's brows furrowed slightly. You guys sent 3 special agents to protect an enlightened mind-type student like him? What do you intend to do? 3. Zhou Sheng's expression changed. He's certain that 3 people are tailing him. What's going on? Anzaya Oxu immediately realized that something was wrong. How many special agents did you send? The information shows that we only sent 2. Chapter 11, The Perfect Bait. 3 stalkers. 2 of them are men from your Special Intelligence Division. What about the other one? Could he be a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization? Whether or not the last stalker is from the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization, my suggestion is to take down the 3rd stalker who is unaccounted for to remove the threat. After she finished speaking, Anzaya Oxu looked toward the division captain of the Special Intelligence Division, Zhou Sheng, and said, Division Captain Zhou, are you going to send men to take action? Or should I do it? Anzaya Oxu gave off a slight feeling that she was eager to go. Zhou Sheng's expression turned a little complex. He looked toward Colonel Liu Xianhu, then turned his gaze toward Anzaya Oxu and said, Professor An, my suggestion is that we maintain the status quo. He waited for a reaction. When there was none, He continued, the 2 special agents we sent out can guarantee the safety of the student called Sutui. And Zyoksu raised her brow. What do you mean? We discovered a suspected member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization but are not taking action. What do you guys want to do? And Zyoksu was extremely intelligent. She immediately reacted when she saw how Zhou Sheng stammered. Bait? And Zyoksu suddenly slammed her hands on the table and stood up. Division Captain Zhou, you sure have the guts. To think that you would dare to joke around with the life of a student from the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College. Allowing a student who had activated 14 genetic base points as bait. Who permitted it? Who's going to be responsible if something really happened? Based on my knowledge, you don't have that kind of authority, do you? The division captain of the Jincheng Prefecture Special Intelligence Division, Zhou Sheng, was a little conflicted. This? A student from the mystery branch who has activated 14 genetic base points and an enlightened mind type at that. It wouldn't be a big deal even if he meets with an accident. This bait is perfect. Jin Kikiang, the person in charge of student recruitment from the Huaxia Genetic Military College, added. It caused the gazes of everyone present to fall on the division captain of the Special Intelligence Division, Zhou Sheng. Just as Zhou Sheng was forced into a corner, Colonel Liu Xianhu, who was sitting at the main seat of the meeting room, spoke. I approved the plan. Do you have any objection, Professor An? And Zyoksu's expression turned cold. She replied, Colonel Liu, you are the commander of the Preparatory Defense Force. I cannot have any objections. She paused and sighed, then continued, coming up with a plan involving a bait is within your authority. However, you can't disregard a student's life just because you want to contribute and look good. These children who had just completed their genetic exams do not have any means of self-defense yet. And Zyoksu's words seemed to have triggered a reaction. It instantly caused Colonel Liu Xianhu to stand up and stare at Zyoksu with a sinister expression. Professor An, you are right. I do want to obtain a military contribution. I do want to be promoted and become a general, he shamelessly admitted. However, this does not come into any conflict with the plan. We have already sent special agents to tail and protect the bait we chose. We have also come up with a comprehensive action plan. It will guarantee the safety of the bait to the greatest extent. Also, we did not proactively decide to use Sutui as bait. Instead, it is because our informants had discovered that Sutui was being targeted by the members of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization beforehand. Hence, the Special Intelligence Division immediately sent special agents to protect Sutui. Then are you not going to apprehend the stalker immediately? And Zyoksu asked. That would alert the enemy. Also, we want to take advantage of the fact that Sutui has been targeted by the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization and see if we can get anything more out of the operation. We want to see if we can apprehend all of the members of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization who are involved in this operation. What we want to do is to capture all of the members of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization hiding within the Jincheng Prefecture and minimize the losses to the reporting date of this batch of students as much as possible. Taking advantage? Largest extent. What if there's an accident? And Zyoksu did not avert Liu Xianhu's gaze. Accident? Liu Xianhu laughed coldly. There will be no accidents. We have come up with an ample number of contingency plans. Those are enough to deal with any emergencies. We have even considered extreme cases like the bait being abducted out of the city within our contingencies. Of course, there's nothing we can fully control in this world. I will take responsibility if there are any accidental deaths. However, we have already done all we can to prevent something like that from happening. Liu Xianhu had casually brushed off the possible death of a teen by saying that he would assume responsibility. And Zyoksu, who had just wanted to help Sutui, was instantly infuriated. Her eyes widened, and she glared at the colonel. However, without waiting for Zyoksu to say anything, Colonel Liu Xianhu's next statement completely quelled the matter. Let me remind everyone present. The entire Huaxia, including the Jincheng Prefecture, have entered Level 2 wartime preparatory status 3 days before the start of the genetic exams. Currently, wartime provisions are in effect in the Jincheng Prefecture. Anything that involves safety and the genetic exam will be decided by the Jincheng Prefecture Preparatory Defense Force. Colonel Liu said that he was reminding everyone, but he was actually directing those words at Anxiaoxu. Anxiaoxu bit her lips. Wartime provisions. That was not something a professor from the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College like her could object to. Not even if she was from the mystery branch. Professor An, do you understand? Liu Xianhu asked her loudly. He pressed his advantage when he saw Anxiaoxu showing signs of weakness. Understood. Anxiaoxu bit her lips and slowly sat down. Division Captain Zhou, please tell the 2 idiots that you sent out to pay more attention. To think that they would be noticed by a third-year student. Could they be more stupid? Liu Xianhu's words caused Special Intelligence Division Captain Zhou Sheng to grimace. However, Zhou Sheng did want to kick his 2 subordinates if they were present. They had been in the Special Intelligence Division for many years and were both genetic liberators. However, they were noticed even though they were just tailing a student. It was unpardonable. Everyone thought that the minor conflict was over. However, Liu Xianhu's expression turned dark again when she saw Anxiaoxu fiddling with her communication device. Professor An, do you not know about the wartime provisions? The meeting today is confidential. You should know that. If you cause the plan to fail because you reveal something you are not supposed to, especially to that student, there will be a place for you in the tribunal court of the Huaxia Genetic Committee. Anxiaoxu became so angry that she grinned when she heard Colonel Liu. She gently tapped onto her communication device with her finger and displayed her chat history with Sutui to the people in the room. Sutui noticed some people tailing him and was very flustered. He asked me for help. Since Colonel Liu mentioned the confidentiality clause, then I guess I should not reply to him, Anxiaoxu said. The corner of Zhou Sheng's lips twitched. Sutui realized he was being tailed. He asked Anxiaoxu for help. If Anxiaoxu stopped replying midway, who knew what would happen after that? An 18-year-old student could do something completely illogical out of fear. He might even have a peculiar reaction. There would only be one outcome if that situation happened. There would be countless complications to the operation which might even result in failure. That was not something Zhou Sheng was willing to see. Even more so, that was not something Colonel Liu Xianhu was willing to witness. Sutui was a mystery branch student who had technically activated 14 genetic base points. However, his genetic base points were a relatively weaker enlightened mind type. They had spent a great deal of effort in selecting such a bait. What's more, someone had taken the bait in less than half a day. They were just waiting for the target to bite, and they would be able to take it from there. Placate him. But you must not reveal the plan, Colonel Liu Xianhu immediately decided. This is a reply that you, Colonel Liu, approved. I did not go against the confidentiality clause, Anxiaoxu clarified. She first absolved herself from all blame, then quickly tapped on her communication device and input a message. However, she did not send the message out immediately. Instead, she displayed the message for all to see. Sutui, based on what I managed to find out, 2 of the 3 people tailing you are special agents from the Special Intelligence Division. They are sent to ensure your safety. I do not know where the other stalker is from, and you might be in danger. You have to pay attention to your safety. I am in a meeting. Don't disturb me if there are no emergencies. Will this do? Anxiaoxu asked as she pointed at the projection. Colonel Liu Xianhu and Zhou Sheng carefully read through the message multiple times. Not only were there no problems, but it was actually pretty good. It sufficiently revealed that there were 2 special agents from the Special Intelligence Division protecting him and would not cause the student to become so flustered that it would lead to the failure of the operation. It worked very well to placate the student. It's fine, Colonel Liu Xianhu agreed. Anxiaoxu tapped on the button to send the message. The interface showed that the message had been sent. She returned to her seat and did not say anything more. That was all she could do. She hoped that the boy's luck would not be too unfortunate. In front of the bubble tea stall, Sutui, who had just received the message, was very surprised and a little confused. 2 of the 3 people tailing him were special agents from the Special Intelligence Division. The other was from unknown origins, and the situation posed a real danger. Sutui was still very happy when he read the message. He did not expect there to be special agents from the Special Intelligence Division, an organization that he had only seen on the news, protecting him. This meant that he had been taken seriously by the government. They even specially sent someone to protect him. However, the logic in Sutui's head flowed clearly. He soon noticed a problem. The 2 special agents were here to protect him. Then why were they not attempting to eliminate the other unknown stalker who was said to be dangerous? Even if the 2 special agents had not noticed the 3rd stalker earlier, they should know now about the enemy after Onzai-Oxu investigated it, right? Even if they did not know that, the special agents should be able to ask Sutui directly, given his connection to Onzai-Oxu. However, they did not do anything. Furthermore, Onzai-Oxu's reply was also very weird. She asked him to pay attention to his safety. Television dramas and novels all show that people who are sent to protect someone else would often nip the threats in the bud. They would often thoroughly investigate the threat and immediately eliminate it, no matter where the threat is from, Sutui contemplated. A situation like this where no action is taken despite the threat being identified usually means, a bait, fuck. Sutui, who had arrived at that conclusion, felt as though a million wild horses were racing through his heart. A genius like him who activated 14 genetic base points was being used as bait. Sutui felt that his deduction was 70% to 80% right. However, in all of the novels and movies he had seen, it was highly probable that the bait would meet with an accident. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, the people they sent out as bait were unimportant. They were people that the higher-ups could give up on at the critical moment. Sutui felt his heart turn cold. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his heart. Do I spend a few days at the police department until school starts? Sutui asked himself. That was the most cowardly option. However, it was also extremely difficult for that plan to succeed. The police station was not a place he could stay in just because he wanted to. Furthermore, Sutui felt that since he was chosen as bait, he would be thrown out of the police station even if he went there. The authority of the Special Intelligence Division was much greater than the police department. His other options had even more variables and were much more dangerous. Even more so, he could not bring the threat back home. He had to save himself. He had to resolve this current state of crisis. Sutui's mind turned wildly. He analyzed any variable he could use and the possibility of every course of action. At this moment, Sutui's 3 stalkers were not far away from him. They were all queuing not far behind Sutui in front of the bubble tea stall. The 2 stalkers who had huddled together to have a smoke just now had split up. One of them was queuing not far away from Sutui, while the other had gone to the side and purchased a bag of fried chicken. He bit into the chicken. Crunch. Sutui didn't find the chicken delicious. He could conclude that these 2 people were the special agents that the Special Intelligence Division had sent to protect their bait. He could use them. Soon, Sutui decided on a course of action. His heart beat anxiously. He was nervous but also excited. Calm down. I have to be calm. Sutui tried using the breathing technique he used in his meditation. He breathed in through his nose and out through his mouth. He tried to drag the breaths for as long as possible. It only took him a few breaths to collect himself. Not only did he calm himself down, but the 3-meter area around him became clearly reflected in his mind. A cup of hot vanilla milk tea. I want the hottest one you have. He quickly added, please use the water that you have just boiled. My girlfriend needs it. The attendant observed Sutui with a strange gaze. Boiling water? Do you want to burn your girlfriend's tongue so that she quits drinking bubble tea? However, the attendant did as she was told. After fetching over the bubble tea, Sutui turned around and pulled off the cover of the cup containing the drink. He smelled the hot tea and felt its heat. He then walked back, keeping close to the queue. Soon, he got close to the middle-aged man who had bought the fried chicken alone just now. That man was the stalker with unknown origins. Sensing the area with his full concentration, Sutui suddenly got a strange sensation coming from the middle-aged man's body. This middle-aged man's legs and nose gave him the feeling that they were exceptionally active. Is he a genetic liberator? Sutui mused. An unknown genetic liberator was observing him. There was definitely a problem. Sutui hesitated no longer. Chapter 12. Something happened under his heightened concentration. Sutui could see everything in the 3-meter area around him extremely clearly. Sutui saw the middle-aged stalker had seen Sutui approach him. The stalker scanned past Sutui's face with an extremely casual gaze. It looked as though he was just observing a passerby. He disguised himself well. However, at this moment, Sutui took action. Splash! Sutui tossed the scorching vanilla milk tea toward the stalker's face. The temperature of the milk tea must have been 85 degrees, if not higher. It was too sudden. It was too close. Sutui had tossed the cup just inches away from the stalker. No one could have expected Sutui, who looked handsome and kind, to suddenly attack a passerby as if he was insane. During the instant he tossed the cup of milk tea, Sutui followed through with the momentum and kicked his leg upward. This was the first time he had used a forbidden technique. He had never used it even when he was fighting the other class in the little forest. Boom! Sutui's kick landed accurately between the middle-aged man's legs. He had put a great deal of force behind the kick. He had not wasted these 3 years of physical training. He was a muscular, 1.8-meter tall man. His strength did not pale in comparison to that of an adult. Furthermore, based on official estimates, the level C genetic compound chain alloy elixir that he was administered yesterday enhanced an individual's physical attributes by at least 10%, no matter how many genetic base points the individual unlocked. Sutui immediately saw the stalker in short pants instinctively closed his eyes. However, the stalker had not had the time to fully close his eyes when his face became extremely contorted. He was hit by the scorching milk tea. He was hit at a vital spot. It was a brutal attack. Studies of modern human anatomy taught him that a portion of a human body's vital spot would not change unless the life form underwent a qualitative transformation. Tossing the milk tea. Kicking the groin. Jumping out of the way. Sutui did all 3 steps in one fluid motion. It was as if those 3 actions were done at the same time. It all happened swiftly. Everyone around him, including the 2 special agents, did not manage to react. While they were still trying to understand what had happened, Sutui, who had quickly jumped toward the special agent who was also in the queue for the milk tea, shouted, "He is from the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. Mr. Special Agent, capture him quickly." Sutui had directed this shout toward the other special agent in front of him who still had fried chicken in his mouth. That special agent was shocked. Sutui also intentionally pushed the special agent in front of him. However, the special agent was well trained. He had come to his senses at this moment. He tilted his body slightly and avoided Sutui's push. However, his expression was still a little confused. The people around them burst into commotion when they heard the name Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. They instantly ran off in all directions. Most of the bad news they heard in the news in this era was caused by the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. The 2 special agents were confused. They could not understand something. How did their identities as special agents get exposed for no rhyme or reason? A member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization was also exposed in a similar manner. Before this, the member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization was just a few meters in front of them. Yet, they had not realized it at all. However, what happened next was clear as day. Their mission today underwent an irreversible accident. If they did not deal with the so-called member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization even if they knew about it, the outcome they would face would not be as simple as being lectured by their superiors when they returned to the agency. Of course, they did not have to do much. The middle-aged man that the target student had identified as a member of the Dawn Salvation traitor organization was arched on the ground. He looked like a shrimp. His face was covered in milk tea, veins popping out of his neck. He looked like he was in extreme pain. It made the onlookers feel pain just looking at him. Just how much force did the teenager use? The two agents had to go through the formalities and bring the middle-aged man back for investigation. It would be great if the man was truly a member of the Dawn Salvation traitor organization. If not, the teenager would have to foot the medical bills. He would be slapped with a lawsuit if the man became disabled. However, just as the two special agents were about to capture the target, the middle-aged man, who was squirming on the ground, suddenly shot his leg out. The kick caused the air to crackle. The special agent who was walking toward the target crossed his arms to block the impact. However, he only managed to dispel the force after he rolled twice backward. Sutui squinted. Were these two special agents useless? The next instant, while the middle-aged man had pushed against the ground and was about to leap up, the other special agent's heavy punch landed on the middle-aged man's temple. The middle-aged man immediately fell heavily onto the ground. The two special agents, whose gaze had changed quickly, pounced forward. They pulled the target's arms behind his back and tied it with a super boron rope. The super boron rope automatically tightened itself around man's wrists with the gentle press of a button. It once again made the middle-aged man look like a shrimp. "Lad, you also have to come with us," the special agent told Sutui. "I've made a contribution, right?" Sutui asked. "You will have made a contribution if he really is from the Dawn Salvation traitor organization. If not, you have to pay for his medical bill and bear the legal responsibilities," one of the agents explained. "Come with us now," the other agent said, flashing his identification document. "All right. There shouldn't be a problem if I inform my teacher, right?" Sutui confirmed. Of course not. At this moment, the two special agents suddenly felt a little anxious. How were they going to report this to their superiors? This plan had just started, but it had already failed by their hands. The reason the plan failed was also very weird. They could already predict how they were going to get chewed out in the future. Even though this situation had happened at the milk tea store, it only took about 20 minutes from start to end. That included the time Sutui spent in the queue. The entire tussle only took 1 to 2 minutes. The meeting on the top floor of the Jincheng Prefecture Executive Building was still underway. This was not a useless meeting that was prevalent 100 years ago. This was a serious meeting. They had to send all of the new college students from the Jincheng Prefecture all around the country in 3 to 5 days while ensuring their safety. This was a massive operation. There had to be multi-agency cooperation and a consolidation of resources. The most important problem faced by the military, the Special Intelligence Division, and the police department was how to best send the students off in batches. Special Intelligence Division Captain Zhou Sheng was discussing the issue of a route with a few military commanders when his communication device suddenly vibrated. The communication device of a division captain of the Special Intelligence Division like Zhou Sheng had been specially set up. The frequency of the vibration signaled that his subordinates were sending him a message through a unique portal. Under normal circumstances, his subordinates would only send him a message through this unique portal if the information was very urgent. Zhou Sheng was a little displeased. However, he still knitted his brows and turned on his communication device. His mouth opened slightly after he scanned through the message. His expression froze. At this moment, the communication device of Anxiaoxu also vibrated. Anxiaoxu arched her slender brows slightly after she read the message. 2 faint dimples appeared at the side of her cheeks. She smiled. Cold sweat instantly formed on Zhou Sheng's forehead. However, he still had no choice but to interrupt Liu Xianhu, who was discussing a few matters with several military commanders and officials. "Commander Liu, something happened." Liu Xianhu did not look up. "What happened?" "Commander, That student. Which student? Make yourself clear. The student in our bait plan, Sutui. Something happened. Liu Xianhu raised his head abruptly. He stared at Zhou Sheng like a tiger. Did he get abducted? How do your men do things? Zhou Sheng cowered from being screamed at. Commander, it's not like that. That student, Sutui, he proactively took action and acted in the name of capturing a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. He took down the third unknown stalker with our special agents. Oh? Liu Xianhu glared at Zhou Sheng. His eyes spewed fire. He had been hit with too much information. If that was true, it would mean that the bait plan that they had placed much importance on had failed. Not only had it failed, but they might have alerted the enemy. That would be a problem for any subsequent plans. Their only hope now was that the so-called unknown third stalker was not a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. There might be a chance for them to salvage the plan if he was not from the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. Is that so? Liu Xianhu's tone was exceptionally cold. Anyone could hear the fury in his voice. Basic investigations reveal that the person we captured is an unregistered genetic liberator. It's highly likely that he is a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. Special Intelligence Division Captain Zhou Sheng sighed. He was mentally prepared to get chewed out in front of his many colleagues. Colonel Liu Xianhu's chest rose and fell rapidly. His gaze moved away from Zhou Sheng's face and finally landed on Xiaoxu, who was silently sitting in her seat. His entire face was trembling. He wanted to devour her. Commander Liu, is something wrong? Do you want to check my communication device? And Xiaoxu said softly. Liu Xianhu nearly exploded in fury when he heard that. And Xiaoxu had gotten his permission when she sent the reply. Boom. Liu Xianhu slammed his fist heavily on the meeting table. The supplies on the table shook and fell everywhere. You guys continue. Special Intelligence Division, Police Department, all of the military personnel of the Preparatory Defense Force ranked Colonel and Lieutenant and above, emergency meeting now. Chapter 13, Long-Term Observation Target Number 37. Sutui was rather carefree in the building of the Special Intelligence Division. No one bothered Sutui after he got his statement taken as a formality. They got Sutui to wait in the building. The nervousness he felt when he just arrived at the notorious and reputable Special Intelligence Division was also gone. There was only a cup of tea in front of him. There weren't even sunflower seeds. The workers here were bustling around. However, the expressions of the two special agents who had brought Sutui in just now worsened every time they came out of the interrogation room further away. They had obtained a result after they interrogated the middle-aged man using technological means and unique drugs. The man's name was Ma Zuhao. He was a Level E member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization. He was not a low-ranking Level F member and had a decent value. His nickname was Autumn Pants. The two special agents could be said to have made a contribution. However, they would rather not have these kinds of contributions. They did not even realize that the high school student that they were following had discovered their identities. They also foiled the mission. The two of them would be called idiots and useless for a long time to come. The outcome was clear. The alert third-year student discovered a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization and had passionately taken action. The student then worked with the special agents of the Special Intelligence Division, who had long been keeping an eye on the member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization, to capture the member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization alive. That was the official explanation that would be published to the public. All's well that ends well, internally. The loose ends that followed the failure of an important mission were not something the special agents could deal with themselves. They had to wait for their superior. Their superior was Special Intelligence Division Captain Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng had rushed over to the Special Intelligence Division building some 40 minutes after Sutui arrived. He flipped through the case file and greeted Sutui. What you did today was very brave. You have both brain and brawn. Work hard after you enter the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College. Don't embarrass the Jincheng Prefecture. Zhou Sheng was still rather frustrated that he was reprimanded by Colonel Liu Xianhu. However, Zhou Sheng would not have been able to assume the position as the division captain of the Jincheng Special Intelligence Division if he could not control his emotions. From the rational perspective, Su Tui had done rather well throughout the incident. He had great potential. Even though he had caused the bait plan of the military, the police, and the Special Intelligence Division to fail, there were no mistakes to pick at from Su Tui's perspective. Rabs Zhou Sheng could give Su Tui the credit. Also, according to the rules of citizen contribution set by the Blue Star Genetic Committee and the Huaxia Genetic Committee, you would receive 6 contribution points for your assistance in capturing a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization. Even though it would not increase your citizen rights to level E, 6 contribution points are rather decent. 6 points? Su Tui was very surprised. The Special Intelligence Division was not mistreating him. Under normal circumstances, a level E member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization was only worth 10 contribution points. He had received the bulk of the contribution points. Yes, 6 points. Other than that, there is also a cash reward of $50,000. It has been submitted for approval today and should be sent to your personal account in 1 to 2 days. Su Tui became even happier. $50,000 was not a small sum. After all, Su Jianguo only earned a little more than $5,000 a month. Also, don't reveal or publicize today's incident to the public for the time being. There's a confidentiality agreement. Sign it. Can't I tell my parents? Zhou Sheng was speechless. Su Tui had too many questions. You can tell them after you receive your cash reward. Understood. Then head over there to sign the confidentiality agreement. You can leave after that. Zhou Sheng turned to leave after he spoke. He did not come in a hurry to send Su Tui off. Instead, he wanted to see if there was a possibility of salvaging or continuing with the plan. However, after he saw the case file, the man they captured was a level E member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization. He was even a member who specialized in tracking. There was no salvaging the plan. Unless they could get this member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization to defect within a short time, it was rather impossible. There were quite a number of people who witnessed the scene. There was also quite a large crowd near the Maglev bus station. They could not forbid them from posting it on social media. Basically, they had already alerted the enemy. Following this, they would have to modify most of the action plans that they had come up with previously. Division Captain Zhou, are you going to continue using me as bait? Su Tui suddenly asked when he saw Zhou Sheng leaving. Zhou Sheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around. Zhou Sheng saw anger and fury in the teen's eyes. Why do you say that? My teacher said that the 2 special agents were there to protect me. However, the same special agents did not help me eliminate the threat. All they did was follow me. In the movies and novels, aren't they supposed to protect the bait? Su Tui asked seriously. Zhou Sheng knitted his brows. He finally understood the situation. The problem had occurred here. Anzia Oxu's message, which was vetted by them, had been tampered with. However, it was done in an intelligent manner. It was mainly because the teen in front of him was very sharp. So that is the case. Actually, you can't say it like that. We were merely taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Sheng began to explain. Every year, geniuses from various prefectures who have unlocked a relatively higher number of genetic base points would become the targets of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization. We would usually take advantage of the situation to eliminate a larger number of threats. We've also sent special agents to protect Tong Qi, who activated 16 genetic base points, Gong Ling, who activated 15 genetic base points, and the rest of the more talented students. However, they are not as sharp as you and have not noticed their protectors as of now. Zhou Sheng emphasized the word protect. He was more expressive when he said that word. That's right. Your protection would continue. Zhou Sheng quickly walked into the depressing Special Intelligence Division building after he finished speaking. They all had this kind of special protection? Sutui had been rather unhappy and angry when he realized that he had become bait. He was a hot-blooded 18-year-old who wanted to serve the nation, yet the nation had regarded him as bait. Was that a joke? Even the contribution points and cash reward that Zhou Sheng mentioned just now had not quelled the dissatisfaction and fury in his heart. However, the answer Zhou Sheng had given him did manage to largely suppress the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. Professor N, I applied for the Mystery Branch's School of Enlightened Mind in the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College. I would become your student, right? Sutui once again sent a message to Nzioxu along the way home. Probably. I have a question. The division captain of the Special Intelligence Division said that they were merely taking advantage of the situation by using me as bait. They said that the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization would take action against students who activated a relatively higher number of genetic base points every year. Is that true? Yes. You can check through the news regarding the annual genetic exams yourself. The anger in Sutui's heart subsided when he saw Nzioxu's reply. On the other side, Nzioxu looked at her communication device with a complicated expression. The answer she gave Sutui was true. What Zhou Sheng said was also true. However, there were different extents of taking advantage of the situation. Were they mainly focused on protecting the student or attracting the target? The Special Intelligence Division was rather far away from Sutui's house. Sutui was deep in thought while he was on the maglev bus on his way home. Special Intelligence Division Captain Zhou Sheng told him that the protection would continue. They should really be protecting him to prevent any acts of vengeance and whatnot. After the incident today, Sutui should have lost all value as bait. Sutui required these kinds of protection. Now that Sutui had reflected on how he had taken down a traitor at the bubble tea store today, he realized just how dangerous the situation had been. He had been rather lucky during today's incident. Both the special agents from the Special Intelligence Division, as well as the person code-named Autumn Pants from the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization, had taken Sutui rather lightly. They must have been following Sutui with a belittling attitude. That gave Sutui an opportunity that he could exploit. If any of his stalkers, especially Autumn Pants, had been more cautious, the outcome today would have been much harder to predict. At that thought, Sutui suddenly had an intense desire: get stronger. He had to get stronger. He had to get stronger quickly. When he returned home, Sutui glossed through the question when his parents asked why he got home so late. He had largely mastered this skill when he battled his parents with wit and bravery during his early years of high school. He had wanted to catch up on television programs and web novels back then. Sutui returned to his room soon after he finished his meal. He desperately wanted to know the results of his reckless actions yesterday, especially since he currently had an intense desire to get stronger. Modern society had already entered the information age 100 years ago, much less now, when they were in the great genetic era of the 22nd century. Informatization had been done to the extreme, but it had also become more regulated. The chief clerk of the Special Intelligence Division had just finished screening through all of the records they made today. The information that he had screened through would be sent into various information vaults. Any department or person who had the relevant authority could read through these pieces of information. There's more and more information. I'm working overtime every day, fuck. Amidst his grumbling, the chief clerk, who had just finished his duties, got off work. Not long after he left, in a mysterious hall, an originally pitch-black screen suddenly lit up. A string of symbols appeared on the screen. Overall observation detected abnormal activity from long-term observation target number 37. The condition for further follow-up has been met. Please come up with an action plan for further follow-up. Overall observation detected abnormal activity from long-term observation target number 37. The condition for further follow-up has been met. Please come up with an action plan for further follow-up. There has been no response for a long time. The situation will be dealt with a prior defined plan. There are a total of 7 action plans that fit the current situation. Priority selection of action plan number 1. Summary of action plan. Continue overall observation. Action plan in progress. Chapter 14, the ability to activate genetic base points at will. Sutui sat cross-legged, inhaled through his nose, and exhaled through his mouth. The long breaths allowed Sutui to completely relax his mind and body and enter a meditative state within a few seconds. In his illusory introspective state, Sutui suddenly became elated. 15. There were now 15 spots of white light in the figure's head. Sutui's bold actions last night had caused the grey spot to light up. Based on what Sutui had deduced in the past, he had now activated 15 genetic base points. However, that was not too important to Sutui at the moment. The difference between activating 14 and 15 genetic base points was not large. There was something that was much more important. Sutui could influence the direction in which he activated his genetic base points with his consciousness. Sutui had not realized this all this while. It was only after he got out of the Special Intelligence Division and thought about it on the way home that he realized this fact. Based on Sutui's current understanding, aside from the set number of genetic base points that a normal individual would activate during the day when the genetic liberation elixir was administered, they would also activate genetic base points at a high frequency within the 3 months after they were administered with the elixir. After these 3 months, an individual had to go through exceedingly arduous training or use special elixirs if they wanted to activate any more genetic base points. Under normal circumstances, elixirs that allowed for the activation of genetic base points were very expensive. They were also restricted items. However, Sutui could direct the flow of his energy using his consciousness to activate genetic base points while he was in an illusory introspective state. This ability was too powerful. Sutui did not know if that was anyone before him who had such an ability. However, neither the genetic theories they learned in their 3rd year, nor the resources that he was given after the genetic exams, or even the internet, had any information regarding the ability to activate genetic base points at will. Sutui's first reaction was, would I be dissected at the Genetic Research Institute if this ability was revealed to the public? I must not become the subject of an experiment or a target for observation. I must not let anyone know about this ability. At least for the time being, before I figure the situation out, I must not reveal this ability. Rain Sutui had attended many observation classes relating to the genes of other biological creatures during high school. The rats, flies, and rabbits that he observed all did not end well. I must not reveal this to anyone. After experiencing the incident of capturing a traitor at the bubble tea store, Sutui himself did not realize that he had suddenly grown. He had become a little more mature. Currently, Sutui had to ascertain one more thing: was his ability to activate genetic base points limited to the head? Or did it extend to the entire body? Or perhaps it could only be done to unique body parts? However, before he tested his theory, Sutui first cooked himself 10 eggs in the kitchen. Sutui only realized when he returned to his room yesterday that he had lost 5 pounds overnight. Sutui had the habit of weighing himself every night before going to bed. He had casually stepped on the scales before he went to sleep last night. Sutui remembered his weight to be 149 pounds, not too different from usual. However, when he got onto the scales just now, Sutui was shocked to notice that he only weighed 144 pounds. A 1 to 2 pound fluctuation in weight daily could be attributed to food and drinks. However, there must be a special reason for losing 5 pounds overnight. Sutui felt that it was most likely due to his reckless actions yesterday night. Thus, he prepared 10 eggs to replenish his energy tonight. Of course, Sutui had better options. There were a variety of brands offering level F energy restoration pills on the market. These pills were about the size of a fingernail and claimed that they could provide an adult with 12 hours of energy. That included the energy needed for intense exercise. However, these pills could not replace food. Backpackers loved them, and people who did extreme sports. They cost $100 a pill. The advertisements mentioned that the energy provided by a level F energy restoration pill was akin to the combined energy provided by 12 to 15 eggs. The pills were a little expensive. Of course, Despite how average Sutui's family was, they could afford to purchase those pills. The main reason he did not use them was they tasted awful. The taste did not improve even after chewing. The existence of level F energy restoration pills also meant that there were level E energy restoration elixirs. Level E energy restoration elixirs were controlled items. It was rumored that they could be bought in Jincheng Prefecture's black market. However, Sutui was only a third-year student. He did not even know where the black market was. Sutui ate 5 eggs before he began his experimentation. It was easy to feel disgusted if he stuffed his face with the eggs. A little soy sauce and a little more vinegar. He cut the eggs into large slices, then dipped them into the sauce. It was delicious. A few seconds later, Sutui meditated and entered the illusory introspective state again. He could quickly enter a meditative state by relaxing and letting his mind turn blank. He could then enter the illusory introspective state by focusing his concentration. Sutui felt that he might be able to enter the illusory introspective state no matter where he was in the future if he practiced this skill. The illusory introspective state was made up of flashes of light and clusters of gray spots. Some of the gray dots were extremely small and even a little blurry. Other gray dots were displayed with extreme clarity. At this moment, Sutui desperately wanted to go to school. He wanted to study at the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College and use the knowledge he learned to dispel the confusion he had. Sutui only prepared to begin the experiment after he observed the figure covered in gray dots for some time. However, before he began the experiment, he recalled what he did last night. Sutui had been too reckless when he rushed the gray spot yesterday night. The immediate outcome of it was he bled from all of his orifices and fainted. He felt a little scared just thinking about that. Would he cause his genes to break down if he overdid it? He would lose his only life. He had not thought it all the way through during that time. Sutui felt that he had to learn from yesterday's incident. He had to try his best to go at it slowly during his experiment today. Lady Luck would not favor the reckless forever. Within the illusory introspective state, the gray dots in the illusory figure were mainly concentrated in its head, limbs, and other important organs. Yes, there were even several gray dots between his legs. Sutui had a basic understanding of what kinds of abilities he could obtain from the different areas where the genetic base points were. For example, genetic base points in the head largely involved mystery branch abilities, including sound-related, smell-related, and vision-related abilities. These abilities had something to do with the genetic base points in the area. The genetic base points in the limbs were mostly related to speed and strength, though it might not be limited to that. As for the other body parts, Sutui could not classify the abilities that might arise from activating those genetic base points based on what he currently understood. The human genome was too complicated. 100 years ago, most scientists have estimated that a human possessed 20.000 to 30.000 genes. However, currently, scientists mostly agreed that a human body possessed 200.000 genes or more. Even though a human possessed more than 200.000 genes, not all of these genes were useful. Amidst humankind's long evolution process, several of those genes had become inactive as an outcome of the evolution process. Genes were also extremely complicated. A singular gene might be able to activate a certain ability within humankind. However, the activation of an ability might also be a combined effect of a few or even hundreds of genes. This was why the subject of genetic evolution was so complicated and difficult. The goal for Sutui's experiment tonight was to see if his ability to activate his genetic base points at will could be extended to genetic base points outside of his head. First, Sutui had to decide on a direction away from his head. The incident at the bubble tea shop today told Sutui that individual strength was very important. Safety was the most important thing in this world. Only by having great individual strength could he enhance his safety to a certain extent. If his leg speed had been faster today, if he had more force behind his kick today, he might have been able to knock out the traitor nicknamed Autumn Pants. It would cause the enemy to completely lose the ability to fight. Looking at the larger picture, activating the genetic base points at his leg would allow Sutui to run a little faster when he encountered danger, no matter if the genetic base point had to do with strength or speed. It could be used for both offense and defense. Sutui chose to experiment on his lower left calf. However, Sutui did not know exactly which genetic base point he should activate. He could see several hundred flickering gray spots in his lower left calf. Sutui did not know which one was useful and which one was useless. He did not know which was speed, which was strength, or which enhanced his abilities as a whole. He only had one option: guess. He chose a genetic base point at random. However, he could not rush it tonight. He had to do it slowly. Fortunately, the ability to activate his genetic base points at will was largely influenced by his consciousness. Otherwise, Sutui would have no idea how to operate the ability. Sutui mostly operated the ability by telling himself what to do. It was like him telling himself that he was handsome. He would then be influenced by that thought and really think of himself as handsome. Actually, Sutui was a rather handsome young man. Send a little more energy toward that location. Just a little more would do. After maintaining this thought for several seconds, Sutui noticed that 2 to 3 streaks of the white light of energy that was pulsing out of his gut were being guided to the targeted genetic base point by his consciousness. That genetic base point trembled a little. He did not sense anything else after that. A little more. A little more than just now. Sutui was very careful. He tried to make the activation process a little gentler. However, Sutui became hungry after he sustained such a state for 40 minutes. He was famished. He felt starved even after he demolished the rest of the 5 eggs he had. He polished off anything that could be eaten in the fridge. Sutui could understand how Chengmo felt now. The feeling of being starved was too hard to bear. He even wanted to eat paper. Sutui ate until his stomach almost bulged before returning to his room to train. Sutui called what he was doing training. An hour later, the grey spot at the lower left calf that Sutui had been persistently attacking shimmered with white light as if it had been plugged in. It lit up. It was also at that moment that Sutui's right hand suddenly convulsed in pain. Sutui did not have the time to examine himself. A feeling of immense fatigue welled up within him. He felt as though he had not slept for days. He was extremely tired. His stomach also started to churn in hunger. However, even the ravenous hunger that caused his stomach to churn could not override his fatigue. Sutui only relaxed his consciousness slightly, but he immediately fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 15, The Splendor of an Intelligent, Brave, and Suave Student. The 11th of June, 2137, dawn. Sutui had woken up in hunger. Noises were coming from the kitchen. There was also the sound of steam pouring out of the steamer. It instantly made Sutui think about steaming meat buns. They were made by his mother. He bit into it. Juices flowed in his mouth. It was so delicious that he might swallow his tongue. Sutui swallowed consecutively. He did not get off the bed immediately. Sutui knew that the buns were not ready yet at this time. He easily entered the illusory introspective state. Sutui saw the spot of white light at his lower left calf and was very satisfied. Suddenly, he remembered the sensation he got after the genetic base point was activated yesterday. Pain in my right hand? Oh, fuck. Would I be the same as dating and activate a genetic base point related to hand speed? Darn it. It's the right hand too. Sutui opened his eyes and started comparing his hand functions. At this moment, his right hand did feel stronger than his left hand. Sutui could only feel since he did not have any professional testing equipment. However, most people had stronger right hands anyway. Sutui moved his fingers as if he was playing the piano. Hand speed. It didn't seem to have changed. His right hand was a little faster than his left hand, but the difference was within a normal range. His strength was also the same as before. Sutui was shocked. He got off the bed and moved his leg. There was no change. There have been no changes. Sutui was shocked once again. Where did the effect of activating the genetic base point in my lower left calf yesterday night go? Sutui would have accepted reality if activating the genetic base point at the lower left calf affected the function of his right hand. He would also have accepted reality if it had affected his hand speed. However, his fundamental abilities did not change even after he activated the genetic base point. It did not feel good. Sutui had to accept reality even if it did not feel good. Even the scientists at the Genetic Research Institute had not fully understood the complicated and varied subject of genetics. Sutui did not have to go to school. He had the rare opportunity of staying in bed for a little longer. While he was staying in bed, Sutui consolidated and reflected on the training he had yesterday. Consolidation and reflection were good habits, whether they were used in his studies or his training. Those habits allowed him to accurately determine the gaps in his knowledge and the direction in which he should improve. He could also come up with areas where he had to focus more attention on. The extreme fatigue he felt before he slept, even the stomach-churning hunger he felt could not overcome, made Sutui very confused. Sutui had played games for 2 days straight when his parents were not home during his first-year winter break. He did not even feel that tired then. Also, the incident of him fainting 2 nights before when he activated his 15th genetic base point felt a little strange now that he thought about it. Sutui had thought that he had fainted 2 nights ago because he bled from all of his orifices after he rushed the 15th genetic base point. Now, Sutui suddenly remembered that he had also bled when he was administered the genetic liberation elixir on the 9th of June. He had bled even more than when he activated his 15th genetic base point. However, he did not faint then. He combined the experience with the extreme fatigue he felt after slowly activating the genetic base point at his leg yesterday night. Sutui suddenly realized something. He might not have fainted the previous night because he bled after activating the genetic base point. It might be because he had used too much of his mind power. Yes, mind power. Sutui suddenly thought about that term. This was a term that had appeared many times in the dramas he chased. It now also applied to Sutui. If that was the case, the feelings of fatigue he felt after depleting his mind power yesterday night would be able to suppress his extreme hunger and cause Sutui to fall asleep on the spot. That means to say that my ability to activate genetic base points at will is not without a price, Sutui deduced. Other than expending a large amount of physical energy, it also used up my mind power. Fortunately, Sutui seemed to be able to recover his mind power by sleeping. Currently, Sutui felt extremely energetic. Under such an energetic state, his feelings of hunger felt even more terrifying. His gut churned. It started to growl incessantly. Sutui got off the bed. He brushed his teeth and washed up. Sutui suddenly froze when he saw himself in the mirror. Was the aloof, handsome man in the mirror whose cheekbones could almost be seen still me, Sutui, also called Handsome Su? He was too handsome, too aloof, and too skinny. Sutui was over 1.8 meters tall and had a suitable weight of 149 pounds. It was a physique that made him look skinny with his shirt on but muscular without. However, at this moment, Sutui saw the contoured cheekbones in the mirror, his slightly protruding ribs, and the bulging veins on the back of his palm. He was not just shocked. He was afraid. He was not just skinny. He looked malnourished. Sutui jumped onto the scales as quickly as he could. The number on the scale changed. It finally stopped on the number 128. Oh, fuck. This drop in weight. Sutui remembered very clearly that he weighed 144 pounds before he fell asleep yesterday. He had even eaten 10 eggs for his training, then followed that up with 2 pancakes, 3 packets of instant noodles, and 4 dragon fruits. Then, a night of training. His weight had dropped from 144 pounds to 128 pounds. Sutui felt that he would become the richest man in the world if he could scale this method of losing weight up. He could charge $100 for helping someone lose 1 pound. Sutui would become rich as long as 0.001% of the world's overweight population came to him. Unfortunately, there's no way I can promote this. Not only that, Sutui started to become worried about his life. If he continued to lose weight like this, Sutui would become a pile of ashes after he activated 2 or 3 more genetic base points. He walked out of his room and entered the kitchen, still feeling fearful. He had not even touched the buns when Zhang Ziyi let out an exaggerated scream. Zhang Ziyi didn't speak, but her expression was enough to tell Sutui that his mother had seen a different person when she saw him. Her scream turned into concern. Sutui was definitely her son. You? Improvement, why did you become like that? How did you become skin and bones in one night? This? How much have you suffered? Then she started calling Sutui's father, Jiangguo. Su Jiangguo, where the hell are you? Your son is already dying from being too skinny. Why are you not out here? Sutui felt awkward just listening to his mother. Dying from being too skinny, Sutui sighed. Mum, can you let me have some buns first? I'm hungry. Come, eat quickly. It's hot. I'll pull them in half and cool them for you. Just focus on eating. The family was in chaos because of Sutui's sudden and drastic drop in weight. After demolishing 3 baskets of buns, Sutui no longer felt his stomach churn. He felt much more comfortable and started to slow down the speed at which he devoured the buns. His attention also started to dissipate. He casually accessed his communication device and projected a small screen. He tapped open his messaging app and was about to read the news and see what his friends were up to. He had just accessed the app when a piece of breaking news popped up at him. A third-year student from the Jincheng prefecture had shown incredible prowess at a bubble tea shop and helped the special agents from the Special Intelligence Division to capture a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization alive. He had fully displayed the wits, bravery, and charisma of a student from the Jincheng prefecture. The comments were full of praises for him. There was an attached image. Sutui was shouting with one hand on his hip. The 2 special agents were crouching and pouncing forward. Autumn Pants was squirming on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Yes, the attached image showed off my bravery and sense of justice. I look suave even if it's just a picture of my back, Sutui commented. Sutui stroked his face, which was so skinny he could almost touch his bone. He was very satisfied. It would be perfect if the headline was changed from intelligent, brave, and suave to suave, intelligent, and brave. Sutui scrolled past the article after he admired the article for a few more minutes. It was another piece of breaking news. Based on a report from a helpful citizen, a teenager had entered a beefsteak buffet in the city, but he was politely escorted out of the shop by the boss an hour later with a full refund. The boss also said that they would never entertain that teenager again in the future. Coincidentally, the city's Lechongshan Hotpot City also closed early yesterday afternoon after they politely sent a teenager out of their shop. Based on a report from a helpful citizen, that teenager had finished his first wave of dishes alone in 15 minutes. Normally, the first wave of dishes would be able to last someone 1 to 2 hours. A lawyer's opinion, this action is, in essence, illegal. This piece of news. Then, Sutui saw the attached image. The image depicted a tall teenager with half his face exposed. Oh, fuck. Isn't this Cheng Mo? Sutui was shocked. Cheng Mo was quite smart for going to eat at a buffet. However, these owners of buffet restaurants were not friendly. Couldn't they just let Cheng Mo have a nice, full meal? Sutui was not done with breakfast when his communication device vibrated. It was a message from Tangting. What are you doing? Sutui smiled. He had just finished his meal and thus video called to both Tangting and Cheng Mo. In the video feed, Cheng Mo's face looked like it had become even rounder. Dating, which college did you apply to? Sutui asked. Huaksha Genetic Military College, Tangting replied. Oh, wow. The Genetic Evolution College ranked 2nd in the country. You sure are impressive. Isn't the cutoff score for genetic base points there 10? How did you enroll there? Did you do something at the side? Cheng Mo shouted exaggeratedly. Scram. Tang Ting laughed. Do you guys have time for a meal? We can talk about this then. Based on the regulations, we would have to head off to our respective schools from tomorrow onward. The next 3 months would be a training period where we are cut off from the outside world. Let's gather this afternoon, Su Tui said. No problem. Shall we head to a buffet? Cheng Mo was the first to give a suggestion. We can't. Su Tui and Tang Ting rejected the suggestion in unison. It was clear that they had read the news. All right. You guys can choose a location. Cheng Mo was a little frustrated. It seemed like he would not be able to eat his fill this afternoon. Chapter 16, Genetic Talent Ability Direction. After considering Cheng Mo's current massive appetite, as well as the appetites of Su Tui and Tang Ting, the three of them ultimately decided to go to a buffet. Tang Ting had always been able to eat a lot. Su Tui also felt that he could eat an entire cow from the energy he expended after these few days of recklessly rushing his s. Yes, it was also because they wanted Cheng Mo to have a full meal. They could not go to the smaller-scale buffet restaurants. The bosses of these restaurants would definitely feel the pinch when they saw them eat. With the news of yesterday's incident, they would not be even allowed to get into those restaurants with Cheng Mo around. They had to go to hotels that offer buffets. The bosses of these hotels would not be monitoring how much each person had consumed. As for the waitstaff, they would get a little shocked at most. If all else failed, Su Tui, the most handsome of the three, could put on a show at the buffet. They had to complete the mission of getting Cheng Mo full. The only flaw to that plan was that the buffets in hotels were much more expensive than typical restaurants. However, they would definitely get their money's worth. The Wulongsuang Grand Hotel was one of the most reputable hotels in Jincheng Prefecture. Their lunch buffet cost $128 a person. Su Tui's group had 3 people. The 3 of them gathered at the entrance of the Wulongsuang Grand Hotel. Oh, fuck. What did you do, little Tui? How did you become as skinny as the Flash? Teach me, quick. Oh, fuck. Mosey, it had just been 2 days. Why have you almost caught up to me in weight? Tang Ting continuously exclaimed after they met. The genetic exams had caused Su Tui and Cheng Mo to experience unexpected changes. Instead, it was Tang Ting, who had activated hand speed-related genetic base points that remained the most stable. Su Tui and Cheng Mo smiled bitterly at the same time. Let's eat first. I'm hungry. Me too. The 3 of them walked into the second floor of the Wulongsuang Grand Hotel, where the buffet was located. They immediately attracted the glances of the waitstaff in the restaurant. The waitress leading them to their seats was even blushing slightly. Su Tui had transformed from a sunny hunk to an aloof and handsome man after shedding some pounds. Cheng Mo had been continuously gaining weight these 2 days. However, it had only been 2 days. He still kept his foundation as a slightly tanned, handsome man. The 2 of them looked even more handsome when they were compared against the rotund Tang Ting. Eating at a buffet in a hotel felt extremely good. Cheng Mo cleared a plate of food every 3 minutes. Even the waitstaff who were looking from far away were shocked. Cheng Mo felt good eating. He felt extremely blessed. Half an hour later, Su Tui wiped his mouth, satisfied. He was full. Cheng Mo was still eating, but he was slowing down. The 3 of them started to chat. I activated A genetic base points and could only apply to more regional genetic evolution colleges under normal circumstances. Even the best genetic evolution colleges I could apply to were ranked outside of the top 10 in the country. However, a student recruited from the Huaksha Genetic Military College specially made a call to my family. The genetic base points I unlocked are related to speed and power. That meets the criteria of the people that the Huaksha Genetic Military College are looking for. Hand speed counts too? Cheng Mo interrupted. Tang Ting glanced silently at Cheng Mo. Don't tell me that you have only been eating for these 2 days. Did you not read the resources given to you after the genetic exams? The types of abilities you activated after the administration of the genetic liberation elixir are also called the initial ability direction or talent ability direction. Hand speed is also a main type of speed-related abilities. Cheng Mo did not speak. He clearly knew that. Clearly, his talent ability direction was not too great. Tang Ting could see that Cheng Mo was upset. He proactively changed the topic. Because of that, the student recruiter from the Huaksha Genetic Military College said that they could make an exception and accept my application. They would waive my school fees and would raise my appraisal by 1 level after the appraisal orientation process conducted by the school, Tang Ting explained. Oh, wow. That kind of treatment sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? With your standards, dating, you would be appraised as level E at worst. You might even reach level D. If they bumped your appraisal by 1 level, which means to say from level E to level D, or from level D to level C, you would instantly be regarded as a genius. Cheng Mo was very shocked. Su Tui, who had clearly matured after experiencing the stalking incident, noticed something different. What are the conditions? Su Tui asked. They only had one condition, join the military, Tang Ting revealed. 3 years later, or after my abilities reached a certain level, I would have to participate in the intergalactic battles as a soldier, a frontline unit. Su Tui and Cheng Mo were silent. Joining the army was a glorious thing. Soldiers were treated extremely well. However, in this great genetic age, joining the army was a heavy topic. The death rate on the intergalactic battlefield was as high as 20%. You agreed? I agreed, Tang Ting said. Any student who is enrolled into a genetic evolution college would have to go through mandatory military service after graduation. Since I have to enter military service anyway, I might as well try to fight for more benefits now and strengthen my abilities. Frontline unit, why would you dare to agree to? Cheng Mo had not finished his sentence but stopped midway after Su Tui glared at him. The 20% death rate in the intergalactic battlefield announced by official sources was an overall death rate. It included the deaths of repairmen and other soldiers from support units. The death rate of the soldiers in the frontline units was definitely more than 20%. Mosey, don't be too worried. My speed and power-related talent ability direction is regarded as having the strongest battle capabilities within the military, Tang Ting assured his friend. Cheng Mo no longer spoke. Su Tui patted Tang Ting's shoulder. We will support your decision. However, since you have made such a decision, you would have to work hard for the next few years. Give it your all during your training. Your probability of surviving on the battlefield in the future will be greater. The probability of you making a contribution will also be greater, Cheng Mo added. Train as if your life depends on it. No one spoke, so Cheng Mo went on, don't let me receive any bad news. Otherwise, I'll definitely fool around on your grave with 10 long-legged beauties. I'll make you so angry that you'll rise from your grave. Scram. Do you think that you are a black cat? It was a joyous gathering. Even though they had to part ways, it was but the start of their lives. The world was a large place. They could even travel to outer space now. However, the world was also a small place. A high-definition video call could connect people and make it feel as if they were physically present, aside from the lack of touch. The three of them returned home after they parted ways. If there were no accidents, they would receive their recruitment notice today. They might have to set off and report at their schools tomorrow. Su Tui did not return home immediately. Instead, he went to a branch of the Huaksha Genetic Medication Company who had stores around the country. Do you have level E energy restoration elixirs? We do. We even have level D compound chain energy restoration elixirs, much less level E energy restoration elixirs. The attendant didn't wait for Su Tui to respond. She continued instead in a condescending tone, the more important thing is whether or not you have the right to purchase them or if you can even afford them. The attendant's attitude was extremely poor. If Su Tui had a few $100,000 and level E or level D rights, he would have thrown it on the attendant's face to make himself feel good. Unfortunately, at this time, Su Tui had neither. I only have ordinary rights. Can I purchase level E energy restoration elixirs with that? Sutui asked, just trying his luck. Ordinary rights were level F rights. Most people in current society, without any extraordinary circumstances, would only hold ordinary rights for all their lives. Some might be able to accumulate contribution points and get level E rights when they are old, but those people were among the minority. Legend had it that these places had hidden missions. Sutui wanted to see if he could find them. The attendant looked at Sutui as if he was dumb. Purchases of elixirs at level E and above must all be declared. Every one of the elixirs would have to be registered. All right. Sutui was a little frustrated. Then give me 10 level F energy restoration pills. $1,000. Sutui scanned his communication device and settled the payment and then grabbed the items and left. The drastic decline in weight after his training yesterday had frightened Sutui. It even made Sutui entertain the thought of first activating a few genetic base points in his stomach. However, Sutui temporarily decided against the idea after he thought it through. Sutui's current problem was that he did not intake enough energy. It was not that there was a problem with his generator. In simpler terms, he lacked fuel. Would he have to eat 10 meals a day like Chengmo after he activated the genetic base points in his digestive system? Before he could obtain foods that could supply him with even more energy, Sutui decided that he was not going to activate the genetic base points in his digestive system. Sutui had to research the overall situation before he took the next step forward if he wanted to improve his training or solve Chengmo's current problem of only having a large stomach and no powerful abilities. Simply put, Sutui needed more knowledge. He needed to enhance what he knew. However, there was a problem. His training could not stop. After an individual was administered with the genetic liberation elixir, they had 3 months as a continuous enhancement phase. The main reason for Sutui opening his 15th sensory-related genetic base point and the genetic base point in his lower left calf with relative ease was the carryover effects of the genetic liberation elixir. Even Chengmo, who had activated the genetic base points in his stomach, only gained 4 to 5 pounds a day. He could not match the speed at which Sutui lost weight. Thinking about the situation, the only choice Sutui had now was the level F energy restoration pill, which could replenish his energy at a rapid rate. Actually, there was a better option, the level E energy restoration elixir. However, Sutui did not have high enough rights, nor did he have enough money. A level E energy restoration elixir cost $5,000. It was exorbitantly expensive. The current assets Sutui had as a student were only enough to purchase 10 level F energy restoration pills. Sutui's only hope was for the contribution points and reward, which Special Intelligence Division Captain Zhou Sheng promised, to arrive quickly. The cash reward of $50,000 was a large sum to Sutui. It was said that contribution points were even more valuable. Along the way home, Sutui noticed another stalker. Actually, the stalker had been there from when he left the house in the morning. There was only one. He was familiar with that person. It was one of the special agents that had followed Sutui yesterday. His surname was He. He should have been sent to protect Sutui. Uncle He, do you want to come up to have some tea? Sutui, who had just entered the building, took a turn and walked out from the underground tunnel. He appeared out of nowhere in front of Special Agent He, who was smoking a cigarette at a corner. He trembled in shock when he saw Sutui suddenly appear. The smoke took a turn in his lungs and caused him to cough violently. No. No. You should go up quickly. Your recruitment notice should have arrived. You're really not coming up? No. He had a depressed expression. To think that he was spotted by the same student. To be in such a situation despite being a special agent, it really was. He looked at Sutui's leaving figure. The upper brass told him that even though Sutui had activated 14 genetic base points, they were all of the enlightened mind type. It was rather useless. However, from He-Wen's point of view, that teenager was something else. He might be abnormal even within the enlightened mind type. most of the enlightened mind-type students of the mystery branch were rather useless. However, occasionally, there would be a monster. When Sutui returned home, he saw that Sujianguo was smiling. Even though Zhang Ziuli was also smiling, she was looking at her drastically skinnier son with a worried expression. Improvement, your recruitment notice is here. It's the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College, the first in the nation. Are you happy? Sujianguo said excitedly. Yes. Sutui nodded. He was not too surprised. He had obtained a high score of 604, which exceeded the double excellent score. He had also activated 14 genetic base points. It should be a given that he got accepted to the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College. Dad, Mom, these few years have been hard on you, Sutui said seriously after a pause. His parents had slogged their guts out during his 3 years in high school. They prepared his breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks. No meal was the same. His parents also had to work every day. They would get up at 5 in the morning to prepare meals for Sutui even if they were sick. These 3 years had not been easy for them. There were tears in Zhang Zili's eyes. She had a complicated, indescribable feeling of happiness in her heart. Her son had grown up. However, his father, Sujianguo, waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. You got accepted, but the reporting time is rather rushed, especially for you students who are headed to the capital. You have to gather and set off tomorrow morning. Go pack up your stuff. Don't leave anything behind. All right. Sutui's voice was a little choked. He had always wanted to head out of Jincheng Prefecture, a place where he had lived for many years, to have a look. However, he felt extremely reluctant now that he had to leave home. Oh yes, you are setting off tomorrow. Your mother and I spent half a day preparing a gift for you. Look. Sujianguo pushed a box toward him. Chapter 17, 18 Genetic Base Points. There were 10 blister packs in the little box. Sutui felt his eyes turn hot the instant he saw the contents. In the blister packs were level F energy restoration pills similar to those Sutui had bought in the afternoon. Sutui had only bought one blister pack. There were 10 pills in one blister pack. His father was giving him 10 blister packs, a total of 100 pills. That cost $10.000. However, what attracted Sutui's attention was the 2 rows of hard transparent sealed boxes. There were 10 of those thumb-sized boxes, each containing a blue soft capsule. Sutui did not recognize those items. However, there were tiny words written on the boxes. Sutui was shocked when he lowered his head to read them. He raised his head abruptly and looked toward his parents. Dad, these are level E energy elixirs. Each of them cost $5.000, and 10 of them would be. Sutui was startled. Just these elixirs alone cost $60.000. Why, are you looking down on your father? Sujianguo laughed. Even though my salary is not high, I do have some savings over the years. But, Dad, I heard that you need to have level E rights to purchase the level E energy elixirs. You're looking down on your father again. Your father has level E rights. Zhang Zili looked extremely proud. Sujianguo also had a look of pride on his face when he heard that. It was rare that he was praised by his wife. Improvement, I have also gone through this. I know how resource-demanding studying at a genetic evolution college would be. I also know the reason for your drastic drop in weight recently. His father paused, waiting for him to respond. When he didn't, he continued, use these for the time being. It should be able to supply you with the energy you need for your training. While he was speaking, Sujianguo pushed a card towards Sutui. You would definitely need money to settle matters when you are at college. The things you youngsters like are different from what we like. So your mom and I didn't buy anything for you. Sujianguo smiled. There are $50.000 in the card. You can use it to purchase things you like or need. Sutui was silent. He had some understanding of his family's finances. His parents had taken out $110,000 for him. That was basically giving him all of their savings. "Dad?" "Listen to me," Sujianguo interrupted his son. He seemed to know what Sutui was about to say. Suddenly, Sutui's communication device vibrated. "Greetings, Citizen Sutui. Your personal contribution system has been activated. You currently have 6 contribution points, level F rights. Greetings. A government-issued sum of $50,000 has been transferred to your personal checking account. Notes, cash reward." Sutui was elated when he saw the messages. He quickly pushed the card back toward his father. "Dad, look, I've received my cash reward. $50,000. You can keep this money for yourself." "Cash reward? $50,000? Sujianguo and his wife were utterly confused. Sutui explained the situation. His parents looked at each other after they listened to Sutui. The intelligent, brave, and suave student in the news was their son. It was no wonder that the back figure looked familiar. "Improvement, why would you be so daring as to be involved with a member of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization? Those people kill without batting an eyelash. I don't need you to do a meritorious deed. All I want is for you to be safe." His mother was anxious when the truth was exposed. Sujianguo was silent for a moment. He then pushed the card towards Sutui once again, then said with a determined tone, "Take it. We still have our salaries. Work on your studies and improve yourself when you arrive at the college. Remember what your mother said. No matter what, you must remain safe." Sutui took a long time to collect himself when he returned to the room. He then spent some time and packed up his clothes and daily necessities. Even though Sutui was handsome, the things he brought out were very simple, even if he had to go someplace far. He only needed one slightly larger luggage bag. He washed up and got onto his bed. He first consumed a level F energy restoration pill. He meditated. Then, he entered the illusory introspective state. This time, he did not use much time at all. It only took 4 seconds. What Sutui wanted to do now was to observe the effects of the level F energy restoration pill. He did not train with his mind power. 30 seconds later, the white light that was spreading from his stomach to the other areas of his body suddenly increased by multiple times. 30 seconds ago, there had only been 3 to 4 streaks of white light, which represented energy, flowing out of his stomach every second. 30 seconds later, probably after the effects of the level F energy restoration pill kicked in, the number of streaks of white light flowing through his body every second more than doubled. There were now 10 to 12 streaks of white light flowing from his stomach every second. Sutui was not in a hurry to train. Instead, he started to silently observe the figure. He silently got immersed within the illusory introspective state. Occasionally, he would switch to realistic introspection to observe the changes in his body. While he was silently observing his body, Sutui realized that he would expend mind power when he maintained the illusory introspection or realistic introspection. However, the mind power he had to use was very little. If Sutui's consciousness, which was also his mind power, did not interfere with the energy flowing out of his stomach, 70% of the white light of energy that flowed out of his stomach would be supplied to his major organs. Of the remaining 30%, 25% would flow into the genetic base points he had already activated. Only 5% of the energy would flow randomly into the inactive gray spots. Sutui observed the figure for half an hour and realized that the gray spots that the energy flowed into were not completely random. Within Sutui's body, the white light of energy flowed toward the inactivated genetic base points in his brain at a slightly higher frequency. There would also occasionally be white light flowing into inactivated genetic base points in his lower left calf. The probability of the white light flowing into other gray spots was extremely small. The effects of energy restoration provided by the level F energy restoration pill lasted only half an hour. Not only was Sutui not hungry after his training ended, he instead felt that he was brimming with energy. That should be the effects of the level F energy restoration pill. He consumed another level F energy restoration pill. This time, Sutui started to influence the direction of the energy flow with his mind power. He continued to send energy toward the genetic base points in his lower left calf. The abilities that the genetic base points in the brain influence were too complicated. Sutui did not dare to meddle with those for the time being. He wanted to work on those after he entered the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College and learned more about the matter. Half an hour later, after the effects of the level F energy restoration pill were depleted, the genetic base point in his leg had only gotten slightly larger. It had not been activated. However, this time, Sutui had an obvious sensation. His lower left calf was aching slightly. It looked like he had chosen a genetic base point that really targeted his lower left leg this time. After the training, Sutui once again reflected on how he felt. He no longer had the energetic feeling he got after he consumed the first level F energy restoration pill. It must have been expended during the training. However, he did not feel the extreme fatigue he felt during his first 2 sessions. Should I test out the effects of a level E energy restoration elixir? A few seconds later, Sutui consumed one of the blue pills. No, they were blue soft capsules. He then entered the illusory introspective state. Actually, Sutui had a sensation even without entering the illusory introspective state. He felt as though his stomach had been blasted open by something the moment he swallowed the capsule. A wave of heat coursed through his body. Sutui felt extremely energetic. In that instant, Sutui immediately guided the energy with his mind power. The white light of energy provided by the level E energy restoration elixir was more than 10 times that of the level F energy restoration pill. The white light that flowed out of his stomach every second was 10 to 12 times more than when he had consumed the level F energy restoration pill. At this moment, under the guidance of Sutui's consciousness, the energy swarmed toward the genetic base point that Sutui had been targeting just now. It was also at that instant when Sutui felt his entire left calf ache and swell. It even started to feel painful. It seems a bit much. The strengthening of genetic base points would directly bring about the transformation of the body. If the genetic base points in an area of the body got overly strengthened, it might bring about injuries to the body. That was explained in the resources he obtained after the genetic exam. With a thought, Sutui split the white light of energy coursing into his lower left calf into 2. 40% of the energy continued to enter the genetic base point in the lower left calf, while the remaining 60% was channeled into a genetic base point in his right hand. He chose the point randomly. The aching and swelling of his lower left calf decreased drastically. Not long after, the fingers on his right hand also started to ache and swell. However, this aching and swelling was still something he could tolerate. Sutui was in this state for 50 minutes. The blue level E energy restoration elixir sure lived up to its price of $5.000. It lasted long. It was still supplying energy after 50 minutes. It was long-lasting. At the 51-minute mark, the 2 gray genetic base points in his lower left calf and right hand that Sutui had been attacking continuously expanded and lit up at the same time. He felt a sharp pain in his lower left calf and right hand. The 2 genetic base points had been activated at the same time. Sutui relaxed. 18 genetic base points. As of now, Sutui had activated 18 genetic base points. The genetic base points in his lower left calf and right hand that had been activated today would definitely give Sutui a boost in his abilities, just based on the reaction he got from his body. It was highly probable that he had enhanced an extreme branch ability. However, at this moment, the effects of the blue soft capsule were still underway. It was very long-lasting. It cost $5.000. He must not waste it. While he was thinking, Sutui was suddenly assaulted with an insuppressible feeling of fatigue. Sutui instantly understood that he had run out of mind power. After he had concluded that there was the existence of mind power in the morning, Sutui had searched for many explanations about mind power in the internet forums. There was basically no useful information. However, there was a consensus. That was the battery theory. A person's mind power was like an old battery that existed 100 years ago. If its charge was completely used up in one sitting, then it would recover very slowly. It would even damage the battery itself. If some of its power was left behind, the battery would be recharged very quickly and not be damaged. In other words, he should not use up his mind power completely. He should sleep immediately and enter a state of recovery before his mind power was fully depleted. Even though Sutui did not understand the theory completely, he felt that the theory made sense. Thus, Sutui immediately scattered his consciousness when the insuppressible fatigue assaulted him. His illusory introspective state disappeared. He relaxed his entire body and immediately entered a state of sleep under the effects of his fatigue. Before he fell into a deep sleep, a thought occurred to Sutui: I wasted it. The effects of the $5.000 blue soft capsule are not over yet. What a waste. Chapter 18, The Bean Flicking Technique. Dawn. Sutui woke up from a deep slumber and slowly opened his eyes. He felt extremely energetic. His mind power was filled to the brim. It looks like the old battery theory of mind power is accurate. Sutui had immediately fainted when he rushed his 15th genetic base point. Sutui deduced that the reason for his fainting was that his mind power was completely depleted. When he woke up the next morning, Sutui felt that his head was heavy and that he was extremely listless. On the contrary, during the training on the subsequent 2 days, Sutui had quickly entered a state of sleep when he felt the extreme fatigue well up within him, which was a sign that his mind power was about to run out. Those times, he woke up brimming with energy. Sutui once again silently imposed another training principle upon himself. Sutui got out of the bed. The first thing he did was not to pee, but to step on the scales. He had trained after consuming the level F and level E energy restoration elixirs. If his weight still dropped drastically this morning, he could forget about training for the time being. The scales displayed 130 pounds. Sutui felt a rock lift from his heart when he saw the number. He quickly went to pee. He weighed himself again after he peed. 129 pounds. Sutui heaved a sigh of relief. He did not lose weight. He even gained 1 pound. However, the extent of the increase was too small. It was too slow compared to the speed at which he lost weight. Sutui did not hurry to eat breakfast. It might be because he used the energy restoration elixirs, but he did not feel particularly hungry this morning. Sutui first examined the changes to his body a little anxiously. Sutui had experienced a prominent bodily sensation when he activated his 17th and 18th genetic base points yesterday night. Sutui felt that those 2 genetic base points must be related to the extreme branch and that they would enhance his body's fundamental qualities. His left leg felt different. He felt that he was stepping heavier with his left leg when he walked. He felt as if he was limp. The leaping ability, fundamental strength, and even speed of his left leg were obviously much better than the right leg that he used more often. It felt like an increase of roughly 10%. It also seemed like it was an increase in the leg's overall abilities. If he had these qualities during the incident at the bubble tea store 2 days ago, Sutui would have kicked with more speed. The traitor autumn pants would probably have been completely knocked out by the kick. This was the conclusion that Sutui had come up with after a series of tests. He had limited testing conditions and could only make use of simple tests. He had to make do. The sensation he got from his right was different. It made Sutui rather surprised. It was not hand speed. It was finger strength. At this moment, the fingers on Sutui's right hand all harbored immense power. Sutui could feel that strength even without having to test it. The joints in his fingers were also abnormally agile. He could cause the air to crackle with the flick of his finger. Sutui was startled. This force behind his fingers. He froze for a moment, then suddenly took out a deck of cards from his drawer. He tossed a card forward. The card sliced through the air and hit the wall. It did not pierce into the wall. Back when he was a young teenager, Sutui had practiced using poker cards as darts to look cool. Sutui stopped, then suddenly reacted. Using poker cards as darts not only required technique and finger strength, but also required wrist strength and power from the forearm. Currently, he only had massive power in his fingers. He turned his gaze around the room and found a few round dried beans from the dried fruit platter on the table. He placed it between his fingers, then flicked it forward. Whoosh! The sound of the crackling air and the sound of the collision rang out at the same time. The dried bean had been pulverized. Sutui could no longer find it. However, there was now another hole in the wall of Sutui's bedroom. It was a hole that was roughly 2 inches deep. His wall was made out of cement and bricks, with a thin layer of wallpaper pasted over. Sutui was dazed for a while when he saw the hole. He had a recurring thought in his mind. What if the target was a human body? What if the target was a vital spot like the head or eyes, if the dry bean was swapped for a metal object, the destructive force? If he had this ability 2 days ago, during the incident at the bubble tea store, it wouldn't have been that troublesome. Accuracy, Sutui thought about yet another problem. It was not enough to just have power. He had to also be accurate. An attack to the vital spot was only effective if it hit the vital spot. For the next hour, Sutui acted like he was possessed by a demon. He shot out bean after bean with his fingers. Everything in the house rang out from his shots. Fortunately, Sutui had managed to control his strength. Otherwise, most of the furniture and electronics would have been destroyed, if the house did not crumble first. He might not experience a farewell later. Instead, Mother Sue would be chasing him out of the house with a cleaver. He gained a lot. Sutui realized that the accuracy of his bean flicking technique was not great. When his target was about the size of a fist, Sutui could hit the target 70% of the time if it was 5 meters away. His accuracy if the target was between 5 to 10 meters away from him was less than 50%. It would not matter much if he hit a target that was more than 10 meters away. However, Sutui discovered something surprising when the target was roughly 3 meters away from him. Within the radius of Sutui's mental perception, his bean flicking technique would hit the target 100% of the time. It also had immense power. Sutui had estimated that the radius of his sensory abilities was roughly 3 meters when he was at Yu Zepping's office the other day. Today, he felt that the radius seemed to have grown a little. However, he had not done any exact measurements. Sutui felt that he should keep a record of that radius. It was easy to test. He first closed his eyes and detected the longest distance of his sensory perception. After noting the position of the longest distance, Sutui found himself a ruler and measured the distance. 3.12 meters. Sutui took out a small notebook and made a note. Whether or not he had any growth during the past 2 days, he would be able to compare any future distance with this number to determine if there was any growth. He was about to set off. His mother was very worried. She was worried that Sutui would not be full, worried that the food outside would not be good, worried that someone would bully Sutui, worried that his clothes would not be washed when it was dirty, worried that Sutui would be bullied while he was outside. What's there to be worried about? We can call him when he arrives at the school. His mother's worry eased considerably after she heard Sujianguo's straightforward attempts at consoling her. However, she did hope that Sutui could bring a fridge with him before he left. She thought that Sutui's luggage was too small. She wanted to stuff Sutui's luggage bag and backpack with food. It would be best if he had space from another dimension. In the end, Sujianguo managed to stop his wife. They should be treated rather well along the way. If you stuff his bags with food, it would be a waste if it spoils along the way. It'll also make his bag heavy. That makes sense. However, Sutui ultimately brought along a few more bags of snacks. He had prepared those for Chengmo. The feeling of his stomach churning in hunger was too uncomfortable. Also, Sutui brought along a large bag of soybeans as a snack. They could also be used for his bean flicking technique. He also brought along a box of magnetic balls. It was a stress relief toy. He would play with them occasionally when he was studying. He brought them along today because he heard that these toys were made of metal. They were heavy. Sutui did not know if they were hollow inside. However, these toys were definitely much sturdier than soybeans. Ever since the stalking and the incident at the bubble tea store, Sutui's desire to protect himself had become much stronger. Study hard when you get there. The future is very exciting, but also very cruel. Work hard. Yu Zeping gave Sutui a tight hug at the gathering spot. Chengmo, you too. Even though you eat a lot, you would not become fatter if you manage to expend the calories, Yu Zeping encouraged. Don't worry, teacher. I hope that you would bring along a girlfriend to visit a year later. It's best if she knows how to have a laugh. Chengmo, who was smiling, felt his heart become sour. He broke away from Yu Zeping, who was still hugging him, and immediately turned to leave. He kept his luggage and got onto the bus, waving along the way. Don't worry, teacher. I definitely will. 1 year later, I'll visit you with the bell of the Gran Era Genetic Evolution College. Yes? Good. Yu Zeping had a wide smile. He suddenly shouted, don't forget to bring a case of cigarettes. Sutui and Chengmo, who were about to board the bus, staggered. The image had changed too quickly. My God, Chengmo, you bastard. Have you forgotten? That case of cigarettes that I've placed in my drawer for 2 months. There are only 1 or 2 cigarettes in every pack after I opened the case. Aren't you the one who did it? Do you really have to make me say that a pig smoked those? Yu Zeping roared. Teacher, you also smoked those, all right? Chengmo looked back and gave a hushed retort. He froze for a moment. Yu Zeping, who had now just come to his senses, jumped in fury. Chengmo started to board the bus. A voice in the maglev bus caused Sutui, who had boarded the bus first, to knit his brows. He felt a little displeased. You want to return with the bell of the Gran Era Genetic Evolution College? You must be dreaming, a teenager with a muscular, yet streamlined frame, snorted coldly. Tongqi, he is not just dreaming. Do you know who he is? He Mingsun, who had also boarded the bus, laughed as he spoke. Who? He's Chengmo, the person who activated the rice bucket genetic base points. Oh, did you read yesterday's news? The rice bucket teenager who was escorted out of the buffet restaurant. That's him. He Mingsun pointed toward Chengmo, who was still boarding the bus, and laughed. He activated the rice bucket genetic base points. And he wants to date the school belle. He wouldn't even have a chance with the grass. He must be a fool to have such a dream, right? He Mingsun laughed to compliment the scene. He had not finished laughing when Sutui arrived in front of him with a furious expression. Chapter 19, The Difference Between Two Escorting Teachers. He Mingsun. Can't you say something decent? You've gone overboard. Sutui glared at He Mingsun. He had a furious expression. He Mingsun had gone overboard. In the past, he, Chengmo, and Tang Ting had come into conflict with He Mingsun and his group on several occasions. However, those kinds of conflicts had been within the realms of student argument. They did not cross the line. Sutui could not interfere if they were laughing at Chengmo behind his back. However, mocking Chengmo in his face and adding insult to injury was going overboard. He Mingsun did not back down when he saw Sutui glaring at him. He stood abruptly and stared straight at Sutui with a look of disregard. What I said was the truth. What's the matter? Do you have a problem? Can't I speak the truth? He Mingsun tilted his head. He had a provocative expression on his face. You? Sutui took half a step forward. He was livid. Why? Do you want to fight? Come. He Mingsun balled his hands into fists and clenched his teeth. He let out a cold laugh. He seemed afraid that Sutui would not step forward. Head out and fight if you want to fight. The voice of the teacher in charge rang out coldly. However, don't blame me for not reminding you. You shouldn't blame me if you disrupt the order of this operation and hamper your own futures. Little Tui, don't stoop to their level. It is because of my disappointing results. Cheng Mo quickly stepped forward and pulled Sutui back. Don't worry. I know when to stop. After pushing Cheng Mo away, Sutui glared at He Mingsun and said, He Mingsun, we are classmates. We would be classmates even when we enter the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College in the future. Even more so, we would be fellow countrymen. Let's not mention helping each other, but we shouldn't fight amongst ourselves, should we? I hope that you would act more intelligently and not disrupt the harmony between fellow countrymen this early into the trip. What he said is logical. He Mingsun, you are in the wrong. At the side, a young lady who had been looking down and reading her book suddenly spoke. Gongling, it's none of your business. He Mingsun was a little frustrated. He then laughed coldly towards Sutui. Don't mention the kinship between fellow students and countrymen with me. You guys are a rice bucket and an enlightened mind type. What kinship? We'll be happy if you don't disgrace Jincheng Prefecture. Sutui's mindset had transformed ever since the stalking incident and the incident at the bubble tea store. He was no longer anxious at this moment. All right, you said that yourself. It's you who do not care about the kinship between fellow students. Sutui turned around and walked toward the other person who had been loudly mocking Cheng Mo just now, Tong Qi. Sutui's actions immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the bus. Tong Qi. This was a name that Sutui had not only heard from Special Intelligence Division Captain Zhou Sheng, but he had also heard about him from several students. He was a genius from Jincheng 6th High School. His family was also very reputable. It was rumored that he had gone through a series of systematic training ever since he was young. He also scored extremely well in the genetic exams. He was the only genius who managed to activate 16 genetic base points at the exam venue in Jincheng Prefecture. He was the top scorer of this year's genetic exams. Before this, Sutui had been rather excited to meet the top scorer of Jincheng Prefecture. However, Sutui did not expect to meet the top scorer in such a manner. Sutui walked toward Tong Qi's seat. However, without waiting for Sutui to say anything, an angry shout rang out behind him. Sutui, what are you going to do? The teacher in charge scolded Sutui before he could do anything. If you want to cause trouble, I'll send you off the bus. This was the first time Sutui felt so upset. He was very upset at the teacher in charge. He had not done anything, yet he had been shouted at twice by the teacher. However, having gone through many years in school, Sutui was already an expert at outwitting the teacher. He turned around and faced the teacher in charge, then revealed his row of white teeth. Teacher, which eye of yours saw me cause trouble? You have to produce the evidence, Sutui challenged. I only want to say a few words to my fellow student, Tong Qi. Is that not allowed? Or are we going to have a no-talking rule in the bus today? His tone was neutral. It silenced the teacher who was about to flare up. The teacher stared coldly at Sutui but did not say anything. Sutui's gaze was also a little cold. This teacher in charge must be sick in the head. He did not know how to do his job and was picking on Sutui. Wasn't that causing trouble? Sutui turned around and said, Tong Qi. Tong Qi did not move. He remained in his seat with his arms crossed. He tilted his chin slightly upward and gave Sutui a curt reply. Do you need something? Be more respectful with your words next time. Tong Qi was not aggravated even though he was criticized by Sutui. Instead, he raised his head and laughed. And what if I don't? Sutui gave Tong Qi a cold stare, then returned to his seat without saying anything. Along the way, Sutui noticed that the teacher in charge had not stopped staring at him. It seemed as though the teacher was trying to find faults with him. It made Sutui roll his eyes toward the teacher. 20 minutes later, all of the students had boarded the bus. The teacher in charge went through the attendance list and confirmed that all of the students were here. Students, let me introduce myself. My surname is Chai and my full name is Chai Yifeng. I belong to the Investigation Department of Jincheng Prefecture Ministry of Education. I'm the teacher in charge of your group. There are 30 students on this bus. All of you are genius students who have been accepted into the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College. I believe that you have heard and understood that the annual season of students reporting to their genetic evolution colleges is never peaceful. This time, we would spend 2 days on the road. During these 2 days, I hope that every student would be able to listen to instructions and follow the rules while on the road. You will safely arrive at the capital and begin your college life, and I will have successfully completed my first escort mission. At this point, Chai Yifeng's tone suddenly turned threatening. However, I'll say the ugly words first. If you dare to cause trouble and not follow the rules while we are on the road, please do not blame me for turning nasty. Chai Yifeng had directed the last few words towards Sutui. Sutui rolled his eyes. Was he that prominent? Did all of you hear me? The scattered replies made Chai Yifeng look bad. He shouted again, did all of you hear me? Louder. Yes. Chai Yifeng had an unfriendly gaze. He had especially stared at the thorn that was Sutui, only to see that Sutui was still looking downward. Sutui. Sutui did not look up, nor did he say anything. Sutui. Chai Yifeng walked forward and arrived in front of Sutui's seat before he shouted. Cheng Mo gently elbowed Sutui. What's the matter, teacher? Did you hear what I said just now? Sutui looked at Chai Yifeng for some time, then slowly said, Teacher, my ears are fine. I'm not deaf. Chai Yifeng was furious. That was not the answer he wanted to hear. He had wanted to seize the opportunity to lecture Sutui and display his authority. That way, he would have a much easier time controlling this group of students while they were on the road. He did not expect to be put on the spot by Sutui. However, he would have gone overboard if he continued to press the matter. The cameras in the bus were not decorative items. It's good that you hear me. Wait for the bus to set off. All he could do was return to his seat with a fierce expression. 2 days. Can you last that long? Sutui asked softly when he heard the faint sounds of Cheng Mo's growling stomach. No problem. I brought a lot of food. We'll also be given meals along the way, Cheng Mo assured his friend. All right. I've also brought food along. I also have level E and level F energy restoration elixirs. If you are really hungry, we can use those to stave off your hunger. Don't worry. I brought some with me too. Tell me if you don't have enough. They waited for half an hour. First, 2 security personnel from the military examined the interior of the bus with an inspection device. Then, one of them went to the front of the bus and sat down behind the driver. The other officer took out a fist-sized circular device and placed it at a central position on the roof of the bus. He gave the device a gentle tap and activated the electronic device. Sutui knitted his brows slightly. He felt a little upset the moment that electronic device was activated. At the same time, Gongling, who was sitting in front of Sutui, also knitted her brows. Almost instantly after the electronic device was activated, several students who were playing with their communication devices suddenly let out a cry of surprise. What's going on? My communication device suddenly ran out of power. It had been fully charged. That's right. It's the same for me. I can't even restart it. This is a super miniature radiation atomic releasing device. When it is activated, all electronic devices would lose power within its radius because of a disruption of the electronic signals. At the same time, it also acts as a signal blocker. All of your electronic devices would return to normal after we arrive at our destination and the devices shut off. The security officer finished what he had to say with a serious expression, then sat down at the last row of seats. The students in the bus let out a sorrowful howl. Wouldn't they be bored to death along the way if they could not use their electronic devices? So, I brought a book. Gongling, who was sitting in front of Sutui, waved the book in her hand and smiled. However, the bus did not set off even after the security officers took their seats. They waited for a while longer. Suddenly, a tall and slender figure stepped onto the bus. She was wearing dainty white shoes, a pair of light blue jeans that hugged her slender legs and waist, and a rather loose light-colored shirt. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was carrying a black backpack in her arms. The youthful aura that radiated from that person even made Gongling, who was in her prime age, turn her head to look. She was a little envious. Even though the person was wearing a blue disposable medical mask, all of the boys in the bus sat up straight and glanced toward her. Sutui was rather shocked. Wasn't that the female researcher? She was Professor Nzaya Oxu from the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College's Mystery Branch School of Enlightened Mind. Why was she here? I am Professor Nzaya Oxu from the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College's Mystery Branch School of Enlightened Mind. I am also a teacher who will escort the students on this bus. The students were silent, only giving Nzaya Oxu acknowledging glances. Along the way, I hope that you students will be able to follow the rules. You can tell me if you have any questions or require any assistance. Have all of you heard me clearly? And Nzaya Oxu, who had just got onto the bus, said, "Yes, Professor N." The reply was bright and organized. Chai Yifeng, who was also an escorting teacher, felt extremely displeased when he heard it. It was a little heart-wrenching. They were both teachers. Why was the difference in treatment so stark? Chapter 20, a strange sound in the cubicle. Aside from the thousands of buses that were sending students to the respective colleges, several thousand escort vehicles also set off along with Sutui and the rest of the students. Those were escort vehicles with heavy weapons attached to their roofs. The modes of transportation in the 22nd century were naturally more advanced than those during the 21st century because of the advancement in technology. However, the changes to the environment also made traveling during the 22nd century more complicated. It was not as convenient during the 21st century. Humans stepped into the Great Genetic Age from the year 2037. However, humans were not the only creatures that stepped into the Great Genetic Age. There were also the animals and plants of the Blue Star. Animals and plants had a longer history than humans on the Blue Star. Some people may ask, humans entered the Great Genetic Age because they had their genetic liberation elixir. What do plants and animals have? The Blue Star was a large ecosphere. On the micro scale, the excrement of the humans who had been administered their genetic liberation elixir were the sources of genetic evolution within plants and animals. On the macro scale, the genetic products that were produced during humanity's Great Genetic Age, from large-scale experiments on animals and plants to minuscule movements of atoms, were the sources of genetic evolution within plants and animals. These included other factors such as the changes in a human's sense and their abilities. Furthermore, plants and animals had an advantage that humanity could never rival. This was the greatest difference between the types of evolution between humans and other living things. Current genetic evolution research classified genetic evolution into two major groups. The first was an evolution through the passing down of genes. The second was a sudden mutation of genes. Judging from the efficiency of genetic evolution within the population, genetic evolution through the passing down of genes was the most cost-effective way of genetic evolution. The mutation-type method of genetic evolution that humans were using now was too inefficient. However, the reproduction period of humans was too long. Even if the Blue Star encouraged or even rewarded humans for reproducing, humans required 20 to 30 years to nurture the next generation. The average reproduction period was 24 years. All humans could only pass their genes down once every 24 years. However, for many species of plants and animals, 24 years was enough to pass their genes down upward of 20 times. Those that have a low reproduction period could even accomplish genetic evolution more than 500 times. Humans had only passed their genes down 4 to 5 generations since the start of the Great Genetic Era. According to the data generated during the Great Genetic Age, an individual's fundamental attributes would be enhanced by 1% to 3% with every generation, with the average being 1.9%. Having their genes passed down 4 to 5 generations, the enhancement rate of humans merely sat between 7% to 10%. But what about plants and animals? Within a period of 100 years, they had successfully passed their genes down 100 times or more. These living creatures would receive an enhancement of 0.1% to 5% to their fundamental attributes every time they passed their genes down, depending on their species. The average value for their attribute enhancement was 0.008, which was 0.8%. The enhancement they obtained after passing their genes down 100 generations was terrifying. This percentage was not additive. Instead, it was compounded. Furthermore, some species of enemies passed down their genes far more than 100 times during the 100 years of the Great Genetic Era. The most representative of that were the mosquitoes of this day and age. The Blue Star had tried to make mosquitoes genetically extinct on at least 5 occasions. However, the mosquitoes had survived them all. The mosquitoes that survived became much more terrifying. They were no longer afraid of harsh colds and high temperatures. They even had a certain level of resistance to electric shocks. They flew faster, were quieter, and had sharper stingers. The smaller mosquitoes got smaller, while the bigger ones got larger. In this day and age, if an individual was unprotected in the wilderness, it would only be a matter of hours before they were bitten to death by mosquitoes. Of course, being bitten to death by mosquitoes in the wilderness was the luckiest way to die. Mosquitoes had a strong numbing effect on their stingers and could allow an individual to die without pain. However, mosquitoes were not the only creature out to kill a person in the wilderness. Over the years, because of all kinds of mutations, humanity had had to step back time and time again from nature. Wild plants and animals reproduced at a rapid rate, which caused the wilderness to become extremely dangerous. In this day and age, traveling long distances became extremely dangerous and cost a large amount of money. Planes had become the most accident-prone form of transportation in this world. That was even when humans spent a great deal of money to escort those planes with fighter jets. There were too many birds in the sky. Furthermore, all of them had extremely hard heads. The more common modes of transportation in this era were trains, low-altitude flights, maglev, and high-grade protected highways. Planes were only used for ultra-long distance travel. Of course, planes had their advantages. For example, it would be quicker if a plane was used to transport the students from Jincheng Prefecture to the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College situated at the capital. They would be able to arrive in the capital in less than 2 hours. Furthermore, if they were supported by the full force of the government, officials could mobilize a larger number of fighter jets to protect the fleet. At the same time, they could activate a high-frequency infrasonic transmitter to reduce the risk to a minimum. However, in this world, some creatures were more dangerous than wild animals, humans. In the past 100 years, during the school opening season after the genetic exams, there were a total of 41 plane disasters caused by various traitor organizations in the Blue Star. An entire group of students died during each plane disaster. The chances of survival were little. They suffered heavy losses in the form of talented students from various regions. Many regions even lost all of their students with potential. After all, the passenger load of a commercial plane was between 200 people to 800 people. After that, the government of various countries gradually switched to a different way to transport the students to their colleges. They made use of maglev, low-altitude flights, and protected highways. These modes of transport were used to reduce casualty and prevent the possibility of being wiped out. That was because by using this method, they would not be wiped out even if 1 or 2 cars were destroyed by a traitor organization. Even if every student in the vehicle was killed, they would only lose 20 to 30 students. Furthermore, under such a mode of transportation, the goals of the various traitor organizations led by the Dawn Salvation Traitor Organization was no longer to kill these students who had just been administered their genetic liberation elixir. They wanted to abduct them. That was because the Blue Star had implemented their genetic exams. The exams posed a huge problem to the various traitor organizations. They no longer had a source of geniuses who have activated a large number of genetic base points. They might occasionally pick up 1 or 2 from the students who failed to meet the genetic admission score, but the probability of that was pitifully low. They needed to take action during the annual school opening to replenish their number of talented individuals, be it for their experiments, testing out new technology, or nurturing the next generation of their forces. Of course, if the situation took a drastic turn from the worse, abduction could also become murder. That outcome could allow them to obtain more rewards from the extraterrestrial invaders, such as higher levels of technology or elixirs. Governments had high levels of jurisdiction within most of the cities around the world. At least, the level of control they had was similar to the situation in Huaxia. However, as they left the borders of the city, the level of control governments had would decrease drastically according to how far away they got. This was especially so for places far away in between cities, where there were not many people. The danger there increased exponentially. Jincheng Prefecture was like that. Students, we would be in a high-risk area before we arrive at Xi'an Prefecture. According to the plan, it would take 8.5 hours. Actually, other than a set time for rest and one meal, you would only have 2 opportunities to head to a washroom during the journey. Please pay attention to your food and water intake during this time. In the high-risk zone, other than a set supply point, we would not stop anywhere else. If you really have any problems, we have prepared adult diapers for you. Students who are really urgent to go can get one from me. Chai Yifeng fulfilled his responsibilities as best as possible. What made Su Tui a little dejected was that Chai Yifeng's last sentence was directed in his direction. He must have said it to Cheng Mo, who had already started his continuous intake of food. Su Tui could not help but shiver when he thought about the fact that they might have to use adult diapers. Mosey, would there be a problem if you continue eating like that? Su Tui gently asked. We'll only be stopping twice during the journey. Don't worry. I eat a lot, but I don't shit a lot. I think it's because I absorb it well. Su Tui was speechless. The bus they were on must be a special vehicle. It could levitate magnetically and achieve his speeds. It could also traverse through the wilderness. The glass was also a special kind of reinforced glass. When he was boarding the bus, Su Tui noticed that he could not see into the vehicle from the outside. Fortunately, they could see what was happening outside the bus. Even though he had brought a book, Su Tui, who had stepped out of Jincheng for the first time, wanted to see the outside world. Thousands of identical buses departed from Jincheng Prefecture one after the other. They then formed groups and left through various tunnels. Su Tui had seen the map. Xi'an Prefecture was located southeast of Jincheng Prefecture, more south than east. However, their fleet of buses was traveling northeast, seemingly toward Ningaiyin Prefecture. This planned route should have been for considerations of their safety. Based on what Su Tui understood and from what was written in the brochure, the number one target of the traitor organizations should be them, geniuses who had activated 10 or more genetic base points. That meant that Su Tui and this bus of students were in the most danger. However, Su Tui felt safe just based on how the fleet of buses had set off from Jincheng as well as the route they were taking. There were thousands of buses, all with activated super-miniature radiation atomic releasing devices. How would the traitor organizations be able to find the 2 to 3 buses that were transporting the genius students? That level of difficulty felt terrifying just thinking about it. Furthermore, the shortest route to the capital was passing through Xi'an Prefecture into Nanzheng Prefecture before entering the capital. However, based on this planned route, they were going to turn into Ningaiyin Prefecture first. What if they took another detour along the way? It would be too difficult for the traitor organizations to find out where they were traveling to next. Su Tui felt that the security precautions for this escort mission were very well done. He felt extremely safe. He could relax. After easing his worries, Su Tui happily started to admire the scenery outside. There were towering trees as well as thick bushes. He would occasionally see a crawling creature pounce toward them from the bushes. The speed at which those creatures approached made Su Tui worry if the glass would break. However, in the end, the glass did not break. Neither did the head of the animal. Instead, there were startled cries on the bus. Of course, that was also a crunching sound. That was the sound of Cheng Mo eating. Occasionally, there would be palm-sized birds dive-bombing the advancing bus at high speeds. The students did not pay the birds any regard. However, with a thud, the beak of the palm-sized bird pierced through the windshield and poked into the interior of the bus. More alarmingly, the bird did not die from the impact. It was still struggling. The driver did not move. The security officer sitting behind the driver pushed the bird out with a tool he carried around. He then sprayed the windshield with water to clean it before stuffing a piece of glue into the opening. He then sprayed the stuff with a certain chemical and stuck a special stabilizing pad. The glue melted and fused into the broken windshield. A few seconds later, the windshield was as good as new. The security officer returned to his seat. Sutui thought that the entire incident was amusing. Along the way, Sutui saw many things outside the window that he had only seen on the internet in the past. Sutui suddenly thought, would I be able to set foot here in the future? I think so. Halfway into the journey, the fleet changed directions twice but was ultimately still heading toward the northwest. It looked like they were going to Ningaiin Prefecture instead of Xi'an Prefecture. The sounds of the students' chatter became louder. They could not use their electronic devices, nor did they have Gongling's foresight. They could not do anything besides chat. Fortunately, they reached the first supply stop 3 hours later. Students, those who need to can visit the washroom. My suggestion is that those who don't need to should also go. That is because the next supply stop is also roughly 3 hours away, Chai Yifeng said. He was the first to get off the bus. There were many armed guards at the supply stop. Many drones were flying around the perimeter of the area on patrol. Sutui and Chengmo got off the bus and went to pee in the washroom. After he released all he had to release, Sutui was about to leave when he suddenly heard a soft sound coming from the cubicle behind him. The sound was incredibly soft. It was like the sound of pressing a button, or the sound of a leather shoe gently stepping onto the ground. A thought occurred to Sutui. He instantly gathered his concentration. Using his mental perception, the image in the cubicle appeared in Sutui's mind. Chapter 21, The Flipping Hot Pot Disaster. The teacher in charge, Chai Yifeng, appeared in Sutui's mental image. It was not a particularly disgusting scene. It was just that Chai Yifeng's actions were a little gross. The first scene Sutui sensed in the cubicle was that Chai Yifeng seemed to be eating something. Chai Yifeng seemed to have stuffed something in his mouth and was chewing on it. Sutui could not detect what exactly was in his mouth. However, the scene was not only gross, but it was also a little strange. Was eating in the toilet one of Chai Yifeng's fetishes? Then, Chai Yifeng started to urinate. A few seconds later, he walked out of the cubicle. Sutui did not leave immediately. He pretended to be pulling his zipper up. Chai Yifeng's expression seemed to be nervous when Sutui was looking at him with his mental senses. However, after Chai Yifeng left the cubicle, Sutui sensed that he had heaved a sigh of relief. Something strange was going on. However, Chai Yifeng soon left the radius of Sutui's mental senses. Sutui turned around and used his mental senses to investigate the cubicle Chai Yifeng had used. He did not find anything. Everything could not look more normal. Chai Yifeng had entered a cubicle but did not poo. That was a little unusual. However, many ordinary people also went straight into a cubicle to urinate. That was not strange. However, entering the cubicle to urinate was not the only suspicious act Chai Yifeng did just now. He ran into the cubicle immediately after getting off the bus not to urinate, but to eat something. He also looked nervous when he was leaving the cubicle. He urinated but did not take a dump after entering the cubicle. All of these actions combined made Sutui incredibly suspicious. If this had been Sutui before he had been through the stalking and the incident at the bubble tea store, he would not have cared about this situation, or he would not even look a second longer. A person must be sick to want to see another man taking a dump. However, the Sutui who had become more mature after the stalking and the bubble tea store incidents was different. There was bound to be a deeper reason behind actions that seemed to not follow any logic. Sutui learned it from all the detective and crime dramas he had watched in the past. Of course, he could not make any conclusions just based on the things he had observed. Sutui did not want to cause trouble for himself. However, it did not prevent Sutui from paying more attention to Cha Yifeng. Sutui took advantage of the 10-minute rest time. He observed the fleet of buses. At this moment, there were a total of 12 buses at the supply stop, and there were 13 escort vehicles. There were 6 security guards in military gear in every escort vehicle. Along with the 2 security guards in every bus, the number of security guards protecting this fleet of vehicles totaled 102. He did not include the teachers accompanying the students in the buses. These teachers were all genetic liberators, at the very least. However, Sutui did not know if the other buses also had 2 teachers or if they only had 1. However, this security regiment was powerful enough. It made Sutui feel much less worried. During the break, Sutui nonchalantly walked past Cha Yifeng's back multiple times with Cheng Mo but did not notice anything strange. 10 minutes later, everyone got onto the bus and prepared to set off once again. Sutui realized that Professor Nzioxu had not gotten off the bus just now. Could the bladder capacity of a professor be different from that of an ordinary person? Sometime into the journey, Sutui realized why Nzioxu did not get off the bus. After relieving themselves, the group of students started to drink water. Mineral water was supplied for free on the bus. There was also a bottle of water in front of Nzioxu. She had gotten a bottle when she got onto the bus at the start of the journey. However, the water level in her bottle had only dropped by roughly 2 inches. Nzioxu had only taken a sip, to wet her lips. She was not like Cheng Mo, who drank half a bottle of water at one go. Nzioxu seemed to have sensed Sutui's gaze. She turned around to glance at Sutui, then lowered her head and continued with her book. Sutui was sitting near the middle of the bus, slightly more toward the back. Cha Yifeng, who was sitting near the door of the bus, was just within the 3-meter radius of Sutui's mental senses. However, Cha Yifeng had not acted strangely ever since he got onto the bus. He was calm. However, Cha Yifeng's mental state seemed a little more nervous than the mental auras released by the other students in Sutui's mental senses. It might be because of his responsibilities as a teacher in charge. After the break, the 30 students became clearly more relaxed. The atmosphere in the bus became more active. There were the sounds of chewing. Even though they had only been on the road for 3 hours since they got onto the bus, more than 4 hours had passed from when they first reported to their meeting point. Many of the students had become hungry. They started to eat and drink. The bus provided snacks like biscuits. However, most of the students had brought along delicious food that their parents had prepared. Everyone had different tastes. The combination of the various scents was rather stimulating. Fortunately, there were no students who loved smelly tofu or durian. Otherwise, this group of students would have to sit through hell. Teenagers made friends easily, especially Cheng Mo, who had an approachable personality. Furthermore, he had brought along a wide variety of food at substantial volumes. Cheng Mo was also generous. Cheng Mo, who had been eating along just now, soon gathered a bunch of people to eat with him. Everyone brought out their food to share. It was also their way of getting to know each other beforehand. It would have become a party if they had some beer and were allowed to shout. Sutui also had to bring something out. There were fragrant sauced beef, glistening braised pork knuckles, and crunchy marinated cucumbers. Finally, Sutui took out his soybeans and began giving them out to the other students. "Hey, my mum roasted these herself. They're crunchy and fragrant. You can use them as a snack for the journey. Try some." The female student, Gongling, displayed her hesitation and worry. She was clearly a little worried about a certain bodily function that would happen after consuming soybeans, especially since they were on a long journey. "It's fine, just eat less of them. Try a little." Sutui was very passionate. After passing them around, most of the students in the bus had gotten a few soybeans. Cha, do you want some?" Sutui snickered. "No, thank you," Cha Yifeng declined immediately. "Professor N, do you want some?" Nzioxu shook her head. Sutui and Cheng Mo had created a jovial atmosphere with the picnic they shared with other students. Most of the students now naturally had a rift with Tong 11, He Mingsun, and the rest of the students who had mocked them just now. Su Tui and Cheng Mo did not entertain them. The side where they were at felt a little cold. The feeling of being isolated was not good. He Mingsun could not take it anymore. He immediately retrieved his bag from the luggage compartment and took out a large box. "Here, friends, there's one for each of you. My mum was busy, and I love hot pot, so I prepared a few self-heating hot pots. I have all kinds of flavors. Choose them yourselves." He Mingsun had brought along 6 to 7 portions of self-heating hot pots to act as his meal for the 2 days on the road. However, he acted very passionately at the moment to not be left out from the gathering. He gave away 3 boxes in the blink of an eye. "Mr. Cha, do you want some?" "No, thank you." Chai Yifeng refused as usual. "Ms. And what about you? Do you want one?" "No, thank you." And Xiaoxu also refused the goodwill. The students tore apart the packaging and poured in water. A few minutes later, the self-heating hot pots started to steam and release an intense aroma, especially the numbing and spicy flavored ones. They did not know how flavorful the food was yet, but the aroma was both spicy and numbing. "Wow, the kick is there. It feels great eating this." He Mingsun deliberately promoted his food loudly. He had every intention to boast. A few students who loved spicy food swallowed when they saw He Mingsun eat. He Mingsun, who was now sweating from the food, stood at the middle of the seats and started eating large mouthfuls of food while looking in the direction of Cheng Mo and the rest of the students. He let out praise with every mouthful of food he took. Many students became displeased when they saw how He Mingsun was acting. "It's merely a self-heating hot pot. Did he have to do this? Hey, He Mingsun, be careful. You are standing up when the bus is still moving at high speeds. Be careful that you spill your self-heating hot pot. It will not be good if you scald yourself," Su Tui suddenly reminded. He Mingsun disregarded him. "How is that possible? The genetic base points I activated are a general combination of power and speed. My hands have now become incredibly stable." He Mingsun suddenly lost balance while he was in the middle of boasting. The self-heating hot pot in his hand suddenly tilted back toward him. He Mingsun dodged instinctively. However, he had been in the middle of boasting and did not expect to lose his balance. He was too slow in avoiding the spilling hot pot. The red, oily soup of the hot pot splattered toward He Mingsun's chest. Not much of the soup landed on his chest. Most of it fell onto his shoes. He Mingsun had worn a pair of white shoes to show them off today. Then, the color of the shoes changed. It was dyed with the red and oily soup. He even had a pair of green peppercorns dangling in front of his chest. He Mingsun was dumbfounded. He was a little confused. The soup was not scalding. The heating capabilities of a self-heating hot pot did not last long. The temperature of the soup would decrease continuously once an individual started to eat. However, what was he going to do about his drenched shirt, pants, shoes, socks, and underwear? Even worse, his clothes and shoes were in his bigger luggage which was stored in the storage cabin of the bus. He could not retrieve his luggage and change his clothes if the bus would not stop. The corner of He Mingsun's lips twitched. He looked towards Su Tui, who had reminded him earlier. You? Su Tui sighed. He Mingsun, I've already reminded you just now, but you are still so careless. Clean that up quickly. Do you need a napkin? Su Tui said. The students on the bus froze. Su Tui's words were too prophetic. He had just reminded He Mingsun when an accident happened. However, it was because He Mingsun had been too showy just now. He was only eating a self-heating hot pot just now. Did he have to be that exaggerated? He was standing in between the seats. An accident happened. He deserved it. He Mingsun even looked like he was about to blame Su Tui, who had reminded him to be careful just now. He did not seem like a decent person. They had to be more careful when interacting with this student in the future. Many of the more intelligent students immediately made mental notes. They could be friends with Su Tui and Cheng Mo. They had to be careful when interacting with He Mingsun. While the attention of everyone in the bus was on He Mingsun's body, the gaze of the female researcher, and Xiaoxu, had moved to the armrest of the seat beside He Mingsun. There was a small soybean there. There was a little red oil on the soybean. It must have come into contact with the oil when it hit the self-heating hot pot just now. After glancing at the haggard He Mingsun, and Xiaoxu looked up toward the smiling Su Tui. This lad sure remembers his grievances, even though Xiaoxu had not seen it just now, she had heard the sound of something slicing through the air amidst the noisy chatter of the students. The source of that sound had started where Su Tui was and ended at He Mingsun's self-heating hot pot. The situation was clear as day. Su Tui was the one who flipped over He Mingsun's self-heating hot pot with a soybean. However, even though she knew the truth, and Xiaoxu did not have any evidence. At this moment, many students had soybeans in their hands. This Su Tui is very cautious when he does things, and Xiaoxu concluded. However, and Xiaoxu would not expose Su Tui even if she had the evidence. She did not particularly like He Mingsun either. He was not worth her sympathy. He Mingsun, clean up the floor. And Xiaoxu's soft words helped Su Tui add insult to the injury. Ah! He Mingsun had a bitter expression. He scanned the bus. No one offered to help him. The students who had eaten his self-heating hot pot just now did not move either, especially Tong Qi. He was sitting closest to He Mingsun, but he had no intention of helping him. Finally, a few of the female students felt sorry for him and helped him a little. Even so, He Mingsun spent half an hour cleaning up the mess he created after spilling his self-heating hot pot. The entire bus smelled like hot pot. The smell was even stronger on He Mingsun's body. The student sitting beside He Mingsun disdainfully went to the back of the bus and sat with the security guard. He Mingsun wanted to cry. Not far away, Su Tui, who had eaten his fill, placed soybean after soybean into his mouth. He bit into the beans. Crunch. Fragrant. After a satisfying meal, coupled with the fatigue from the travel, many of the students started to sleep. Time passed quickly during their nap. Su Tui also closed his eyes. However, he left behind a little bit of his consciousness to pay attention to Chai Yifeng. However, there was nothing strange with Chai Yifeng. Suddenly, Chai Yifeng's voice rang out again. Students, wake up. We have reached the second supply stop. Not only can you use the toilet at this supply stop, but meals are also provided here. You guys have a total of 15 minutes. We'll not wait for you if you are late. Chai Yifeng pulled the bus door open after he spoke and was the first to get off the bus. He Mingsun, who had been tolerating his circumstances the entire journey, was the second to bolt down the bus. He immediately sprinted for the storage cabin. Su Tui pulled on Cheng Mo, who was still eating, and brought him along as he followed closely behind Chai Yifeng. Chapter 22, The Commander's Decision. As usual, they saw many security guards after they got off the bus. Chai Yifeng, who was the first to get off the bus, sprinted for the washroom. The way he sprinted made him look like a student who had held it in for a long time and desperately wanted to pee on the spot. There were many students like that. Everything looked absolutely normal. However, Su Tui knew that there was a problem. Chai Yifeng had visited the washroom 3 hours ago. During the 3 hours after that, Su Tui observed that Chai Yifeng had not consumed any water. He only occasionally took a sip of mineral water to wet his lips. He did not consume anything either. Of course, it might be because Mr. Cha's bladder was a little more delicate. Currently, there was no problem with Chai Yifeng's action. However, based on Su Tui's general observations from just now, he felt that Chai Yifeng was very suspicious. It was also because he had confirmed his suspicion that Su Tui did not dare to follow too closely behind Chai Yifeng. If there really was a problem with Chai Yifeng, it would be bad if Chai Yifeng noticed him. Chai Yifeng was fast even though he was walking with his legs squeezed inward. He was amongst the first wave of people entering the washroom. Su Tui quickly followed behind him. He had just entered the washroom when he saw Cha Yifeng turn into the cubicle furthest into the washroom. He was really fast. Observing his surroundings as he walked, Su Tui entered a different cubicle. The cubicle he was in was beside Cha Yifeng's. Tolerating the strange odors, Su Tui gently exhaled and concentrated his mind power. Instantly, the situation within the cubicle 2 meters away from him appeared in Su Tui's mind. Su Tui saw that Cha Yifeng had just stuffed something into his mouth. He then chewed twice. Su Tui was shocked. Cha Yifeng's actions were too fast. All he could see was the scene he had just seen. Cha Yifeng had rushed into a cubicle in a washroom to consume something again. This was not just Cha Yifeng being sick in the head. There was definitely something wrong with him. Cha Yifeng did not take a dump. He merely peed a little before leaving the washroom. Su Tui examined the area with his mental senses but did not notice anything strange about the cubicle that Cha Yifeng was at. When Cha Yifeng was far away from the washroom, Su Tui walked out of his cubicle and immediately entered the one that Cha Yifeng was in. He observed the cubicle with both his eyes and his mental sense. He did not notice anything. A few seconds later, Su Tui walked out of the washroom dejectedly. Far away, Cha Yifeng had a box of rice in his hands. He was savoring the meal. When Su Tui found Cheng Mo, there were already 5 empty boxes in front of Cheng Mo. He Mingxun, who had changed into a fresh set of clothes and shoes, quickly retreated when he saw Su Tui. He had a vengeful expression. Su Tui dug at his meal distractedly. He looked toward the direction of the escort vehicles occasionally. Su Tui was considering if he should report the abnormal discovery he found to the commander of the escort vehicles. He thought about it for a moment. Su Tui thought that safety was an important issue. He quickly finished the rest of his food, then walked toward the escort vehicle not far away from him. However, he had not gotten close to the vehicle when he got stopped by a guard stationed in the area. "Student, we are engaging in wartime provisions now. Don't walk around as you please." "Don't look around as you please," the guard reminded Su Tui. "I discovered a unique situation and wish to report it to the commander." "Unique situation? What unique situation?" "I want to see the commander of the escort team," Su Tui said with a forceful tone. The guard thought for a moment, then reported the incident through the military channel of his communication device. Soon, a lieutenant jogged over. "The commander is very busy and does not have the time to meet you. You can tell me if you have anything urgent to report. I'll relay your message. You can also write it down, and I'll pass it to the commander for you," the lieutenant said. Thinking about it, Su Tui did not force the situation any further and nodded. "I guess I'll write it down." Su Tui felt that the lieutenant in front of him would take his words as a joke if he said that he noticed his teacher in charge eating something in the toilet. First, at both supply stops, my teacher in charge, Cha Yifeng, went to the washroom to take a dump. Also, when he came out from the cubicle afterward, he seemed to have something in his mouth that he was chewing. Second, Cha Yifeng had not drunk any water or consumed anything, yet he was always rushing for the toilet. Third, Cha Yifeng seemed to be nervous. After he wrote his message down, Su Tui looked at the 3 observations he had listed and suddenly started to doubt himself. Was he being too sensitive? His message looked more like a lame joke than special intelligence. Despite his thoughts, Su Tui still handed the slip of paper over. The lieutenant read the message, then glanced toward Su Tui. He could not stop the corner of his lips from twitching. Was this kid here to crack a joke? However, as part of his responsibility, he nodded and said, "I will hand this piece of information over to the commander. We will contact you personally if there is a need to understand the situation further." "All right. Thank you." Su Tui left politely. He then grabbed himself another box of rice and finished it before he got onto the bus. When he was boarding the bus, Cha Yifeng, who was doing a head count at the entrance of the bus, suddenly stopped Su Tui. "Su Tui, what kind of trouble are you causing? Why were you talking with the guards?" Clearly, Cha Yifeng had noticed something wrong with Su Tui. "It's nothing. I noticed that something was wrong with the direction and that we don't seem like we're headed for Xi'an Prefecture. So I went ahead and asked them. They got me to register my name. Sutui was rather proficient at lying. He came up with a lie instantly. Let me remind you that we are currently in wartime provisions. Ask less. Cause less trouble. Don't cause me any trouble, Chai Yifan warned Sutui. Sutui flashed his teeth. He was about to board the bus when he suddenly had a thought. He instantly concentrated his mind power. Cha, how many boxes of rice did you eat just now? What? Chai Yifan was surprised. He opened his mouth slightly. Sutui got a clear look inside Chai Yifan's mouth the moment he opened his mouth. Sutui's mental senses could not see through a human body. That meant that Sutui could not see the inside of Chai Yifan's mouth if it had been closed. However, it was not a problem when Chai Yifan opened his mouth. Sutui noticed something just now. Chai Yifan had two false teeth. He had one in his upper jaw and one in his lower jaw. They were aligned neatly. They were made out of a special material. It was not the common porcelain teeth, nor were they gold teeth, teeth made out of alloyed metal, or teeth made out of tree fibers. It was a material that Sutui had never seen in either real life nor a textbook. Sutui thought, would his report attract the attention of the commander if he had included this piece of information just now? Unfortunately, the fleet was about to set off. Sutui, who was looking out the window, did not notice anyone from the escort vehicles approaching them. The commander might not have seen it yet, Sutui consoled himself. In the temporary command post. Even though the information in Sutui's report was somewhat funny, the lieutenant delivered the report out of his sense of duty. Report. A student from Bus 3 noticed something wrong with their teacher and reported the situation to us. Colonel Lu Xianhu, who was looking at an electronic map, raised his head. He fetched over the note and glanced at its contents. He raised his brows and looked like he was about to explode in anger. However, Lu Xianhu ultimately kept his cool because it was Bus 3. He tossed the note toward an intelligence staff by the side. Investigate Chai Yifan from Bus 3, then check out the general situation in Bus 3. Roger. The intelligence staff immediately turned to the side and started operating the system along with his colleagues. They quickly tapped into the special surveillance devices in the vehicle. Even though the buses were all equipped with the super miniature radiation atomic releasing device which blocked off all signals from electronic devices, there were still special ways the command post could use to communicate and monitor the situation in the buses. All of their actions were to render their hidden enemies blind and deaf. However, they could not make themselves blind and, even more so, deaf. A few minutes later, the intelligence staff reached a conclusion. This student caused trouble the moment he got onto the bus and was scolded by Chai Yifan. He had been reprimanded twice on the journey so far. He feels a little like a thorn in the flesh. Based on my judgment, this student is being paranoid and seems to want to get back at this teacher. Furthermore, Chai Yifan's background is clean. He also had experience in the military. He had come back from the extraterrestrial battlefield and belonged to a third-line regiment in the past. Lu Xianhu nodded. He continued to observe the images of the various escort teams sent to him via satellite. At the moment, there had not been a problem with any of the teams. As long as they maintained a status quo and met up with the team at Ning'ai in Prefecture, he would have completed his mission this time peacefully. Contribution. How should we deal with the situation? Should we call the teacher over to ask him about what he ate in the toilet? The intelligence staff asked cautiously. Deal with? Do you have holes in your brain? If we have to investigate a teacher just because a student reported him, how are we going to complete the escort mission? Did you not read the contents of the report? Suspected to be eating something in the cubicle and having chewing actions. I would also stretch my jaw after I am done taking a dump. Do I have a problem too? Can you grow some brains? Can you help lighten the burden? The harsh scolding made the faces of the lieutenant and the intelligence staff turn red. Meanwhile, on bus 3. Without receiving attention or questions about the situation from the commander, Sutui could only hope that he was being overly suspicious. At the same time, he secretly paid more attention to Cha Yifeng. The fleet of buses traveled for 40 minutes longer. Sutui, who had been constantly paying attention at Cha Yifeng, suddenly noticed something. The mental state of Cha Yifeng suddenly became much more nervous. Using his mental senses, Sutui noticed that Cha Yifeng's cheeks were trembling slightly. It must have been caused by the movement of his teeth. Sutui had experience in the department. That is caused by the regular movement of his top and bottom teeth. It's also on his right side. His 2 false teeth are also on the right. What does he want to do? Sutui could no longer remain sitting when he noticed that. He had to do something. Chapter 23, From a Goddess to a Female Sure Saving the World. Sutui was not interested, nor did he have the ability to do that. However, he had no problems saving himself and his good buddy, Cheng Mo, before the arrival of potential danger. Of course, if he had the chance, he would save his other classmates too. He had noticed Cha Yifeng's abnormal actions. The surest and smoothest way of doing things was to move toward Cha Yifeng and launch a surprise attack while his target was not expecting it. He had to attack Cha Yifeng's vital spot. He had to knock Cha Yifeng out in an instant. He had to pull out the false teeth that might be sending out some special signals. He had to save the world. No, he had to save himself. Thinking about it for a moment, Sutui decided against the course of action. If Sutui really did that, he might be taken as an enemy and be attacked. He might even be killed on the spot. The armed security guards who were sitting at the front and the back of the bus were not there to simply intimidate during the wartime provisions. Once Sutui showed any sign that he was going to launch a surprise attack, the security might immediately determine Sutui be the enemy and take action. They might even open fire. It was also useless to shout. What kind of enemy wouldn't announce that they were partners in this day and age? Furthermore, Cha Yifeng was also an important factor. Cha Yifeng belonged to the investigation department of Jincheng Prefecture's Ministry of Education. In the 22nd century, the investigation department of Jincheng Prefecture's Ministry of Education made up a large portion of the Ministry of Education's military might. Other than keeping an eye on the students' studies, their main mission was to guarantee the safety of various campuses. Cha Yifeng was chosen to be part of the escort team and was responsible for the batch of students who had been accepted by the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College. His abilities must be strong, as he must be a genetic liberator at least. The kind of genetic liberator who had trained for a long time. Sutui felt that the situation would be reversed and that he would be knocked out by Cha Yifeng instead if he recklessly attacked him. After considering all of the possibilities, Sutui felt that he should employ a safer approach. He should be less of a hero. He should be more reserved. Sutui stood up and brought along a pen and a piece of paper as he walked to the side of the female researcher. He stood there. And Xiaoxu looked up. She had a questioning look in her eyes. "Miss N, I wish to sit beside you. Can you shift a seat inward?" Sutui stared daringly at Xiaoxu. Every student in the bus instantly became more energetic when they heard Sutui. Gossip. It was big news. A newly recruited student of the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College had not even reached the school when he tried to flirt with a professor. Even though relationships between a teacher and a student were not rare, wasn't Sutui being too showy about it? While a group of students was relishing in the gossip, a bunch of students who were closer to Sutui started to hiss rowdily. Cheng 11 even whistled. Gongling, who had been sitting in front of Sutui, glanced at Xiaoxu, then looked at herself. She was a little confused. Didn't the woman in the mask just have longer legs? Was her allure that great? Even Cha Yifeng turned to look at the scene. Even so, his cheeks were still moving at a regular rhythm. "Why, have you managed to develop X-ray vision? You're a mini X-ray man?" And Xiaoxu did not have any intention of moving. She remained in her seat and had a slightly sarcastic tone. She had only crossed paths with Sutui a few times. She did not hate him but did not particularly like him either. Of course, if she confirmed that Sutui had any indecent thoughts, she did not mind letting that impure chap know what a professor from the mystery branch was made of. The term X-ray once again sparked gossip among the students around them. Sutui had a depressed expression. He wanted to vomit blood. Back then, he had made a mistake that any teenager would have made when they were daydreaming about supernatural abilities. Why did he become a mini X-ray man in Onzai-Oksu's mind? He wanted to cry. However, there were more important matters at hand. He casually displayed the note that he had written beforehand in front of Onzai-Oksu. Onzai-Oksu discreetly glanced towards Sutui, then suddenly stood up. She stroked her hair before moving to the seat beside the window. Sutui took the opportunity and sat down. A wave of sad howls instantly rang out in the bus. There were strange looks from the genius students. Sutui managed to get what he wanted so easily. A group of male students had an envious expression on their faces. They would have taken action a long time ago if they knew that it was this easy. While their eyes were red in envy, Sutui had already quickly started communicating with Onzai-Oksu through the notebook. The words that he had written in the notebook beforehand were, "Miss N, are there any ways of sending out signals within the radius of the superminiature radiation atomic releasing device? Yes, but they are very rare. The material is also very unique. Furthermore, the material would not have been able to make it past today's security inspection. Did you notice any problems?" Onzai-Oksu's handwriting was very elegant. Compared to her handwriting, Sutui's rather neat handwriting paled much in comparison. Sutui listed his observations. "I unintentionally sensed that Mr. Cha had 2 false teeth just now. The material of the false teeth was not something that I have seen in my daily life or any textbooks. At this moment, Mr. Cha's 2 false teeth are constantly knocking against each other rhythmically. In my senses, Mr. Cha's mental aura is also very nervous at this moment." Onzai-Oksu had only glanced at the notebook before she instantly stood up. The senses that Sutui had told her about were very unique. She had heard Sutui mention his senses back then during the stalking incident. He had wanted to ask him about it or test him when they got to the school. However, she did not expect it to be brought up again now. She did not have the time to ask him about it now. Onzai-Oksu stood up under the gazes of everyone in the bus. She walked directly toward Cha Yifeng, who was sitting at a seat back facing the front door. "Mr. Cha, please open your mouth," Onzai-Oksu commanded. Cha Yifeng was shocked at first. He then stood up instinctively and arched his body slightly. He looked like a panther about to pounce. He was in a state of high alert. "Onzai-Oksu, what are you doing? This is an escort mission." Cha Yifeng tried to shift the blame toward her. His roars instantly caused the security in the bus to be on their guards. They instantly aimed the barrel of their guns toward Onzai-Oksu. "Onzai-Oksu, if you attack me. Alert, sit down." Onzai-Oksu had directed those words at the 2 security guards. She extended her fingers as she spoke. It was only now that Sutui noticed that Onzai-Oksu had a silver ring that was as thin as a strand of hair around each of her slender fingers of her right hand. The 2 security guards who had been aiming their guns at Onzai-Oksu with killing intent mysteriously sat down when they heard Onzai-Oksu's words. They were like obedient children. It was as if they did not see what was happening in front of them. What shocked the students even more was that as Onzai-Oksu extended her fingers, Cha Yifeng, who had been like a panther on high alert, suddenly became suspended in the air. He seemed as though he had been coiled around by countless invisible ropes and was now dangling in the air. His expression was that of immense shock. However, he could not say a word. The students were in an uproar in the bus. "Quiet, all of you. There might be a problem with Mr. Cha. I'll check it out." Onzai-Oksu's voice had a strange power. It instantly suppressed the commotion in the bus. "Sutui, come over. Find the teeth." It was only 7 words, but Sutui felt compelled to step forward. Many intelligent students suddenly realized that this might only be happening because Sutui came to mission just now. Seeing that Sutui was clasping at his mouth, Chai Yifeng's eyes bulged. He glared at Sutui with a murderous gaze. It was as though he wanted to scare Sutui away. Unfortunately, Sutui pinched open Chai Yifeng's mouth and reached in with his fingers. He accurately found the 2 false teeth and instantly took them out. He then quickly brought it in front of Nzioxu. Nzioxu did not take them. She examined the teeth closely. Moved by a mysterious power, the 2 false teeth started to rotate in Sutui's palm. Sutui suddenly had a realization. Nzioxu shouted for him to retrieve Chai Yifeng's teeth, not because she needed his help. The only reason was that she was afraid that it would be disgusting. The saliva-covered false teeth rolled around in Sutui's hand. Even Sutui felt disgusted. Magnetized tantalum. A kind of device that can release ultra-low-frequency infrasonic waves. Nzioxu did not look at Chai Yifeng after she arrived at this conclusion. Instead, she gently made a grabbing motion with her right fingers. Chai Yifeng instantly became like a falling hammer. He got his first physical contact with the stairs of the bus. He instantly let out a pathetic cry. Blood covered his face. Nzioxu had no intention of stopping. She extended her fingers, then made another grabbing motion. "I'll stop when you tell me everything you know." While managing Chai Yifeng, Nzioxu simultaneously moved to the side of the driver. "Contact the mobile command tent immediately. We are already connected." The driver had also come from the military and reacted very quickly. He had started to contact the mobile command tent the moment Nzioxu started to deal with Chai Yifeng. For some reason, the 2 security guards who had been controlled by Nzioxu just now had regained their ability to move. They had charged to the front and back of Chai Yifeng, who was still continuously being rubbed against the ground by Nzioxu, with their guns in hand. All of the students were startled into a daze. This scene was not just straight out an action film. It was also very brutal. Chai Yifeng's face had already become deformed after being rubbed against the ground by Nzioxu. Blood was flowing continuously. However, his face continued to grate against the floor. This merciless method made every guy in the bus feel that Professor Nzioxu had transformed from a goddess to a female Shura. Reporting to the command center, we found a spine bus 3. We searched out false teeth made out of magnetized tantalum from the body of the spy. My suggestion is that we leave the planned route immediately. Nzioxu gave an urgent report. However, the contents of her report were extremely clear. There was a brief moment of silence at the command center. Nzioxu took advantage of this gap and shouted at the driver, "Leave the planned route." Immediately. The driver was from the military and had a duty to follow orders. However, that did not extend to Nzioxu's orders. Yet, there was a strange power in Nzioxu's voice. The driver immediately started to act as instructed. With a rumble, the bus started to shake violently. It crashed through the protective barrier and charged down the highway. The chassis of the bus rose significantly and an obstacle-clearing device extended out of the bumper. The bus started to charge around within the primordial forest. After they deviated off course, the escort vehicles following behind them also veered off their planned route and followed behind them. Almost immediately, Colonel Liu Xian, whose voice rang out in the radio channels of all of the vehicles. "I am Liu Xian Hu. All vehicles are to leave the original planned route and engage in actions to avoid gunfire." Repeat. "I am Liu Xian Hu. All vehicles are to leave the original planned route and engage in actions to avoid gunfire." Instantly, the 12 buses and 13 escort vehicles that had been traveling on the highway charged off the highway at the same time. Fortunately, they were all specially made vehicles. Otherwise, there would be a large problem with the order. All vehicles are to avoid potential gunfire for 4 minutes. The emergency flying combat team will arrive in 4 minutes. Liu Xian, who had not finished his words when he saw a few small sparks outside his vehicle. These small sparks were increasing in size at a rapid rate. Boom. The sound of explosions rang out as it hit the highway. The asphalt, blocks, and protective railings of the highway were blasted in all directions. During the instant when dust and debris were flying in the air, Sutui saw that the 1-kilometer stretch of the highway in his field of vision had turned to rubble. Many of the buses and escort vehicles that were in an unfortunate position were flipped over from the impact. Bastards! Colonel Liu Xianhu's furious roar rang out from the military audio channel. I am Liu Xianhu. The enemies have accurate short-range guided missiles. All personnel abandon their vehicles immediately. Abandon your vehicles immediately. Stay with your group and put up your defenses. Wait for reinforcements. There are still 3 minutes. Repeat. I am Liu Xianhu. The enemies have accurate short-range guided missiles. All personnel abandon their vehicles immediately. Abandon your vehicles immediately. Stay with your group and put up your defenses. Wait for reinforcements. There are still 3 minutes. Chapter 24, A premeditated battle during wartime. Military orders had to be immediately and unconditionally followed. The driver from the military made an urgent stop without waiting for Nzioxu to say anything. Don't be flustered. We are going to abandon the vehicle soon. But before we do that, press down on the red handle in front of your seats and take out the emergency equipment. Then, get off the vehicle. The students didn't respond and started moving. Nzioxu reminded again, don't be nervous. We have told you about this before we got onto the bus. All of the students on the bus were elites. Furthermore, they had decent fighting capabilities from the physical training they had been through. Even though many of them were flustered, they could still follow instructions. Sutui quickly returned to his seat. Cheng Mo had already pressed down on the red handle for him. He immediately retrieved the emergency equipment. There was a battle shield that had been disguised as the back of the bus seats. It was 80 centimeters tall, 50 centimeters wide, and an inch thick. It weighed about 10 pounds and was made out of a special material. They were told that it was bulletproof when they got onto the bus. There was also a helmet as well as a battle dagger that the students could use to defend themselves. The third-year students, who had all been through many years of physical training, had stamina and power equal to that of an adult. They could defend themselves to a certain extent with the equipment. Amid the loud sounds of the impact, the bus came to a stop in a low ditch. The tilted bus acted as a natural defensive cover. The 2 emergency doors from both ends of the bus opened at the same time. All of the people on the bus jumped off within 5 seconds. Nzioxu and the 2 security guards were the last 2 people to get off the bus. Chai Yifeng, who had been tied up by a superfiber borinated rope, was thrown out of the bus. Raise the shields and protect your vital points. Await reinforcements. Nzioxu moved to the front of the students while she was firmly giving her instructions. Her chin was slightly raised. Her hair danced with the night breeze. In that instant, the students who had been fearful of how Nzioxu had turned into a female Shura suddenly felt extremely at ease. A rain of sparks appeared in the sky once again. The fire was aimed in the direction of the escort cars. Sutui's heart squirmed when he saw this scene. Their military strength would be severely impacted if the heavy weaponry on their escort cars or the escort cars themselves were destroyed. Then, the fate of the students would. When in history were traitor organizations able to act so brazenly within the Huaxia sector? This is completely different from what is reported on the television. Just as Sutui's heart was sinking, the defense forces on their side finally started an effective counterattack. They quickly shot electromagnetic disruption missiles and high-performance bait missiles into the air. The once neat formation of the rain of fire that assaulted them from above suddenly became messy and unorganized. They exploded in the air. Only a few of them hit their target. Flames, explosions, the smell of gunpowder, and the cries of the students merged into one. The students who had just left Jincheng Prefecture felt as though they were in another world. And was this the world they knew? Abruptly, Sutui suddenly remembered a common saying that he saw on the television. The reason for their peaceful lives was that someone else was bearing their burdens for them. several hundred people charged toward them on personal flying devices. The soldiers had managed to get into a reasonable defensive formation within a short time, with Colonel Liu Xianhu personally leading the operation. Flames danced everywhere. Flashes of electricity burst out from time to time. An epic battle unfolded. It was only at this moment that Su Tui realized that more military personnel were protecting them than he expected. The security guards from the escort cars were by their sides protecting them. However, more than 100 soldiers were still fighting in the battle. Most of the military personnel must have disguised themselves as students. Many times, what people feared the most was the unknown. There was not much to fear now that the enemies had shown themselves. The heavy weapons on the escort vehicles also started to rain bullets on the enemies. A few of the enemies who did not manage to avoid the attacks in time were instantly shot down. As time passed, more and more of the heavy weapons on the escort vehicles got activated and joined the battle. The enemies attacking them were being forcefully suppressed by the immense firepower. This scene made many students heave a sigh of relief. However, almost immediately, a cold grunt of extreme dissatisfaction came from behind them. Useless. We planned this for such a long time, yet we still miscalculated. Suddenly, Su Tui looked to the ground in extreme fear. Su Tui suddenly felt the ground start to rumble when he heard the cold grunt. Careful. Move away from the ground. Liu Xianhu, who was commanding the battle, let out an angry roar. The soldiers already had a conditioned response to Liu Xianhu's orders. Most of the soldiers left the ground immediately. Some scaled up the trees, while others jumped onto the roof of the cars. Those that could do jumped on the spot. Whoosh! 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 Sharp spikes of earth rapidly protruded out of the ground and flipped the escort vehicles over. The heavy weapons were instantly rendered ineffective. The defensive formation also crumbled as the soldiers had to jump away. Some of the students instantly let out startled screams. Mystery Branch Superb Type. Is this the Earth element affinity of the Mystery Branch Superb Type? The enemy is at least a level B genetic mutant. He might even be a genetic evolver. He might even have a strong extreme branch guard by his side. Anzia Oxu's expression was extremely grave. At around the same time, the flash of a blade appeared beside the Earth element superb individual. The blade was sharp without parallel. The Earth element superb individual's attacks rained down constantly. The soldiers rapidly suffered heavy casualties. At the same time, the enemies who had been freed from the suppression of the gunfire started to surround them. It's a familiar situation. Do you miss it, old friend? Liu Xianhu licked his lips. He suddenly took out a long spear from the black box that the special agent behind him had delivered. Charge! Liu Xianhu let out a roar of fury. He tapped his foot gently onto the ground and became like a high-speed guided missile. He sent the bladed guard of the enemy flying and blasted toward the Earth element superb individual. He had immense speed. He had traversed 40 to 50 meters in a second after he roared. Liu Xianhu's roar had made Su Tui's throat a little itchy. The blood in his body was boiling. At this moment, Su Tui looked up to Liu Xianhu. Liu Xianhu fought off two enemies alone with his unparalleled spirit. The Earth element superb individual was caught off guard. The enemies around them started to support the Earth element superb individual with their gunfire. However, Liu Xianhu, in his current state, was like a god of war. He allowed the bullets from the ordinary guns to rain on his body. These guns only managed to tear open his military uniform. It could not leave a scratch on his nano-ultralight armor. A high-intensity bullet flew toward him from time to time. Liu Xianhu either avoided the bullet with ease or raised his spear toward it to send it flying. He was so fast that even his after-image was hard to capture. He even managed to take down one or two other people from the enemy force while he forced the Earth element superb individual back. His sudden advancement had the ferocity of a tiger. Liu Xianhu displayed his abilities to their fullest extent. The elite commanders under him also charged forward. Some of them were like Liu Xianhu. They were unafraid of the guns and had startling battle capabilities. Is this the strength of an extreme branch fighter? Sutui, who was raising the battle shield in front of him, glanced toward Nzioxu. The mystery branch ability that Nzioxu demonstrated just now was also extremely powerful. Would the battle come to an immediate end if she joined in the fray? Sutui was deep in thought when he suddenly heard a slithering sound. Many pairs of eyes suddenly appeared among the evening hills. The evening wind that was blowing toward them brought along a stench as well as several low growls. Nzioxu's expression changed drastically. Even the modified humans have appeared. Is this ambush prepared beforehand? Just how much information did you reveal? Nzioxu stomped her foot fiercely onto Cha Yifan's face and used the momentum to take to the air. She extended her fingers and released 30 small silver pills that were about the size of a match head. The next instant, the silver pills, which looked like toys that a girl had just thrown out, increased in speed as Nzioxu widened her eyes. They pierced through the air. Over 30 beasts that were pouncing out of the forests died on the spot. It was also at this moment that an extremely horrific creature appeared in the forest in front of them. It was a monster with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a tiger. It even had a long tail. The modified human that Nzioxu spoke of appeared not far away from them. We didn't prepare it for too long. Just an hour or so. The modified Taijiman snickered as it flicked its tail in the wind. 200 beasts of various species roared as they charged out of the forest. There were even 11 merciless flying beasts above their heads. All of the beasts pounced toward the students. Flames burst out everywhere. The security guards and the teachers in charge who had not taken part in the battle finally took action. However, perhaps it was because Cha Yifan had fed the enemy forces with information. At least a third of the animals that were being controlled by the modified Taijiman surrounded the students of Bus 3. That included the 11 merciless flying beasts. Almost instantly, Nzioxu took to the skies again and tossed out her silver pills. While the silver pills were eliminating over 30 of the animals, Nzioxu had already charged toward the modified human. Are they all sick in the head? They are not giving me any reinforcements. How are they expecting me to capture the students and complete the mission? The modified Taijiman looked toward Nzioxu, who was charging toward it, with a fearful expression. Further away, 3 bolts of lightning blasted toward Nzioxu with a deafening sound. That was the roar of a high-powered electric sniper. Nzioxu's expression changed. She abruptly extended all 5 of her right fingers. The next instant, the 5 silver rings on Nzioxu's fingers shone with incandescent light. As if it was a miracle, the charged bullets of the high-powered electric sniper, which had blue tails as they were flying through the air, suddenly stopped in front of Nzioxu. They let out a crackling, buzzing noise. Then, the electricity slowly dissipated and the bullets fell onto the ground. However, the enemy continued to shoot with the high-powered electric sniper. Bullet after bullet from the high-powered electric sniper forced Nzioxu to remain where she was. It seemed as though there was a transparent barrier in front of Nzioxu which blocked off all of the electric bullets. It even stopped some of the bullets from the regular guns that were flying toward the students. Further away, the modified Taijiman snickered. It charged toward the students from Bus 3, who had split into 4 to 5 teams and were raising their shields in a defensive formation. The ferocious beasts that were being controlled by the modified Taijiman charged alongside it. In a mere instant, one of the students got carried up into the air by a ferocious condor. The student screamed in fear. One of the security guards quickly raised his gun and shot at the condor, wanting to save the student. Whoosh! The body of the modified Taijiman abruptly charged past the guard. The security guard lost his head. His body was still in a raised shooting position. This horrifying scene caused the students to scream in fear. Sutui, Chengmo, Gongling, and an unknown male student were grouped together and had their shields raised. Their breathing became heavier as they saw the animals charging toward them. Nzioxu had killed over 60 beasts during her 2 waves of attacks. There were also a few beasts that had died at the hands of the security guards. At this moment, at least 30 animals were pouncing towards Sutui and the rest of the students. tragedy struck the next instant. As generations of genes were passed down, these natural animals had become even more ferocious. They had doubled in power from 100 years ago. However, these beasts were being controlled by the modified human. Their primary goal was not to kill or injure. Their target was to capture the students alive. A giant snake slammed its tail onto the battle shields of the students and sent 2 students flying backward. An agile-looking leopard sunk its teeth into a student and dragged him away. The pathetic cries for help made Nzyoksu anxious. However, she was being locked in place by the high-powered electric sniper and could not move away. Suddenly, Nzyoksu started to bleed from the corners of her eyes, her ears, and her nostrils. Nzyoksu started moving forward while she pushed the bullets of the high-powered electric sniper backward. She managed to make her way close to where the enemy wielding the high-powered electric sniper was. "Ahu, complete your mission faster. This woman is about to go mad," a sound rang out from behind. The modified human, Ahu, did not speak. Instead, it continuously let out strange roars and urgently controlled the beasts to capture the students alive. "Carefully, wild beasts are approaching us." Gongling's voice was trembling. "Don't worry. There's me." Chengmo pushed the battle shield aside slightly with his left hand and slowly stood up. He looked at the giant mountain cat that was pouncing toward them and took on a battle stance. He said with a trembling voice, "Little Tui, I'll actively attack. The 3 of you should run toward Miss Nzyoksu. You'll have a much better chance of being saved there." Sutui felt immensely touched. Chengmo was the one who took the most beatings when they fought in the small forest in school all these years. Gongling and the other male student were so touched that they did not know what to say. However, Sutui pulled Chengmo back. He tossed the shield in his hand toward Chengmo and said, "Protect my back." Roar. The stench from the mountain cat's mouth assaulted them. The group could see the saliva suspended around its fangs. The mountain cat jumped toward them from far away. 5 meters. 3 meters. Suddenly, Sutui flicked his right hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! They heard the sounds of 2 objects piercing through the air. The mountain cat, whose body had been tense as it was pouncing toward them, suddenly became limp and fell onto the ground. 2 steel balls had entered its brain through its eyes. It was as dead as it could be. A look of surprise flashed past Gongling's eyes. She suddenly let out a cry of exclamation. "Snake! Snake!" A large python that was over 5 meters tall slammed its tail furiously toward them. It slammed Chengmo, who was holding the battle shield with both hands, onto the ground. Chengmo bled from the side of his mouth. However, it did not have a second chance to attack. The eyes of the snake suddenly exploded into a mist of blood, and the snake slumped onto the ground. The sounds of something piercing through the air rang out above their heads. Chengmo struggled to get up and raised his shield to protect Sutui's back. He had to protect Sutui's back. A falcon with a wingspan of over 5 meters was assaulting them. This falcon was exceptionally agile. It immediately flew past Chengmo, who had his shield raised, and sunk its steel claws into Gongling's shoulder. It immediately carried Gongling up into the air. Gongling screamed in pain. "Save me!" At the same time, Sutui flicked his right hand again. The sound of objects flying through the air rang out again. The falcon had just grabbed onto Gongling and had not had the time to fly up high before it fell from the air. A guaranteed hit at a 3-meter distance. Sutui's beam flicking technique had become an eye-exploding technique. Gongling was saved. Far away, the modified human, Ahu, that was commanding the beasts with the roar of a tiger suddenly furrowed its brows. It looked toward the direction where Sutui and Chengmo were at. Chapter 25, Gongling's ability and an erupted Nzyoksu. A 4th beast had mysteriously fallen when the modified human, Ahu, was looking in the direction where Sutui, Chengmo, and the rest of his group were at. This scene caused a merciless glow to flash past Ahu's eyes. Roar! Almost immediately, Ahu, who had been crouching on a small hill, ferociously jumped into the air. It was like a tornado as it pounced towards Sutui, Chengmo, and the rest of the group. Sutui instantly trembled. Darn it, I have been careless, I haven't maxed out my skill tree in caution yet. To think that I attracted the attention of the modified human, Ahu. Chengmo stood up trembling once again. I'll fend him off. You guys run. Sutui did not give Chengmo a reply. He did not have the time to reply. His mind was running wild. Sutui did not notice it himself. He did not feel any fear during such a treacherous situation. Instead, he was calmly thinking about potential ways to deal with the emergency. Sutui's impression of Ahu had been derived from how it killed the security guard just now. It had swiped off the guard's head in one strike. It was also immensely fast. Instantly, Sutui had an accurate judgment of the situation. I have one chance to attack, but I cannot guarantee that I'll hit. You guys run. Sutui said urgently. Chengmo did not move. He snickered and took half a step forward. He raised his body gently and brought two battle shields together, then glanced toward the direction that Ahu was assaulting them from. I'll help you. Gongling, who was still startled, suddenly said. War and death caused this girl to quickly mature? Sutui nodded. He did not say anything more and started to focus. He might miss his chance in the blink of an eye. The modified human, Ahu, was extremely fast. They might not be able to run away even if they wanted to if he missed his opportunity. There were after images of Ahu's body at the speed it was pouncing toward them. On the other side, and Xiaoxu, who looked like Ashura bleeding from all of her orifices, was about to go insane from her anxiety. The students would definitely suffer heavy casualties now that Ahu was personally taking action. Reinforcements should be here soon. However, the students might not be able to last until the reinforcements arrived. Roar! While Ahu was pouncing toward them with its after images, it suddenly made a crafty turn. It made a slight feint while it was pouncing towards Sutui to draw Chengmo's body toward the side. It then whipped its tail forward, fast as lightning. Boom! Chengmo, who was holding 2 layers of battle shields, was sent flying backward like a severed shield. He bled profusely from his mouth. The first layer of the battle shields that he had been holding got instantly smashed to bits. There were also cracks on the second shield. Chengmo's pathetic cry caused Sutui's heart to shake. However, that did not affect Sutui's immense focus. Sutui saw Ahu's eyes within the 3-meter radius. He flicked his right hand furiously. Whoosh! Almost immediately after Sutui flicked his hand, the ears of the modified human, Ahu, vibrated in a hurry. It seemed like an instinct or a subconscious reaction. It tilted its head to the side. A steel ball crashed into Ahu's forehead and instantly shattered. The steel magnetic ball shattered. There was only a red mark left behind on Ahu's forehead. Sutui let out a sigh of grief. Not only was the reaction of the modified human extremely fast, but its head was also extremely hard. It managed to react and avoid the attack from 3 meters away. It was too powerful. Sutui knew that he might not have another chance to attack. However, he did not give up. Ahu, who had sensed the threat and avoided the attack, had a merciless glare in its eyes. Now, he finally understood why the beasts he controlled had died. However, because of how it dodged the attack just now, Ahu's momentum halted for a moment. It planted its hind claws onto the ground. It would be able to kill the young man in front of him once it pounced forward again. However, just when Ahu had planted its hind legs onto the ground, the grass on the ground that was about knee-high in length suddenly seemed like they were alive. They coiled around Ahu's hind legs and instantly locked him in place. Ahu once again took a pounding stance. It only noticed that its legs were tied up by many short ropes when it was about to jump. Not only did it fail to jump, but it was also pulled back to its original position. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Ahu had pounced forward with immense power. It uprooted the grass and vines that were coiling around its hind legs. However, it was also severely affected by the vines. The speed at which it pounced had become several times slower. Originally, Sutui would not have been able to react to its charge. However, now, Ahu suddenly realized that the young man before him had flicked his fingers again. Sutui did not have the time to consider the sudden change that occurred before his eyes. It might have something to do with Gongling behind him. A chance. Sutui knew that he had another opportunity to attack. The sound of an object slicing through the air rang out. It was too close. The modified human had pounced towards Sutui. The distance between it and Sutui was less than a meter. However, using either its instincts that it had developed through countless battles or its subconscious reactions, the modified human abruptly closed its eyes and lowered its head. Its skin had a certain toughness. However, at the same time, Ahu's gaze suddenly froze. Its ear canal was in extreme pain. At the next instant, Xiaoxu, who had forced herself forward by pushing back the bullets of the high-powered electric sniper with her invisible shield, suddenly let out a piercing scream. Xiaoxu's ponytail crumbled inch by inch while she screamed. Her shiny, black hair stood. At this moment, Xiaoxu was bleeding from all of her orifices and had standing hair. She looked extremely harrowing. The wave of bullets that were flying toward her at high speed suddenly turned around when she screamed. They dragged along a blue electric tail as they flew back to where they came from. Oh, fuck! Far away, a fearful shout had just rung out when the 3 electric bullets exploded into a flash of red and blue lights. The shout was extinguished by the bullets. Xiaoxu, who was like Ashura, did not look back. She tossed out over 30 silver pills. As she shifted her gaze, the 30-odd silver pills instantly pierced through the air and blasted at their targets. A gust of wind assaulted their faces. Within Sutui's senses, at least 6 of the silver pills pierced into the back of Ahu's head, neck, and other vital points. All of these happened in a fraction of a second after Sutui had shot his steel ball into Ahu's brain through its ear canal. It might not even have been a fraction of a second. Sutui was shocked. He started to pant violently. It was only at this moment that Sutui noticed that his back was covered in a cold sweat. His clothes were drenched. Mosey. Suddenly, Sutui realized something. He quickly ran toward Cheng Mo, who had been sent flying by the tail smack of the modified human. Cheng Mo had been sent flying more than 10 meters backward. Please let there be no major problems. Sutui had just headed toward where Cheng Mo had landed when he saw Cheng Mo looking at him with a silly grin. Cheng Mo was coughing out blood and was lying there, unable to move. Sutui could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Cheng Mo was still alive. With the current medical technology, they should have no problem mending broken limbs as long as Cheng Mo did not die on the spot. Suddenly, Sutui saw Cheng Mo's eyes turn wide while he was still smiling. Cheng Mo was looking at the area behind Sutui with a startled expression. Sutui was shocked. He turned around abruptly. They would be done for if there was another modified human. During the instant he turned around, Sutui saw Xiaoxu, who had unleashed a great deal of power just now, flying rapidly toward him. She was suspended 2 meters above the ground. Sutui was dumbfounded. She could fly even without any equipment. Was she still human? The students who had been saved were also dumbfounded. At this moment, Xiaoxu was no longer wearing her mask. There were jarring streaks of blood on her fair skin and pointed nose. Her light-colored top was also speckled with blood. Her hair was standing. She looked like Ashura descending upon a mortal realm when she flew. Fortunately, you guys are not dead. Xiaoxu flew in front of Sihengmo and swept her face past him. She suddenly had a look of pain between her brows. She closed her eyes and her standing hair eased. Xiaoxu fell out of the air. A question suddenly flashed past Sutui's mind. Do I catch her or not? Do I hug her or not? At this moment, the sounds of the fighter jets rang out from far away. The killing of the modified human, the fainting of Xiaoxu, and the appearance of the emergency fighter jets had happened at the same time. They all happened only 1 to 2 seconds apart. The expression of the Earth Element's superb individual, who had been locked in combat with the tiger-like Liu Xianhu, turned ugly when he realized that Hu had died. Useless. You couldn't even deal with a woman but instead got yourself killed. You foiled our grand plan. Their mission had failed with the death of the modified human, Hu. Far away, the beasts that had already captured a good number of students were suddenly freed from Hu's control because of its death. Some of them fled in all directions, while others started to attack the students. They wanted to take the students as food. While the Earth Element's superb individual was cursing, his expression became extremely ugly when he heard the fighter jets. It had not been 4 minutes. It was closer to 3 minutes. The emergency fleet of fighter jets had arrived a minute early. This minute might not have meant much to anyone else, but it was the difference between life and death for the students. Retreat. How would Colonel Liu Xianhu allow them to leave that easily at this moment? He battled without regard for his safety. His opponent was a level B genetic mutant as well as an Earth Element superb individual. He was an important target. Implement Emergency Retreat Plan 3. The Earth Element superb individual roared. Hearing his roars, 4 members of the traitor organization suddenly let out a shout of despair. While they were shouting, the 4 members suddenly became 4 giant orbs of fire and exploded. 4 tiny mushroom clouds rose from level ground. Under such a situation, even Liu Xianhu had to temporarily avoid the attack. The Earth Element superb individual brought along a few of the surviving members and took advantage of the opportunity to retreat. Powerful bombs were detonated on the path of their retreat to deter any pursuers. It was a well-thought-out retreat plan. Smoke filled the air within the forest. While the jets from the emergency fleet that had arrived quickly were still 1,000 meters up in the air, several black figures jumped down and chased in the direction of the Earth Element superb individual's retreat. The smoke had not dissipated. The generals under Liu Xianhu wanted to pursue after the traitor organization but were stopped by Liu Xianhu. Relay my orders. Set up our defenses here. Save and treat the injured. Search for and save the students. Use our current heavy weaponry to set up a line of firepower. Set up a temporary night-time defense base. Await the arrival of the reinforcement forces. Liu Xianhu stabbed his spear into the ground and looked bitterly at the direction where the Earth Element superb individual had escaped toward. At this moment, searching for and saving the students was his top priority. Chapter 26, As round as a ball, Sutui caught and carried Nzioxu in the end. Sutui could not bear to watch the fainted Nzioxu fall onto the ground. She would have fallen face first onto the ground if he did not catch her. There were several sharp rocks on the ground. She was a little soft, a little fragrant. This was the 3rd time Sutui was hugging a woman in his life. The first was when he hugged his mother. The second, according to what his father told him, he had grappled with a female classmate who had snatched over his eraser during his first year in elementary school. And Nzioxu was the 3rd woman. However, at this moment, Sutui did not have any indecent thoughts. On the other side, the military personnel had already started to set up a temporary defense base and a new line of defense. They wanted to prevent the traitor organization from turning around and attacking them again, even though that possibility was not high. Come, carry Chengmo. We'll go over to that side, Sutui said, pointing toward the ordinary male student whose name he did not remember. Even though the male student had introduced himself during the gathering on the bus just now, too many students had announced their names just now. Sutui did not remember all of them. Ordinary meant that he was not handsome. He was not as unique as Sutui. Sutui was handsome. Sutui carried Nzioxu in his arms, while the not handsome male student carried Chengmo on his back. Gongling supported herself against Sutui's arm. They staggered as they made their way toward the defensive base that had been rapidly set up. Sutui removed his jacket and placed it on the ground, then set Nzioxu on top of the jacket. Gongling, take care of Missen. Mosey, wait a moment. I'll go look for a doctor. Chengmo insisted that he was fine, but blood would flow out of his mouth every time he coughed. Sutui was very worried. Not far away, Colonel Liu Xianhu, who was standing with his spear in hand, looked at the still-alive traitor, Chai Yifeng. His expression was that of fury, as well as a little guilt. Acute circumflex, I was wrong. I should have insisted on investigating Chai Yifeng. The intelligence staff had a look of remorse. Liu Xianhu shook his head slowly. You are not wrong. You've done your duty. This Chai Yifeng was really clean. He even got back from the extraterrestrial battlefield. It is as that. I am the wrong one. Excuse me. Is there a military doctor here? Su Tui's voice rang out. At this moment, it was most suitable to ask the person with the highest rank if he needed a doctor. Su Tui did not recognize Liu Xianhu. Liu Xianhu did not recognize Su Tui either. However, he did know of Su Tui's name. Yes? He should be giving emergency treatment to someone else now. You can get the military doctor to tend to your situation first if you have anything urgent at your side, Liu Xianhu answered slowly. This is the student that noticed something wrong with Chai Yifeng. The intelligence staff had seen the surveillance footage and recognized Su Tui. Liu Xianhu's body trembled slightly. He observed Su Tui again. You are the one who noticed it? What's your name? Su Tui. Liu Xianhu's expression froze. It was that student? Su Tui glanced at Liu Xianhu. He should be the highest in command. Judging from the situation, Liu Xianhu must have received his report but did not do anything about it. If the highest in command had taken his report more seriously, the situation that they were facing might have become completely different. To some extent, from Su Tui's perspective, the deaths and casualties in front of them had been caused by this person that he was looking up to. Thus, Su Tui had not been scolded when he approached them. My teacher, and Xiaoxu, had fainted after she activated her powers just now. I do not know what happened to her. Is she in danger? Su Tui asked. Liu Xianhu could naturally detect the anger in Su Tui's voice. He knew the source of Su Tui's anger. However, there were no ifs in this world. There were no I didn't think that's either. No one could have thought that the traitor Chai Yifeng could have hidden himself that well. He managed to pass all of the screenings of Jincheng Prefecture and was even assigned to the important Bus 3. However, on the other hand, shouldn't traitors be so well hidden that people would not expect it? Professor N? She should have fainted because she exhausted her mind power. Get a level D amine-based stimulant for her. A guard immediately retrieved a syringe from a sturdy-looking bag and handed it over to Su Tui. It will take effect in 5 minutes if you inject it into her muscles. She should wake up 15 minutes after the drug takes effect. It will take effect in 30 seconds if you inject it into her veins. However, she might feel a little uncomfortable. She might experience symptoms like headaches. I will advise injecting it into the muscles. The guard fulfilled his responsibilities well. Su Tui fetched over the medication and thanked the guard. He turned and was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and asked, Are there any side effects? Would it harm Professor N's body? Are there any residual effects? The guard's expression instantly turned dark. Who asked questions like those? It made it seem like he was trying to harm her. There are no residual effects, nor would it harm her body. There are slight side effects, but they would be cleared out in half a day, Liu Xianhu said. Oh. Su Tui turned to leave. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did not take your report seriously. Liu Xianhu's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Su Tui stopped in his tracks. He raised his hand and pointed around him. Students were howling because they were injured. There were injured, even dismembered, soldiers. There were even corpses that had turned cold. Finally, Su Tui's finger and gaze landed on the headless corpse of the security guard in Bus 3. His finger was trembling slightly. Instantly, Liu Xianhu's face turned pale. His lips trembled uncontrollably. He understood what Su Tui meant. How old was that guard? Su Tui suddenly asked with a shaky voice. Liu Xianhu immediately had a pathetic look on his face. The intelligence staff was speechless. Only the guard answered, he was only 21. He felt his heart thump. Sutui ran quickly toward the temporary defense base. The tears that had been welling up in the corner of his eyes finally dropped. They were hot. Soon, they injected the level D amine-based stimulant into Nzioxu's muscles. Sutui correctly chose the deltoid as the injection site, even though the difficulty of administering an injection there was above average. Sutui immediately ignored the two other choices he had, which were the muscles in the butt and those at the side of her upper thigh. The difficulty of administering an injection there was below average, but the side effects Sutui would experience after the injection might be nightmarish. Sutui had a strong desire to live. The abilities that Nzioxu had displayed before she fainted made Sutui feel that he had to be more reserved in front of Nzioxu. The military doctor had also come to have a look at Chengmo's injuries. He was fortunate. Chengmo had fractured 3 ribs but not at an extreme angle. The ribs did not pierce into any major organs. He had also fractured his left radial bone and had abrasions on his chest and abdomen. Based on the current medical technology, Chengmo should be able to completely recover in a month. That was still a problem for Chengmo. The 3 months after being administered with the genetic liberation elixir was a period that an individual's ability would rapidly be enhanced. Chengmo would fall behind if he had to rest for a month. It's all right. Didn't I activate the genetic base points in my stomach? Resting for a month would not hinder my eating, Chengmo said exaggeratedly. Sutui became angry, and he scolded Chengmo. I am worried that you would become as round as a ball if you do not move for a month. Chengmo's lips started to twitch. The hurried movements of the soldiers and the teachers in charge slowed down temporarily. The search and rescue missions had been completed. They had lit up a large fire in the temporary defense base. The portable infrasonic machine was also in operation to drive the bugs from the forest away from the base. 2 students had died. 11 was severely injured. More than half of them had small injuries. 2 of the teachers in charge had severe injuries. The rest of them were also injured in some way. 7 security guards had sacrificed themselves for the students, while 15 others were severely injured. They had also gained much from the battle. They killed 46 members of the traitor organization and captured 5 people. The people they killed and captured were all genetic liberators. Most of them were level E or level D, but they also managed to kill 7 level C genetic liberators. They killed 1 level B genetic liberator, the modified human, Ahu. They also killed 3 level E genetic mutants. They captured an experienced spy. Currently, the results of the pursuit from the emergency fighter jet fleet were not announced yet. However, they did manage to achieve much from the battle just based on those results alone. Then again, no matter how much they achieved, it did not seem as important in front of the people that had died, become injured, or sacrificed themselves. In Sutui's eyes, he would rather not have any achievements and any sacrifices. The atmosphere in the temporary defense base was very heavy and suppressed. However, the fleet of reinforcement vehicles that had rushed over and arrived half an hour later finally gave the fearful students a sense of safety. Many of the students cried on the spot when they saw the line of headlights appearing from far away. Nzioxu had also woken up. She saw her lifted sleeve the moment she woke up. She furrowed her brows slightly and could not help but look towards Sutui. She had been a little conscious before she fainted. The last image she saw was Sutui extending his hand to catch her. This sleeve. Sutui, who had a strong desire to live, quickly handed her the syringe. Level D amine-based stimulant. I administered it. Nzioxu nodded. Sutui passed. Suddenly, Nzioxu's voice turned cold. She had just sat up and was looking towards Sutui. The blood on my face and neck, did you clean those? Her gaze caused Sutui to tremble. The jarring image of the female Shuri-like Nzioxu suddenly appeared in Sutui's mind. Miss N, I cleaned it up for you. Gongling's sweet voice rang out. Sutui heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he acted wisely. What's the situation now? Nzyotsu inquired. Sutui reported what he generally understood to Nzyotsu. The death and injury toll caused Nzyotsu to have a heavy expression. Clearly, Nzyotsu had been through much more than what Sutui had been through. What about the traitor, Cha Yifeng? Is he still alive? Nzyotsu suddenly asked. He is still alive, Sutui confirmed. Go, help me over there to have a look, Nzyotsu said. Why do you want to look at that traitor? Sutui was startled. I want to see how they are going to deal with him and if there are any new developments. Sutui nodded and quickly moved forward to help Nzyotsu. However, he was pushed away by her with a look of disdain. Did I ask you to help me? Sutui froze. He could not wrap his head around the situation. Didn't Nzyotsu ask to be helped over? Sutui, you are overthinking it. Miss An asked me to help her. Gongling let out a sweet smile and walked toward Nzyotsu. Sutui had a depressed expression. He had carried her just a few minutes ago, but he was now being despised. Chapter 27, Learn to protect yourself. Traitors had no human rights. When Nzyotsu, Sutui, and Gongling found Cha Yifeng, he was still tied up like a shrimp. There were now more wounds on his body than before. After knowing that he was a traitor, several people had intentionally come to stomp on him or throw rocks at him. No one would care about that behavior. Professor N, fortunately, we had you today. Lu Xian, who subtly expressed his thanks when he saw Nzyotsu arrive. His voice was a little raspy. You need not thank me. It was part of my responsibilities, Nzyotsu said. Lu Xian, who did not say anything more. Protecting the students was indeed within the responsibilities of Nzyotsu, being a teacher in charge. However, not many people would have tried as hard as Nzyotsu. Are there any results with the interrogation? Nzyotsu asked. Lu Xian, who shook his head. He had been through professional and unique training. He also went through training to enhance his resistance to drugs. Ordinary elixirs that affect a person's mental state would not work on him. That was also the reason he managed to go through all of those screenings. Our men in Jincheng Prefecture had also reported that his home, office, and communication devices are clean. There is nothing of value. His family members had also disappeared. The neighbors said that it had been 2 days since they saw his family members. They must have been prepared before we even set off. How do we deal with him? Nzyotsu replied as she pointed toward Cha Yifeng. Let the upper agencies deal with him. Under normal circumstances, he would be sent to the military court and issued a death sentence. He would definitely have to eat lead. But Lu Xian, who suddenly let out a bitter laugh while he was speaking. He paused. But what? Nzyotsu asked, confused. A crease formed in Nzyotsu's forehead. It also made Sutui extremely confused. Getting Cha Yifeng through a judicial trial and executing him was a natural course of action. Lu Xian, who suddenly whipped out an evidence bag. The items in the bag were the 2 false teeth that Sutui had pulled out of Cha Yifeng's teeth not too long ago. They were the false teeth made out of magnetized tantalum, which could be used to transmit special signals. They might have achieved breakthroughs in the technology they used to magnetize tantalum. The magnetic properties of this item are about to disappear. Lu Xian, who waved the evidence bag as he spoke. The magnetic properties are about to disappear. Nzyotsu's widened. Which means to say that in some time, the magnetized tantalum would become ordinary tantalum and be unable to transmit special signals. It also means that this pair of false teeth can no longer be used as evidence for him being a spy. Lu Xian, who suddenly took a deep breath when he said this. Under normal circumstances, we can still get him to eat lead through the military court. However, if this lad manages to fool around and conjure some leads to drag time, it might be possible for him to survive. Lu Xian, who had only said half of what he wanted to say. However, the meaning behind his words was clear as day. His tone was filled with dejection. Even Sutui wanted to vomit blood from how dejected he was when he heard this potential outcome, much less Nzyotsu. A heavy feeling lingered in his chest. It felt extremely uncomfortable. And Xiaoxu stomped her foot toward Cha Yifeng. You sure are a great spy. You came up with a great plan. Your plan was sufficiently intelligent. Cha Yifeng clenched his teeth and remained silent. And Xiaoxu became even more furious. Many times, silence meant consent. Scumbag. And Xiaoxu let out a furious roar but did not take it out on Cha Yifeng again. Instead, she turned her head toward Colonel Liu Xianhu and said, "Of the 2 students that died, one of them belonged to my bus?" "I know." Liu Xianhu nodded. "Many of your soldiers had died." Liu Xianhu's expression became heavy. "I do not like probabilities. I like certainties. Even extremely small possibilities are unacceptable." And Xiaoxu had a stern expression. "Are we still in wartime?" "Naturally. Furthermore, because we got ambushed just now, the ordinary wartime SOPs we were under had automatically been raised to emergency wartime SOPs," Liu Xianhu answered immediately as if he realized something. "Good. I think that there is a possibility that we would be ambushed again in the future. To remove this potential threat, I recommend that we implement an emergency trial on this spy," and Xiaoxu suggested. "Intelligence staff, note it down," Liu Xianhu shouted. "Roger. I agree with Professor N's suggestion. As a safety precaution, we will be using non-conventional means and implementing an emergency trial on Cha Yifeng immediately," Liu Xianhu roared. "Go, hang him up," and Xiaoxu directed her words towards Sutui. Sutui did not understand what Xiaoxu wanted to do. However, he understood that they were going to punish Cha Yifeng. He deftly hung Cha Yifeng up on a nearby tree. Cha Yifeng, who had also realized something, suddenly screamed in fear. "You can't do this. I want to go to court. I have a team of lawyers. I want to go to court." Cha Yifeng howled in fear. "Last chance. Tell us your emergency mode of contact," Liu Xianhu said firmly. "It's useless." His partners had already realized that he had been captured. At this moment, all modes of communication that he knows must have been cut off. "All the threats are being taken care of as we speak," and Xiaoxu explained. "He no longer has any value." Sutui suddenly felt his heart turn cold. At that moment, Xiaoxu's voice had been brimming with killing intent. "Lend me your dagger." And Xiaoxu freed herself from Gong Ling's grip and spoke to Sutui. Sutui still had the battle dagger with him. "Let me do it. I already have many problems to deal with. One more wouldn't hurt." Liu Xianhu walked in front of Xiaoxu and made a few incisions on Cha Yifeng's head and neck with the dagger. As Cha Yifeng was being hung upside down, fresh blood immediately gushed out of the wounds. At the same time, Liu Xianhu took off Cha Yifeng's chin. Cha Yifeng struggled violently, but could only groan after his mouth was gagged. Yet, the harder he struggled, the faster he lost blood. As the commander, Liu Xianhu would face no consequences if he killed a spy fighting back during a battle. However, executing a spy after capturing him alive was not something Liu Xianhu could decide on a whim, even if he was the commander. Even though, in theory, he had the authority to execute anyone at will. However, he was a soldier. He had rules to honor and follow. He had to write a report to his superiors if he decided to execute a spy after he captured the spy alive. He had to be clear about the necessary reason for his decision in the report. This was the protocol. He would have to write an investigation report if his reason was not robust enough. He might even have to undergo a relevant investigation after the deed was done. However, with Xiaoxu endorsing the decision, the matter would be much simpler. They would not face that much trouble when they executed the spy. This was also the reason Liu Xianhu came to look for Xiaoxu. The emergency trial lasted a total of 5 minutes. The spy Cha Yifeng, having already been injured, died from an excessive loss of blood. The intelligence staff quickly recorded his words down. Cha Yifeng started to struggle like a lunatic. His expression was contorted with fear. With this many wounds and him being hung upside down to bleed, he would be dead in 3 minutes. The feelings of dejection that had accumulated in Sutui's heart just now were instantly cleared out when he saw this scene. Comfortable. And Xiaoxu had killing intent written all over her face when she looked at the violently struggling Chao Yifan. I, and Xiaoxu, hate spies and traitors the most. She turned to leave after she said her piece. Her words caused Gongling and Sutui to tremble. Honestly, both Sutui and Gongling wanted to give the traitor Chao Yifan the harshest of punishments. They even wanted to kill him. However, thinking about it was one thing. Doing it was another. The shock of personally witnessing what just happened was something Sutui and Gongling could not describe. After freezing up for a few seconds, Sutui and Gongling hurried to follow behind Xiaoxu. Gongling carefully supported Xiaoxu, who was still staggering while she walked. The gazes they had at Xiaoxu suddenly felt a little foreign. Why? Do you think that I am merciless? No. Sutui answered. Gongling shook her head. Miss An, I do not understand why we do not execute a traitor like this with a gun. Gongling voiced her confusion. Everything has its rules and processes. The law is fair, and Xiaoxu suddenly answered. However, many times, bad guys understand the law better than good guys. So, in many situations, we have to understand the rules better than the bad guys do. Only by using these rules can we better protect ourselves and more people. And Xiaoxu's voice suddenly adopted a meaningful tone. Everything that you have been through today might have turned your worldview around. After you enter Huaxia Genetic Evolution College, you will slowly realize that the world that you are in is completely different from the world you know in your heart. Remember, the most important thing is to learn to protect yourself. After she said this, and Xiaoxu turned back and looked toward the tree that Chao Yifan was being hung at. The reason Lu Xian who agreed to my suggestion is to protect himself. As for me, my reasons are purer. I, and Xiaoxu, hate spies to the core. And Xiaoxu's final sentence seemed to be directed toward herself. Gongling and Sutui looked at each other. They had a sudden realization. And Xiaoxu might have a story related to this. Half an hour later, after all of the injured were tended to, everyone boarded the buses again. Originally, the severely injured had to board medical vehicles. Cheng Mo was considered to be severely injured. However, there were not enough spots on the medical vehicles. Cheng Mo was the least injured out of the severely injured and was assigned to travel on the buses. He would be tended to later. On the bus, Sutui made a bed out of the seats and got Cheng Mo to lie on it. Cheng Mo was generous. He did not require too much of Sutui's care. He consumed a mountain of food and fell asleep. There was nothing much for Sutui to do. He found himself back at Xiaoxu's side. Miss An, I have a question that I wanted to ask you. Sit. And Xiaoxu voluntarily stood up and moved a seat inward. She allowed Sutui to sit beside her. Miss An, can you tell me about modified humans? Why have I never heard about modified humans in the past? Also, that Earth Element superb individual, why is he that powerful? Also, what kind of mystery branch abilities do you have? Why is it that powerful? Not only can you block off the bullets from a high-powered electric sniper, but you can also fly. Can I learn that in the future? By the side, Gongling, who had heard Sutui's questions, also moved over. Miss An, I wish to know too. Oh, yes, Gongling. Is your mystery branch ability the ability to control plants? Sutui turned around and asked. Chapter 28, The Genetic Ability Ceiling. Just as Sutui had speculated, moving past Xi'an Prefecture was merely a smoke screen. The escort fleet passed through Ningaiin Prefecture instead. They did not stop at Ningaiin Prefecture. Instead, they continued to journey through the night. However, they merged with the fleet of vehicles that were heading to the capital from Ningaiin Prefecture when they passed through. There were more than 15 buses in the fleet at one point. However, after the escort vehicles merged with the defense forces stationed in Ningaiin Prefecture, the strength of their defenses instantly doubled. The expressions of both Nzioxu and the security guard in Bus 3 became much more relaxed after they grouped up with the defense forces from Ning'ai-in Prefecture. They continued to travel southeast, and the scenery outside got more and more bustling. More defense forces grouped up with them. The probability of them encountering another accident became smaller. With a relaxed expression, Nzioxu explained many things to Sutui and Gongling along the way. A few other students came over to listen from time to time. Only Chengmo continued to alternate between eating and sleeping. They first talked about modified humans. Modified humans were a banned product. They were an area of research that was absolutely banned by the Blue Star Alliance Genetic Committee. There was no such research in the orderly human society. Despite the ban, some people went against the restrictions. A small minority of researchers were extremely zealous about the topic. The most famous of them all was Hicks Howell, a scientist born in the Million Sector. He was also called the modification madman. He announced 60 years ago that he successfully managed to modify a cloned body. He managed to achieve a stable state after fusing the selected animal's genes with human genes. The clone body that was modified retained its human capabilities and had normal genetic base point abilities. However, it also had the genetic characteristics of a beast. More importantly, the modified clone body not only had a portion of beast genes, but the genetic base points of these beasts were often dominant. Most human genetic base points were recessive. Most of their genes were even in a subdued state. These genes were extremely difficult to activate, strengthen, mutate, or evolve. However, dominant genes were extremely easy to activate, strengthen, or even evolve. His announcement instantly caused shockwaves in the scientific community, especially since he also published an uncomfortable picture of his successful experiment, what the history books called the reappearance of the kobolds. 3 days later, the Blue Star Alliance Genetic Committee gave a rapid response. They claimed that the research was going against what it meant to be human and banned all projects related to modified humans. It made the research on modified humans and their production illegal and anti-human. Anybody caught breaking the law would be charged with the harshest of punishments. At the same time, the Alliance sent people to search for and destroy data in Hicks Howell's research center. They also put Hicks Howell into surveillance. The developments after that were very similar to the plot of a movie. The security department of the Blue Star Alliance Genetic Committee messed up. Hicks Howell vanished. He vanished along with his assistant, his research material, and a large number of research samples. A few years later, powerful modified humans with exceptional abilities appeared in the notorious Dawn Salvation Traitor organization. They had caused many tragedies. That was how the public came to know about the modified humans. By this time, the modification madman Hicks Howell had already become one of the vice-chairmen of the Dawn Salvation Traitor organization and received a large amount of financial support. Miss N, then why is the Earth Element superb individual that powerful? Even Commander Liu didn't manage to capture him even with those many officers under him. Even the experts sent later by the emergency fleet did not manage to capture him. I heard that there are many powerful genetic evolvers in the emergency fleet. I also heard from you just now that the Earth Element superb individual was only a level B genetic mutant. Sutui probed further. This problem is much more complicated, Nzioxu simply said. You must have read many fantasy novels or watched epic battle films in the past. Do you remember the magic that appeared in those novels and movies? Sutui and Gongling nodded. I do. Also, a classmate told me in the past that superb individuals are basically mages. Yes and no, and Nzioxu began to explain. The fabled spells mentioned in movies before the Great Genetic Age are all extremely mysterious. They need to be complemented by incantations, rituals, hand gestures, and elixirs. However, superb individuals in the Great Genetic Age have removed the mysticism behind the spells. It is merely the science of the activation of the human potential. There will be a structured theory about this when we get to school. Today, I'll mainly tell you about the few factors that would affect the abilities of a genetic newcomer. The main factors that would affect the abilities of a genetic newcomer are the level, the type, the application, and the makeup of the ability. Genetic newcomer. Su Tui and Gong Ling were hearing these words for the first time. Actually, you can broadly be called a genetic newcomer after you are administered with the genetic liberation elixir. However, because of many reasons, the government did not announce this to the public. However, I am talking about genetic newcomers in a narrower sense. This is what major schools mean when we talk about genetic newcomers. Major schools would only call you a genetic newcomer when you advance and become a genetic liberator. However, you guys would become genetic newcomers to be after you enter the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College. You should be able to understand what is meant by the application of an ability. The terrain today is more suitable for the Earth Element Superb Individual, as well as Gong Ling's Plant Affinity and Radiation Influence type abilities. You can extrapolate the logic. It's not difficult. The Mystery Branch Superb type abilities of the genetic base points that Gong Ling activated were Plant Affinity and Radiation Influence. Today, Gong Ling caused the vines on the ground to coil around Ahu's back legs, and it gave Su Tui an opportunity to attack. Professional teachers will explain the ability makeup and ability type to you when we reach school. I'll tell you about the ability levels, and Xiaoxu said. Su Tui and Gong Ling had a general understanding of the leveling system of genetic abilities, from the beginning stages of a genetic liberator to the slightly more powerful genetic mutant, to the genetic evolver, then finally the most powerful genetic transmuter. However, that was merely a larger classification of the various stages. There were finer distinctions within each stage. Just like most of the leveling systems in the Great Genetic Age, those stages were further split into 7 levels, namely F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. It was said that there was a level SS above level S. However, even Xiaoxu had never seen a person who was at level SS. More accurately, a person could be a level F genetic liberator, level E genetic liberator, etc. Taking the genetic liberators as an example, genetic newcomers to be who had been administered with their genetic liberation elixir such as Su Tui would be able to advance and become a genetic liberator after he activated a systematic set of genetic base point abilities. When the time came, he would be a genetic newcomer in the narrower sense of the word. What constituted a systematic set of genetic base point abilities? For example, if a person managed to activate speed-related genetic base points in their lower limbs, their speed would increase at an exponential rate compared to someone else. This was a recognized ability in the Genetic Evolution College called extreme speed. Of course, that person would only be able to become the lowest level F genetic liberator. A person could become a level E genetic liberator if they managed to form 3 recognized abilities after their genetic base points were activated. The number of abilities required for subsequent levels followed an odd number sequence. A level D genetic liberator would have 5 systematic abilities, a level C genetic liberator would have 7, and a level B genetic liberator would have 9. Forming systematic abilities would become harder as an individual progressed. Most genetic liberators were level F and level E. Not many people were above level E. Under normal circumstances, a higher level meant that the genetic liberator was more powerful. Of course, that was not all. That was because not all of the systematic abilities that had been discovered and recorded were suited for battle. Many of them were purely supportive abilities. Other than that, the classification of a genetic liberator's abilities also represented something of utmost importance to every genetic newcomer, the genetic ability ceiling. As long as an individual became a genetic liberator, they had to go through genetic mutation and become a genetic mutant to improve their abilities, regardless of the level they were at. A level F genetic liberator would naturally become a level F genetic mutant after the enhancement. A level D genetic liberator would also become a level F genetic mutant after the enhancement. However, there was a difference in the upper limit of the two. A level F genetic mutant who had been a level F genetic liberator in the past would have an upper limit of being a level F genetic mutant. Under normal circumstances, there was no point for a level F genetic mutant to advance to become a level F genetic evolver. Even if they managed to evolve, they would forever be stuck as a level F genetic evolver. Even though a level D genetic liberator would also become a level F genetic mutant after they advanced in level, they could grow to become a level D genetic mutant. It was the same if they managed to become a genetic evolver. The bare minimum the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College required for a student to become a genetic mutant was a level E. In reality, not many people from the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College would advance to the next level while being a level E genetic liberator. The most common approach for the students in the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College was to move a stage upward after they became a level D genetic liberator. Only then would it fit their status as a student from the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College and the expectations of the society. There were not many people who managed to become a level C genetic liberator before breaking through to the next stage even in the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College. The people in the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College who became a level B genetic liberator before breaking through to the next stage were even rarer. As for level A, that person would be hailed as a genius among geniuses. A person like that might only appear once every few years. That was the answer. The Earth element superb individual that fought against Lu Xianhu and his many generals while managing to retreat to safety even after being pursued by the genetic evolvers in the emergency fleet managed to accomplish the feat because he was a level B genetic mutant. The level B genetic mutant would have most probably advanced while he was a level B genetic liberator. He might even have been a level A genetic liberator. However, no matter if he managed to break through to become a genetic evolver while he was a level B or a level A genetic liberator, he was still a person that was rarely seen even in the top university of the Huaya sector, the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College. He would obviously be powerful. And Xiaoxu's explanation gave Sutui and Gongling a deeper understanding of genetic newcomers. They also remembered a key term, the genetic ability ceiling. That might be something that was deeply related to their futures. Oh, yes, Miss N, how powerful are you right now? What level genetic liberator were you back then? Gongling suddenly asked as she opened her eyes wide. Chapter 29, Cheng Mo's Crumbling Dream. My ability level? Why not you guys have a guess? It was rare for Xiaoxu to be this playful. This was the first time Xiaoxu was smiling since the battle in the evening. Sutui and Gongling looked at each other. The two of them had been through a rigorous education system. They immediately knew what they had to say. My guess is that you were at least a level of genetic liberator before you advanced. Gongling was the first to speak. You're belittling Miss N. She is a professor at the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College, Sutui said. I think that Miss N should have been a level S genetic liberator before she advanced. Sutui had a serious expression. And Xiaoxu could naturally see through Sutui and Gongling's tricks. What I can tell you is that I am currently a level C genetic mutant, and Xiaoxu revealed. Level C genetic mutant? Sutui and Gongling rubbed their chins at the same time. There were relatively several possibilities. It meant that Xiaoxu was at least a level C genetic liberator before she became a genetic mutant. Of course, she might be a level B or even a level A. Sutui felt that it was more possible for her to be a level B. Otherwise, Xiaoxu would not fit into her status as a professor from the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College. This was not a trivial matter. Is a level C genetic mutant enough to become a professor at the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College? Sutui inquired, confused. It would be impossible in the extreme branch, Xiaoxu explained. Under normal circumstances, the new genetic humans in the extreme branch have to be genetic evolvers to become a professor at the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College. The requirements of the mystery branch are a little lower. They normally required a person to be at least a level B genetic mutant. The requirement would be one level lower if the individual has a unique ability. That means to say that your ability is very unique. What's your unique ability, Miss N? Gongling suddenly asked again. However, this time, Gongling, who was acting cute, received a stern look from Xiaoxu. I have to remind you. In the future, no matter what kind of special abilities you obtain, you must not easily tell others about your unique abilities. This will make your future a little safer and make you live longer. Xiaoxu had a stern expression. Gongling immediately became flustered. Miss N, I really didn't know. You need not apologize, Xiaoxu told Gongling. It's just that I have paid a heavy price to learn this lesson in the past. I have been schemed against and targeted before I learned this. That's why I wanted to remind you. I hope that you will remember this and be put at less of a disadvantage in the future." Gong Ling nodded. Su Tui slipped into a momentary deliberation and then suddenly asked, "Miss N, according to what I know, we have to report our genetic base points and abilities to the school after we enter the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College. Only then could we receive our allotted resources. Would there be a problem with that?" Oh, with double acute E with Argonek and Xiaoxu looked at Su Tui with a fleeting gaze. There's generally no problem with that. This data has a high confidentiality status in the school. A person has to have the relevant authority and means if they want to look at it. And Xiaoxu did not give a direct answer. However, Su Tui's gaze still wavered. Generally, no problems. That meant that there might be some practical problems. Wasn't Xiaoxu trying to remind them in a roundabout way? The reason she did not directly tell them was simple enough. 1. It wasn't Xiaoxu's status. 2. There were many years around them in the bus. Wouldn't a person be an idiot if they just revealed something like that out in the open? It was a long-distance journey. Even though it was a luxury bus with reclining seats that allowed the students to lie down, it was still tiring to have to travel this far. However, the teenagers naturally had an inexhaustible supply of energy. Furthermore, the scenery outside the bus became quite different from Jincheng Prefecture after they passed through Ningaiyin Prefecture. Students in this day and age were not like students 100 years ago who could travel the world at a young age. A student in the past would have at least managed to travel around Huaksha. Most students in the 22nd century, Su Tui included, have never left Jincheng Prefecture due to issues of safety and cost. They had not even gone to Jincheng City before. All of the students were extremely excited. Even Cheng Mo, who was in a deep slumber, would be jolted awake when they saw something novel. As they had been traveling overnight, they managed to pass through Shannon Prefecture before daybreak and Bi Prefecture before noon. They entered the borders of the capital in the afternoon. It was 4:30 in the afternoon when they passed through the security checks. The fleet of buses steered into the capital. This was the centermost city in Huaksha. They arrived at the start of the evening peak hour. The fleet of buses became extremely slow even after they switched to the maglev lane. However, to the batch of students from Jincheng Prefecture, the novelty was merely beginning. Oh, wow, a repulsion force flying car? Why are there so many repulsion force flying cars here even though they cost at least $3 million? Look, that person flying in the air. Is he wearing a repulsion force flying skateboard? My God, is that the best skateboard in the world? There are so many of them in the capital. Amid the exclamations from his classmates, even Cheng Mo gasped as he tried to sit up and have a look. I heard that those go for at least $1 million. The students looked at the fast repulsive force cars and skateboards flying outside of the maglev lane with enthusiastic expressions. The corner of Su Tui's lips twitched when he heard them. At least $1 million. He shouldn't think about it. Su Tui might only be able to afford the tax on those toys with his total assets. I heard that you need level E rights to be able to purchase a repulsion force flying skateboard. You also have to pay a high quantum for insurance. I heard my dad say that you also need a driver's license. Oh, driver's license. I have that, a student said happily. No, it's not a driver's license. It's a special kind of license, Tong Ki suddenly said. Tong Ki had performed exceptionally well during the surprise attack of the modified human and superb individual. He had killed a leopard and protected a student. He Mingsun was a little worse off. He was swept away by a large python. Fortunately, the python escaped after Su Tui killed the modified human. He Mingsun was saved and only sustained small injuries. He looked like he had been spooked. He maintained a low profile today. Special license? This was the first time some students were hearing about this. They asked about it curiously. That's right. You require a special license. Its full name is the Special Flying License. The exam is rather difficult. Of course, it is only difficult for ordinary people. It shouldn't be too hard for us. Tong Ki added, "Oh yes, there is a school for the special flying license within the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College that offers classes a few days after school starts. You guys can sign up with me if you are interested. Isn't it too early to study for the high-level special flying license the moment you enter the school? What's more, we wouldn't have a repulsive force flying skateboard even if we got the special license." "That's right, Tong Ki. Do you have one?" a student suddenly asked. "My dad rewarded me with a repulsive force flying skateboard when I got admitted into the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College. I'm just lacking the special flying license." Tong Ki's tone was calm as if he was talking about something that could not be more normal. He had no intention of boasting. However, only one word came to the minds of the students when they heard him: rich. Sutui was a little envious. Tong Ki was exceptional, handsome, and had a rich father. At this moment, Cheng Mo elbowed Sutui. "Little Tui, why don't we enroll to learn the special flying license after school starts? What's the rush?" "We can't even afford the repulsive force flying skateboard," Sutui said. "It's alright if we can't afford it now. We can get the license first. We'll be able to purchase the repulsive force flying skateboard when we get money in the future." Cheng Mo's face lit up as he spoke. "We are students from the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College. I heard that we have a bright future ahead, in terms of money." Sutui nodded after he heard Cheng Mo and then shook his head again. "I can enroll, but not you." "Why?" Cheng Mo became anxious. "Why can you learn it but not me? Look at your belly. It has just been a few days. If you are going to develop at this rate, I think that you shouldn't obtain the special license to prevent any accidents in the air," Sutui said. Cheng Mo froze as if he was imagining the terrifying scene of an air disaster. Gong Ling suddenly looked back from the row of seats in front. She smiled. "Cheng Mo, you don't have to worry about an air disaster." "That's great." "Why's that?" Cheng Mo was elated. "Because at the rate you are gaining weight, the repulsive force flying skateboard would not be able to fly with you standing on it in a few months." Sutui chuckled when he heard that. After the incident with the modified human, the relationship between Sutui, Cheng Mo, and Gong Ling had become much stronger. They had no problems making these jokes. Cheng Mo slumped into his chair like a deflated ball. It was a little hurtful. However, it made Cheng Mo worry. His dreams of soaring through the sky seemed to be about to end before it even started. By the side, the students who heard the conversation also laughed. "Rest well after we arrive at the reception center for new students. Try your best to bring yourself to your best condition. If there are no accidents, the test evaluation for new students entering the college would happen soon. The test will determine your specific direction of study in the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College and the treatment you receive for the near future. This is of utmost importance for you guys. Please pay serious attention to it." And Xiaoxu's voice rang out and instantly silenced the students in the bus. Chapter 30, The Generator Theory 2.0. Sutui and the rest of the students were dazzled by how prosperous the capital was. They were still extremely excited when they arrived at the new student reception center. Most of them did not notice that the massive fleet of escort vehicles had disappeared when they reached the student reception center of the FACEBOKK Genetic Evolution College. Sutui looked around but did not notice any scouts or defense personnel in the student reception center. However, even though the workers, such as the lady working at the front desk and the attendants leading the way, were very busy, all of them were very welcoming. Their expressions were also very relaxed. There was no shred of anxiety on their faces. "It looks like this place is safe." Sutui had become a little paranoid after he had been through 2 life-threatening situations within days. He even saw his life flash by his eyes once. The conditions in the student reception center were rather decent. The rooms each held 2 students. They were a little cramped, with roughly an area of 10 square meters. However, the rooms were very clean. Sutui naturally shared a room with Cheng Mo. After setting their luggage down, the first thing they did was to wash up and get dinner. Originally, Sutui had intended to first lie down on the comfortable-looking bed. He had been on the bus for 2 days. He missed the bed. However, Chengmo had complained that he was hungry. Then, Sutui once again became the center of attention in the canteen. He became the center of attention in front of the new students who had come from all over the country. They could have had their meal in the canteen. However, Chengmo was injured. Sutui had to bring the meal back to the room for him. Along with his portion, Sutui carried 8 large portions of food at one time. He got the server to fill every container of food to the brim. There were 6 portions for Chengmo and 2 for him. Sutui specially asked for a large container of soup after he got his 8 portions of food, then left the canteen leisurely. At this moment, Sutui could feel the gazes of 1,000 people. He had become the center of attention in the student reception center. Was it because he was carrying 8 portions of food and a large container of soup? Sutui did not think so. Sutui felt that the reason he was the center of attention was that he was handsome. Of course, what Sutui did not know was that a few nasty rumors had started to spread, stemming from the curiosity of the new students. The 2 of them wolfed down their food after Sutui returned to the room. By the time Chengmo looked towards Sutui's 2 portions of food, Sutui had already finished his meal. He did not give Chengmo any chance. "Mosey, how much money did you bring?" Sutui suddenly remembered an important question. "Money? Not much. My dad only gave me 200 level F energy restoration pills to help with my hunger and about $10,000 in cash for school expenses." Chengmo paused, recollecting, then continued, "Oh. My mom secretly gave me 30,000. My grandfather secretly gave me 10,000, and my grandmother gave me 40,000. That's all I have." "I should have 4,500 to spend every month," Chengmo quickly added. $90,000? You are a mini-millionaire. Chengmo's family was better to do than Sutui's, but they were not much richer. "Why? Do you lack money?" "We have just reached the school and should not need much money." "Are you saving money to buy something?" Chengmo asked. "How much do you lack?" "You can take it from me." Sutui remained silent. He was secretly calculating something. "Why? Do you lack a lot?" Chengmo carefully looked out the window, afraid that someone would hear him. He then whispered, "Let me tell you, I still have 20,000 in savings. I can lend those to you. But you have to leave some money behind for me to pay my school fees and living expenses." Sutui let out a long sigh. "Mosey, do you know how much we spent on the meal just now?" "How much?" Chengmo was nonchalant. "A small serving cost 10, a medium serving is 12, and a large serving is 15. That's a special price for students. The 2 of us got 8 large servings." "Yes, just calculating the cost of your meal, you got 6 large servings, which totaled $90. And you are not even full yet." Chengmo's eyes widened in shock. He said loudly as if he was seeing Sutui for the first time, "Wow, little Tui, you're reminding me about the money for my meal today." Scram! Sutui hit Chengmo at the back of his head. "I was worried about what you are going to eat in the future. My father said that I would get $4,000 a month in the future. My mom said that she can sneak in another $1,000 for me. That's $5,000. That's a substantial amount. 5,000 is a substantial amount. But darn it, you spend $90 on a single meal. You can eat a little less for breakfast, maybe at half the cost," Sutui suggested. "You need 3 meals a day. Not counting supper, you'll spend $225 a day. There are 30 days in a month. You'll have to spend $6,750 just on the meals for the month." "That much?" Chengmo was flabbergasted. "How are 3 meals a day enough for me? And we cannot skip supper." If we count supper and a few snacks along the way, if I eat at my full capacity, then $10,000 a month wouldn't be enough for your meals, with the rest of the expenses. Cheng Mo suddenly howled in grief when he heard Su Tui's calculations. I want to get into an official relationship before I become as large as a mountain. I have to get myself a few larger-sized, good-looking clothes. I also have to give my girlfriend gifts. Cheng Mo looked as though he had nothing to live for. He tilted his head backward and fell onto the bed. However, in falling backward, he pulled on his wound and gasped. Little Tui, we have to find a way to make money. The $5,000 a month that I'll get from my parents is the bare minimum for my survival. Off the hierarchy of needs, I have to satisfy my hunger before I can have the strength to get into a relationship. Little Tui, you have to help me. Otherwise, at the rate I am gaining weight, I might no longer have a chance to get into a relationship. I definitely have to help you. I've helped you think up a few ideas on our way here, Su Tui said. Tell me quickly. Cheng Mo became excited the moment he heard what Su Tui said. First, fasting. Limit your food intake to what an average human eats a day. At the same time, increase the intensity of your exercise. That won't do, I'll go insane. Furthermore, based on the information I know, the first change to the body after activating the genetic base points in the stomach is that digestive enzymes will become more powerful. If I do not consume food for an extended period, my stomach might digest itself. Cheng Mo had a look of fear. Oh, fuck. Then the second method is to consume extremely cheap foods that are hard to digest, like bone. Are you treating me like a dog? Cheng Mo grumbled. Can you not think in the direction of limiting my food intake? Then I have a third idea, Su Tui said. Train. Train as if your life depends on it. But in my current state. Cheng Mo pointed to his arm and the areas of his chest where his ribs were with a look of frustration. What I'm talking about is not limited to physical training. I am also talking about here. Su Tui pointed to his head. The brain? Cheng Mo was speechless. How do I train my brain? Do you have muscles in your brain? I think you are the one with muscles in your brain. Su Tui scolded, pointing toward Cheng Mo. What I mean is that you should use your objective consciousness to think. Use your objective consciousness to control the direction of the energy coursing in your body. Use the energy to strengthen yourself and expend that energy in the process. For example, think about activating the genetic base points in your hand. Imagine yourself as a commander who had just taken up the job. Command the energy you obtained from the food that is digested by your stomach and direct them toward your right hand. Perhaps, the energy that you obtained from the food that is digested by your stomach might really course into your right hand, Su Tui explained seriously. Su Tui had thought about this for a long time during their journey here before coming up with a potential way to solve Cheng Mo's problem based on the changes to his own body. Of course, it was merely a possibility. It was also one of Su Tui's daring trials and experiments. Is this the generator theory that you told me before? Cheng Mo stared at Su Tui. Did you find a way to use the horsepower of my high-power generator? You can say that this is the upgraded version of the generator theory, Su Tui said. Is it reliable? Cheng Mo was skeptical. Su Tui had wanted to tell him that this was a test, but he suddenly changed his stance when he saw the concerned look in Cheng Mo's eyes. There should be an effect. This is a method that Miss An and I had discussed along the way here. Su Tui was an exceptional liar. His lies came naturally. Do you know who Miss An is? The youngest mystery branch professor in the Huaksha Genetic Evolution College. She even got promoted as an exception. The female Shura. You saw her unleash her power the other day, Su Tui added. Cheng Mo thought about it. He had a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. It looked like he believed Su Tui. Little Tui, thank you. Scram, don't mention it. Miss An said that the most important thing about this method is that you must have a powerful objective consciousness. Your mind, which is also your attention, must be highly focused. Sutui repeated with much emphasis, highly focused. Get it? Also, this method might not work on the first try. You have to try it several times, Sutui said. Chengmo nodded. I will. Oh, yes, I'll go ask Miss N if I have any problems. No, ask me. I am her student. I can ask her if I have the time. She might beat you to death if you disturb her. Sutui told Chengmo that mainly because he was afraid Nzioxu would beat him to death after Chengmo went to look for Nzioxu. Alright. I'll try it out immediately. Chengmo was very motivated. However, just as he was about to test the method out, the phone in the room rang. Is this Chengmo? I am calling from the medical center of the Huaxia Genetic Evolution College. We received a notification saying that you were injured on your way here. Based on the rules, you can come and receive treatment from the medical center. We should be able to fully treat your injuries in half a month. Of course, we can also head to your room to inject you with the bone growth acceleration elixir. What is your choice? The voice on the phone was gentle and pleasant. Without much hesitation, Chengmo decided, I'll head over to the medical center. Alright. Someone will come to fetch you with a stretcher later. Please bring along your personal belongings. The line was cut. Chengmo had an elated look on his face. You can stay here alone. I'll go look for the pretty nurses at the medical center and have a chat with them. We'll talk about life. A genius like me will definitely be very popular. Chengmo had a look of anticipation. Good luck. I hope that you would not scare the nurses with your appetite. Sutui felt that was the best blessing he could give Chengmo. Chengmo became confused. Soon, medical personnel arrived with a medical gurney and brought Chengmo away. Sutui was left alone in the room. As they had already been through the registration process, no one would be further assigned to his room. Sutui took a warm bath and dug into the warm sheets. He stretched his limbs. There was only one word to describe this: comfortable. Sutui had consolidated his experiences and gave Chengmo a feasible idea to solve his problems. Whether or not the method would work depended on Chengmo's trials. Now, Sutui had to solve his own problems. End of part 1. Novels Whole Dynasty.